A man longed to leave his ordinary life behind and imagined being reborn in another world. Many people shared the same fantasy, believing a new world would offer a better future. Instead, terrifying monsters invaded reality, turning those hopeful dreams into a deadly nightmare. A massive creature seized him before he could escape, ending his life in an instant, rather than disappearing. His death activated a mysterious system that marked the start of his fate. A mysterious system accepted him and granted powerful abilities, including a unique resurrection skill. Moments later, Ichijo opened his eyes inside the office, shocked to find himself alive again. Confused, he searched for the monster, but found only his normal workplace. Relief washed over him until a coworker warned that something was standing behind him. He slowly turned, realizing the nightmare might not have ended after all. His manager suddenly grabbed him, pulling him back to reality after he froze in shock. Embarrassed, he recovered quickly and acted as though nothing unusual had happened. Although the office looked normal, the memory of his brutal death still felt painfully real. Determined to stay calm, he insisted on continuing his work despite lingering fear. His manager checked on him with concern while he struggled to hide his growing unease. Then his manager reminded him to take care of himself, triggering a strange sense of familiarity. As she left the office, he realized the same conversation had already happened before. He brushed the feeling aside while his coworkers continued joking around. As usual, walking outside, familiar scenes unfolded exactly as he remembered from his previous life. Every repeated moment convinced him that his memories were real, not a dream. Leaving the office, he questioned whether his strange memories were slowly driving him insane. Suddenly, an unsettling dragging sound echoed through the quiet neighborhood. The ground cracked apart as the mysterious noise grew louder with every passing second. Unable to see clearly in the darkness, he cautiously searched for the source. A blinding light suddenly appeared, leaving him frozen in shock as everything changed again. A terrifying minotaur emerged from the blinding light, standing directly before Ichijo. Fear overwhelmed him as he recognized the same monster that had killed him before. Unable to accept reality, Ichijo desperately convinced himself it had to be an illusion. The beast bared its fangs, proving the horrifying encounter was completely real. Ichijo turned and fled in panic while the monstrous creature charged after him. Then Ichijo ran desperately through the streets, terrified the monster would catch and kill him again. The minotaur leaped forward and slammed him with overwhelming force before he could escape. Thrown across the ground, Ichijo struggled to breathe as unbearable pain spread through his body. He tried crawling away, but his legs refused to move no matter how hard he fought. Looking down in horror, Ichijo realized his legs had been severed during the attack. The minotaur grabbed Ichijo's severed legs and crushed them without hesitation. Blood poured across the ground as Ichijo stared helplessly at the horrifying scene. Overwhelmed by pain and despair, he wondered how his life had ended this way. His vision gradually faded, and death seemed unavoidable with every passing second. Before consciousness vanished, a mysterious quest suddenly appeared, ordering Ichijo to defeat the minotaur. Bleeding heavily, Ichijo stared at the mysterious message. Unable to understand what was happening, the quest ordered him to defeat the minotaur, but the impossible objective left him in despair. Before the monster could finish him, Ichijo accepted that death was inevitable. An instant later, he awakened back inside the office, alive once again. Confused, yet relieved, Ichijo realized his resurrection ability had activated after his death. Back in the office, Ichijo suddenly saw a floating message announcing that he had failed the quest. He quickly realized the failure came from dying without defeating the minotaur. The notification disappeared as suddenly as it had appeared, leaving him even more confused. Another screen rewarded Ichijo with a bronze trophy and increased his strength and endurance. Staring at the mysterious interface, Ichijo struggled to understand the strange system surrounding him. Ichijo asked his manager whether she could see the mysterious screen floating before him. Pointing at the interface, he tried explaining the strange display, but she looked completely confused. Her reaction made Ichijo realize that nobody else could see the system. His manager misunderstood his behavior and grabbed him, believing he was acting disrespectfully. Left speechless, Ichijo wondered what kind of unbelievable situation he had fallen into. Sitting alone in the park, Ichijo tried to understand why time had reversed and the system had disappeared. Remembering the Minotaur, fear overwhelmed him as he searched for a way to avoid another encounter. A new idea emerged, convincing Ichijo that staying away from home might change the future. After thinking it through, he decided the office would be the safest place to spend the night. Wrapped in a blanket, Ichijo waited nervously, hoping he could survive this terrifying second chance. Curled beneath a blanket, Ichijo decided to stop overthinking and focus only on staying alive. Exhaustion finally overcame him, and he quietly drifted to sleep inside the empty office. A loud noise outside suddenly woke him, causing him to grab his phone in panic. After checking the time, Ichijo realized he had slept through the entire night. Relief filled his heart as the new morning confirmed he had survived another terrifying day. Relieved after surviving the night, Ichijo believed the danger had finally passed. The silent office and endless emergency sirens made him realize something was terribly wrong. As confusion grew, a thunderous explosion suddenly shook the entire building. The violent blast sent furniture flying, forcing Ichijo to shield himself from the impact. A terrifying roar echoed nearby, leaving Ichijo frozen as another nightmare began. Ichijo looked outside and discovered the city had become a battlefield overrun by gigantic monsters. Towering beasts, monstrous birds, giant insects, wolves, and a massive serpent rampaged through the devastated streets. Overwhelmed by the horrifying scene, Ichijo could barely comprehend the catastrophe unfolding before him. Realizing he had escaped one nightmare only to awaken in another. Searching for answers, he grabbed his phone, hoping the internet or news could explain the worldwide monster outbreak. Ichijo learned the monster invasion had spread across the entire world. Believing nobody survived, he searched the empty office in growing panic. Soon he spotted Sayama, sitting alone near the vending machines. Relief replaced his fear as Ichijo hurried toward the familiar coworker. He reached Sayama, thankful to finally find another living survivor. Ichijo found Sayama already dead while a goblin-like monster continued feeding on his body. The horrifying sight made him vomit. Realizing the monsters truly hunted and ate humans, trying to escape quietly, Ichijo accidentally caught the goblin's attention before it noticed him. Frozen by fear, he watched the goblin approach with its blood-stained club ready to attack. Knowing death was moments away, Ichijo considered fighting because running no longer seemed possible. Ichijo realized the goblin resembled weak monsters from games, but defeating it still seemed impossible. Despite his fear, he desperately warned the goblin to stay away while backing off. The goblin suddenly charged, forcing Ichijo to dodge the deadly attack at the last second. Using nearby objects, he tried slowing the monster, but it quickly closed the distance again. Its overwhelming strength knocked Ichijo down, proving the battle was far more dangerous than he expected. The goblin raised its club and prepared a crushing strike while Ichijo desperately wished for more time. Its attack slammed into him, leaving deep wounds as the powerful blow sent him crashing down. Bleeding and barely conscious, Ichijo collapsed while the goblin watched, believing the fight had already ended. Instead of finishing him, the confused goblin hesitated, seemingly distracted by something it could not understand. Seeing the monster pause, Ichijo realized he was still alive and searched for a chance to survive. Ichijo noticed the goblin hesitate and seized the brief opening, striking its face with everything he had. His punch launched the goblin backward, leaving both fighter and monster stunned by the unexpected force. The creature crashed into the wall while Ichijo struggled to understand his sudden strength and survival. Remembering the mysterious status screen, he suspected the strange bonuses had changed his body. The goblin recovered and rushed again as Ichijo desperately searched for anything nearby to defend himself. Ichijo grabbed the fallen club and slammed it into the goblin before it could recover. He pinned the monster down, forcing the weapon deeper as the goblin struggled in pain, filled with anger and determination. Ichijo raised the club for a final attack. The crushing blow struck hard, and he refused to stop until the goblin could no longer fight. Driven by his will to survive, Ichijo overwhelmed the monster and finally gained the upper hand. Ichijo finally defeated the goblin and knelt beside its lifeless body. He realized the battle was over, yet the heavy injuries left him barely able to remain conscious. His body collapsed from blood loss, despite winning the desperate fight. Lying on the floor, Ichijo accepted that his wounds were becoming life-threatening. As his vision faded beside the goblin's corpse, he wondered if surviving the battle would still end in death. A mysterious screen appeared, announcing Ichijo's level increase, and rewarding him after defeating his first monster. Another notification granted extra strength, leaving him confused while he struggled to stay conscious. Glowing symbols surrounded his injured body as an unknown force rapidly spread through him. Fresh power filled every part of him, but the severe blood loss still overwhelmed his fading mind. Despite gaining new abilities, Ichijo realized the upgrades could not immediately save him from collapsing. Ichijo suddenly woke in the office, after hearing someone call his name, unsure whether everything had truly reset. A coworker noticed his strange behavior, but he ignored the concern and quickly rushed away. Without stopping, he sprinted through the building, convinced another disaster was approaching. Reaching the rooftop, Ichijo realized he had returned before the world's destruction for the third time. He stared across the peaceful city, determined to change the future before the coming catastrophe began. Ichijo collapsed on the rooftop, overwhelmed as he struggled to understand what he should do next. A status screen appeared, revealing his retained stats, skill, and points from the previous timeline. After reading the message, he realized death preserved his progress, though his level would reset. The strange system reminded him of a game, helping him finally understand the world's rules. Ichijo clenched his fist and decided to keep fighting instead of giving up. He strengthened his resolve, deciding to grow stronger through every restart and survive the deadly world, no matter the cost. A mysterious system appeared above the city, displaying an unknown completion progress. The warning announced that monsters would invade the world within only a few hours. Ichijo remembered dying several times and returning through time while knowing the world's fate. Determined to survive, Ichijo placed his trust in the abilities and stats he had gained. His sudden determination startled a coworker, marking the beginning of another attempt to change the future. Ichijo remained alone in the office until a female coworker noticed he had been spacing out. She urged Ichijo to stop working overnight, but he insisted on staying behind. Ignoring his refusal, the coworker gathered his remaining work to help him finish sooner. She firmly ordered Ichijo to leave the office without further argument. Ichijo hesitated, but the coworker suddenly sensed something unusual, her expression turning tense. He reluctantly left the office, remembering the danger waiting outside after nightfall. Fearing the minotaur that had killed him before, Ichijo decided to check his abilities first. He called out the status command while striking a dramatic pose in the empty hallway. The system responded immediately, confirming his guess that the command still worked. Ichijo reviewed his current stats and realized his resurrection ability had strengthened his overall attributes. He touched the resurrection skill, hoping to learn how his mysterious ability worked. A detailed description appeared, explaining that death would send him back to a fixed point in time. Although the explanation answered part of his question, Ichijo still wondered why he possessed the rare skill. After closing the window, Ichijo examined the points he had earned from leveling up. A new menu appeared, allowing Ichijo to distribute the points and strengthen his attributes. Ichijo discovered a new menu, offering additional skills that could be learned with points. A long list of abilities appeared, leaving Ichijo amazed by the many available choices. While reviewing the options, Ichijo realized some skills seemed useful, while others looked unnecessary. Unable to decide, Ichijo considered saving his points until he found a better skill. His female coworker suddenly returned, forcing Ichijo to hide his surprise before she noticed anything unusual. Ichijo made an excuse, claiming he had waited until his female coworker finished working. She questioned his outdated thinking, making Ichijo realize old workplace habits still influenced him. After leaving the office, Ichijo focused on gaining levels safely while prioritizing useful skills. Walking through the streets, Ichijo planned his preparations before the monster invasion began. His coworker called after him, but Ichijo quietly continued forward with his plan in mind. Ichijo's female coworker asked whether something was troubling him after noticing his unusual behavior. She reminded Ichijo that he did not have to carry every burden by himself. Gently placing a hand on his shoulder, she encouraged Ichijo to seek help whenever he needed support. She sincerely promised to protect Ichijo as his supervisor and remain someone he could rely on. Ichijo silently accepted her kindness before watching his concerned coworker leave with a gentle smile. Watching his female coworker leave, Ichijo realized the monster invasion would begin within a few hours. Painful memories of his previous deaths reminded him that he was still too weak to protect anyone. Despite his worries, he convinced himself the supervisor could handle the coming danger alone. Afterward, Ichijo visited a store and collected supplies before returning to prepare. Finally, he organized food, water, medical supplies, weapons, spare clothes, and a helmet for survival. While shopping for supplies, Ichijo accidentally picked up an inappropriate item before quickly putting it back. Back at the office, he noticed carrying heavy bags felt much easier because his strength had increased. Instead of returning home, Ichijo decided to use the office as a temporary base while training. As time passed, he waited calmly, knowing the monsters would soon appear. Soon afterward, reports of a goblin sighting spread online, confirming the invasion had finally begun. While checking online updates, Ichijo realized monster sightings were spreading across many locations. One report even showed a massive dragon appearing in China, confirming the invasion was escalating. Although shocked, Ichijo ignored the dragon and focused on nearby monsters he could actually face. As the expected time approached, he equipped his gear and prepared to leave the office. Without hesitation, Ichijo stepped outside, determined to begin leveling up before stronger monsters appeared. Ichijo ran through the quiet streets, carefully searching for the first monster to defeat. Hearing strange sounds nearby, he immediately stopped and scanned the surrounding area. Seeing the streets still intact, Ichijo suspected the monsters were hiding instead of roaming openly. Choosing to fight carefully, he searched for a lone goblin before facing stronger enemies. A gruesome scene inside a nearby car shocked Ichijo, forcing him to hold back his nausea. Ichijo steadied his nerves, reminding himself he had already faced this nightmare before. Sudden screams echoed through the streets, prompting Ichijo to rush toward the source of the commotion. Reaching the scene, he found terrified civilians and police surrounded by vicious goblins. The frightened officers demanded weapons, but their attacks failed to stop the monsters. From a safe distance, Ichijo counted 5 goblins and realized the trapped survivors faced overwhelming danger. Watching the trapped civilians, Ichijo struggled to decide whether risking his life was the right choice. Suddenly, a system notification appeared before Ichijo, interrupting his thoughts. The new quest ordered him to defeat 100 goblins, leaving Ichijo completely stunned, unable to believe the impossible mission. Ichijo questioned why his previous victory still counted as a failure. Moments later, the goblins attacked the helpless civilians, forcing Ichijo to witness another brutal massacre. Hidden nearby, Ichijo watched the police hesitate as the goblins overwhelmed the trapped civilians. At last, one officer gathered enough courage to open fire on the attacking goblin. Instead of falling, the goblin survived the gunshot and charged straight toward the officer. Panic spread through the crowd as the enraged goblin launched a brutal counterattack. Witnessing the failed assault, Ichijo realized ordinary bullets could not kill the invading monsters. Ichijo fled, believing survival mattered more than fighting countless goblins. Guilt surfaced as memories of trapped civilians, especially Neo, filled his thoughts. A terrified face made him stop, realizing someone still needed help. Turning around, he spotted a goblin raising its weapon over Neo. Accepting the danger, Ichijo abandoned escape and resolved to save her. Ichijo rushed back without hesitation, determined to rescue Neo despite the overwhelming danger. Closing the distance, he drew the goblin's attention before it could strike her. Now stared in disbelief as Ichijo stepped between her and the monster. More goblins appeared, surrounding them from every direction while he held his ground. Ignoring his own safety, Ichijo urged Nao to escape first while he faced the approaching enemies. Ichijo remembered Nao's words and stood firmly in front of her, refusing to retreat again. Tears filled Nao's eyes as she realized he had returned to protect her. Gripping his knife tightly, Ichijo cast aside hesitation and accepted the coming battle. Her kindness strengthened his resolve, replacing fear with determination. Facing the advancing goblins, Ichijo prepared to fight with everything he had. Ichijo charged straight through the advancing goblins, determined to protect Neo no matter the cost. His swift attack sent several goblins flying, leaving the remaining monsters stunned. Dust settled as Neo looked around, unable to understand what had just happened. Within moments, most of the goblins had already fallen before Ichijo. Watching his unbelievable strength, Nao stared at Ichijo with complete shock and disbelief. Ichijo rushed back toward Nao after noticing danger approaching from behind. Meanwhile, Nao hesitated as more goblins quickly surrounded their location. Realizing the overwhelming numbers, Ichijo admitted he could not defeat them all alone. Soon, the goblins closed in while Nao struggled to stand and escape. Without wasting another second, Ichijo carried Nao on his back and ran before the monsters surrounded them completely. Ichijo carried Nao away, while assuring her the office remained the safest place to reach. Behind them, the goblins continued chasing, but Ichijo kept running until they finally lost pursuit. After catching their breath, Nao scolded him before quietly expressing gratitude for saving her life. Embarrassment filled Nao as Ichijo failed to notice her soft words during the escape. Confused by his reaction, Ichijo asked what she had said, leaving Nao even more flustered. Carrying Nao through the ruined streets, Ichijo wondered whether he could truly keep her safe as the dangerous new world grew even more unforgiving. A frightened man stayed hidden beneath a blanket as screams and strange noises echoed throughout the apartment building. He read an online thread, hoping to find information while others described the terrifying situation outside. More survivors shared warnings about dangerous monsters. A final post mentioned a mysterious status before the thread reached its limit and abruptly stopped. Meanwhile, fires spread across the city as military helicopters flew overhead, revealing the growing scale of the disaster. Ichijo carefully treated the young woman's injured leg, despite her pain, making sure the bandage was secured properly. After finishing, he checked the bandage once more, ensuring her injury was protected from getting worse. Ichijo gathered food, water, clothes, and other supplies, giving everything she might need to survive. As he prepared to leave, the woman quietly noticed his sudden change and watched him with concern. Before departing, she discovered an adult magazine among his supplies. Ichijo quickly hid the magazine, but the unexpected discovery left both of them feeling deeply embarrassed. The awkward mood eased as the woman accepted his explanation and realized the item was nothing important. Hearing activity outside, Ichijo cautiously checked the street and confirmed the monsters had not appeared nearby. He asked why she had visited the convenience store so late. She recalled witnessing countless people die before her eyes, revealing the terrifying memory she could never forget. The woman questioned why monsters had suddenly appeared across the world. Ichijo explained the creatures would attack everyone, while ordinary weapons offered little protection. He warned the invasion would spread rapidly until nobody remained safe. Overwhelmed by fear, she wondered whether the world was already approaching its end. Ichijo recalled his mysterious status ability and suspected she might possess the same power. The exhausted woman finally fell asleep, and Ichijo covered her with a blanket. Remembering his previous death, Ichijo decided he needed to grow stronger before history repeated itself. After reassuring her, he prepared to leave despite the dangers waiting outside. Ichijo promised he would return alive and asked her to remain inside safely. Stepping into the ruined streets, he began hunting weak monsters to level up and improve his chances of survival. Explosions and gunfire echoed nearby, prompting Ichijo to avoid the dangerous area. He suddenly noticed giant bees flying across the sky. The horrifying insects carried impaled human bodies through the air. Watching the gruesome sight, Ichijo realized even the skies had become deadly. He stayed hidden behind a vehicle, carefully planning a safer route before continuing his journey. Ichijo avoided a deadly carnivorous plant and searched for weaker monsters instead. While moving ahead, he spotted a charging boar-like monster rushing toward him. The creature closed the distance rapidly, leaving Ichijo with nowhere to hide. Realizing escape was impossible, he desperately prepared for the incoming attack. Ichijo sprinted toward a nearby building, hoping to reach safety before the monster caught him. Ichijo narrowly escaped the charging monster and stumbled into a nearby building. Catching his breath, he discovered a lone goblin standing inside the store. He almost fled again, before remembering his reason for leaving safety behind. Observing the goblin carefully, Ichijo realized it carried no weapon and stood alone. Determined to survive, he gripped his knife and prepared to face the goblin. Ichijo steadied himself and charged toward the goblin with his knife raised. His first strike pierced the goblin, but the monster kept resisting. Realizing ordinary attacks were ineffective, Ichijo aimed for its head. The dull kitchen knife slowed him, forcing a desperate struggle at close range. Despite suffering painful blows, Ichijo refused to retreat and continued attacking with everything he had. Ichijo gathered his remaining strength and delivered a powerful strike at the goblin. The final blow killed the monster, ending the brutal fight, exhausted but relieved. Ichijo realized he had survived his first victory. A status screen appeared, confirming he had leveled up after defeating the goblin. The quest progress updated, recording his first kill as Ichijo caught his breath. Ichijo rested beside the defeated goblin when a faint cry for help echoed through the store. Following the desperate voice, he discovered an injured woman crawling across the floor. Her bloodied condition shocked him, revealing she had barely survived the attack. Ichijo froze in horror, realizing the goblin had left another victim fighting for her life.
Surrounded by goblins, Ichijo scanned for escape. Death loomed close. Panic surged through his exhausted body. Thinking fast, Ichijo pointed skyward and yelled, "UFO!" The goblins froze, confused by the strange word. As expected, the distraction failed. Goblins roared in anger. Ichijo sprinted, heart racing, legs pumping with fear. Vaulting over shelves, Ichijo didn't slow. Goblins chased closely. Adrenaline surged, guiding him through narrow aisles. Reaching the exit, Ichijo gasped. He'd once run for medals, now, he ran just to live. More goblins ambushed from ahead. Ichijo froze, breath short. Panic flared again. No exits remained in sight. He bolted up the escalator. The plan was reckless. Jump through windows before they cornered him. Dozens of goblins charged in behind, trampling over each other, their roars growing louder with each step. Turning mid-sprint, Ichijo faced them, trapped between glass and monsters. He knew there was no escape now. Crushed beneath a flood of claws, he accepted death calmly. Resurrection remained, his only hope to continue. Now rested quietly, unaware of Ichijo's death. His fading thoughts clung tightly to her distant safety. Revived, Ichijo recalled his promise to Nao. Determined, he charged back into the chaos without hesitation. He knew courage alone wasn't enough. Surrounded again, Ichijo admitted he still lacked a true strategy. Cornered again, he begged for options. Anything. Stats, powers, escape routes. The goblins didn't wait for answers. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared. Ichijo realized he'd leveled up, skills unlocked. His fight had just begun. Pressed for time, Ichijo chose Strengthen. He poured all saved points into a single desperate gamble. Power surged through him instantly, muscles tightened, vision sharpened. He let out a roar and attacked. With one earth-shattering blow, goblins flew in every direction. Ichijo's strength had become monstrous, unthinkable, overwhelming. He stood alone. The path behind was littered with goblins, their threat for now crushed. Stats revealed his growth, strength, endurance, speed, all soared. Ichijo smiled. This power was finally his to wield. Surrounded again, Ichijo grinned with grit. The goblins approached, but he wasn't afraid this time. With relentless strength, he leapt and struck. Goblins flew as he unleashed everything in brutal flurries. A system prompt appeared. Goblin Slayer trophy earned. Gasping, Ichijo collapsed. He had finally done it. Bloodied, triumphant, Ichijo stood atop goblin corpses. Screaming victory, he celebrated surviving the impossible battle alone. He checked his status. Massive strength, high endurance. Strengthen had worked. His confidence soared with each level gained. Ichijo scratched his head. Despite killing so many goblins, he was surprised his level barely increased. A message appeared. Quest cleared. 100 goblins defeated. Ichijo celebrated wildly, overwhelmed with relief and disbelief alike. He turned excitedly to the reward screen. Forget the trophy. Points and power came first now. The quest granted 10 points, plus 2 from the trophy. More than expected, his eyes widened. Adding his earlier 4, he now had 16 total. Grinning, Ichijo knew it was time for more skill. Ichijo admired his new title bonus, extra goblin damage, but didn't notice goblins fleeing in terror. The earth cracked, a beast emerged, overwhelming and feral. Its axe shattered stone with brute force. The Minotaur's massive form loomed, muscles flexed, eyes wild. One glance told Ichijo, this wasn't a goblin. Ichijo stood alone, bruised but breathing, reviewing his stats. 16 upgrade points pulsed faintly on screen, awaiting use. He descended slowly, eyes fixed on a glowing panel of skills. Goblins stirred just below him. Weaponsmith looked useful, but required dismantle and monster parts. Safer options like radar seemed more practical now. His stats appeared next. resurrection, and strengthen. He realized every skill had hidden potential through leveling. Strengthen level 2 needed 20 points. He hesitated, knowing he must choose between safety, strength, or survival. Ichijo stared at the point cost. Strengthen was too expensive. He hesitated, fighting frustration and uncertainty. He chose Analyze instead. It was cheap, and knowing enemy strength might save his life later. Deciding to conserve points, Ichijo stood beside a fallen goblin. He activated Analyze for the first time. Numbers appeared over the corpse. Strength, speed, magic. The details were blurry, but stats were finally visible. 12. Vitality. Same as his own. Ichijo now understood why goblins were harder than they looked. Realizing time was short, Ichijo sprinted through the shattered halls, anxious to check on Now. Outside, the streets were quiet until 2 growling wolves emerged. Ichijo froze, sensing immediate, deadly danger. Analyze revealed terrifying stats. Level 13, strength and speed far beyond his own. Fear overtook his judgment. He panicked, heart racing. Could he survive this fight? The wolves' presence felt overwhelming and impossible. But suddenly, they fled. Confused yet proud, Ichijo grinned. Maybe his hidden strength had started to show. Ichijo rushed through the empty streets, scolding himself. There was no time left to waste. Reaching the main district, he stopped. No noise, no monsters, no people. Just total eerie silence. A crackling sound echoed ahead. Ichijo's body stiffened. That familiar dread surged from deep within him. The Minotaur appeared again, massive, armed, and alive. Its presence explained the unnatural silence blanketing the city. Ichijo froze. The beast hadn't noticed him yet. He could still escape if he moved now. Ichijo clenched his fists. He had defeated countless goblins. Was he truly going to run? He activated Analyze. The stats flashed. Level 45. Strength 9. Speed 1 hand. His breath caught instantly. His confidence shattered. The Minotaur's strength was overwhelming. There was no way he could win this. He ran. Concrete exploded behind him. That thing wasn't just strong. It was a different class entirely. The Minotaur gave chase. Massive and relentless. To it, Ichijo was nothing more than prey. The Minotaur unleashed a devastating blow, sending shockwaves through the air and slicing concrete like paper. Its monstrous strike tore through buildings, cutting a straight path of destruction that echoed through the city. Ichijo crashed through rubble, dazed and bloody. The impact had hurled him like a rag doll. Barely conscious, he staggered upright. Escape was his only option. Fighting that thing was suicide now. He limped forward, determined. Now might still be waiting. He had to survive, for her sake. A strange message appeared mid-air. Something called world reversal had begun. Monster power would start returning. Confused and injured, Ichijo ran through shattered halls. World reversal sounded catastrophic, but no time now. The Minotaur landed before him, stronger than ever. The building cracked beneath its forceful arrival. Ichijo's eyes widened. The Minotaur's aura surged. Analyze confirmed the unthinkable. Its level had nearly doubled instantly. Now level 80, it radiated overwhelming might. Ichijo stood frozen, realizing escape might no longer be possible. The Minotaur struck once. Blood splattered across the walls. Ichijo's body dropped, lifeless. His 4th death registered. Ichijo suddenly awoke, gasping in terror. Now stood shocked as he grabbed her, narrowly dodging unseen danger. Everyone stared as Ichijo clung to Now. She blushed in confusion while he scanned the quiet office. Now slapped him across the face, furious. She warned him to leave before anyone else noticed them. Alone again, Ichijo panicked. He realized his mistake had triggered another death. The cycle reset once more. Stats of Minotaurs appeared. Ichijo feared the cause was world reversal, triggered just before he died. Ichijo realized the monster's power increased after noon. The clock confirmed it. Time now affected their strength. He knelt in silence, overwhelmed by fear. The longer he waited, the stronger monsters would become. Knowing survival was impossible, Ichijo ran. He couldn't fight. Escape was now his only realistic option. Inside a taxi, Ichijo ordered to Kanagawa. The driver complied, unaware of the urgency behind it. Ichijo planned to return for Now later. But something ahead startled him. A wild boar appeared suddenly. He saw a level 12 boar appear. His heart sank. Monsters were already entering the city. The taxi swerved sharply to avoid danger. The driver panicked as a violent force shook everything outside. Ichijo leaned forward. The driver pointed ahead, terrified. Something was obstructing the road, something large and unexpected. Two wrecked cars lay destroyed ahead. Ichijo stared, stunned as headlights illuminated the path to something worse. An orc emerged, level 37, towering and armed. Ichijo froze, knowing escape might no longer be possible. Ichijo shouted at the driver. Fear rising, he demanded speed. The taxi jolted forward under pressure. Before escaping, the orc struck violently. The car was smashed aside, metal crunching beneath the beast's strength. Ichijo revived again. At the station, Nao called after him. He realized Kanagawa wasn't far enough. He boarded a crowded train. Determined, he stared ahead. Further, he needed to go much, much further. A tremor shook the carriage. Screams erupted. Ichijo gasped. The entire train was being lifted into the air. A level 70 boss, Gigant, appeared, tearing a train in half. Ichijo watched helplessly as chaos exploded. Revived again. Ichijo gasped. Another failure. The cycle repeated. Death, return, and the same helpless confusion. No place was safe. Every choice led to monsters. Hiding or running, death found him anyway. His resurrection skill revived him endlessly. Each death more painful, a living hell he couldn't escape from. Exhausted, Ichijo returned to work. Now called out, worried. He quietly muttered, "He going home." Ichijo walked the silent corridor alone, his mind racing. One unsettling idea began to form inside. Haunted by endless resets, he considered a drastic alternative. Could this untried path offer real escape? The rooftop wind howled. Alone beneath the city lights, Ichijo weighed an impossible decision in silence. Each breath deepened the pressure. He reached a breaking point, unsure what would come next, freedom or regret. Before he could act, Nao intervened. Her voice broke through the storm of thoughts holding him. Ichijo froze. Nao's sudden appearance overwhelmed him. Her urgency shattered the silence hanging over the roof. Nao collapsed, breathless. Despite her panic, she masked it with excuses. Still, her presence steadied him deeply. They exchanged hesitant words, awkward honesty behind practiced lines. A shared moment formed, fragile yet quietly comforting. Nao smiled with resolve, offering him drink together. Ichijo blinked, caught off guard by her warmth. Ichijo sat alone, heavy with thoughts. Nao burst in, dragging him out to drink tonight. Though beers arrived quickly, Ichijo remained motionless. His eyes vacant, words heavy. He didn't want to drink. Nao's tone shifted. She told him to leave, choosing harshness over silence to confront his despair. To break the tension, she challenged him to a drinking contest. He hesitated but slowly agreed. Nao won easily. Ichijo coughed mid-drink. But for the first time, he showed a faint smile. Nao reflected on their past. The casual talks from school days now felt distant and rare. Ichijo recalled his early failure. Despite laughter, Nao noticed his eyes still carried heavy burdens. She gently pressed him to speak. Her concern wasn't professional, it came from long-standing personal care. Finally, Ichijo opened up. He spoke of monsters and destruction, asking if she'd believe something unbelievable. Nao asked for proof. Ichijo looked at his phone, aware time was ticking toward catastrophe. Ichijo predicted a forum post. Moments later, Nao witnessed the live thread, proof of something terrifying. Shocked, Nao asked if he was psychic. Ichijo explained his time loop, triggered by a skill. He asked her to say status. Confused but curious, she obeyed while taking another A strange screen appeared before her eyes. Panicking, she stumbled backward, unsure if it was real. Ichijo confirmed her vision. Only she could see it. His power to restart was real proof. Nao grasped the weight of Ichijo's burden. Endless resurrection caused his emotional collapse and silent suffering. He revealed this was his 15th time. Nao, stunned, asked about the aftermath and survivor. Ichijo explained, every loop, the town was destroyed by a minotaur before he could stop it. No matter where he hid, the stronger version of the minotaur would find and kill him. Crying, he admitted despair. Loops reset everything, but monsters grew, and he couldn't break the cycle alone. Frustrated and broken, Ichijo shouted. To him, no one could change the nightmare he was in. Drained and hollow, he asked to be left alone. Nao listened silently, hurt but unmoving. Just as Ichijo prepared to leave, she quietly muttered that she still believed in him. Suddenly she slammed the table. Drunk and furious, now demanded he sit. She wasn't finished talking. Ichijo panicked. While he spilled his soul, now intensely emotional, was clearly not sober anymore. Now slammed Ichijo onto the mat. Furious, he gave up again without lifting a single finger. She locked him tightly, demanding why he never attacked the Minotaur before it entered berserk mode. Ichijo confessed the truth. He saw no point. Orcs invaded, monsters ruled, and death always repeated itself. Frustrated by his hopelessness, now attacked with relentless tickles, trying to jolt courage back into his heart. Overwhelmed and flustered, Ichijo shouted enough as he pushed her away, his will beginning to stir again. Ichijo, overwhelmed by despair, shouted his truth. He'd rather die than keep fighting in endless loops. Now trembled, admitting her deepest fear. She didn't want to face this broken world alone anymore. Through quiet tears, now promised she'd always be by his side, no matter the world, timeline, cost. Ichijo, guilt-ridden, confessed letting her die once. She simply told him not to carry that weight. They sat together smiling softly. She needed no miracles, only moments, warmth, and beer shared at peace. Now clung to Ichijo's chest, her voice cracking, begging him not to die before her again. Ichijo remembered his vow to protect her, yet his failures echoed louder than all his deaths combined. Tears erupted from now in full force, scolding him through sobs, refusing to lose him again. They sat in silence afterward. She hid in embarrassment. He offered water, trying to ease tension. Now sniffled, shouted yes, then panicked again, crying about snot and shame, while Ichijo quietly smiled in relief. Ichijo burst into laughter, finally loosening up. Now blushed, annoyed by his sudden shift in mood. Defensive, now claimed she was serious. Ichijo drank calmly, amused by her sharp reactions and sincerity. With new resolve, Ichijo stood. He'd fight the Minotaur, even if death waited. Now volunteered without hesitation. Ichijo admitted he couldn't win yet. He'd die, loop again, but one day, he'd protect her properly. He promised to save her. She smiled through uncertainty, willing to wait, no matter how many times. Alone beneath city lights, Ichijo vowed to change fate. No more hesitation. He'd defeat the Minotaur. Ichijo reviewed his stats after battle. Though alive, his strength wasn't enough to defeat the Minotaur. He headed toward LA Market Street, hoping monsters there were stronger than goblins but still manageable. With resolve firmed, Ichijo stepped into the abandoned shopping arcade, blade ready, determined to gain new levels. Inside, silence loomed until a sudden crash echoed. Something had moved, knocking down a nearby metal bin. The trash cans rolled unnaturally. Ichijo froze, watching as something inside began to shift and quietly rustle. Ichijo prepared to strike. Unsure what lurked inside, he assumed the worst and stayed fully alert. To his shock, a girl emerged from the bin, frightened and trembling, clearly not a monster. She lunged at Ichijo in panic, screaming for help, causing both to stumble backward from sudden contact. Tearfully, she explained she was separated from her sister during an evacuation, and hid to survive. Clinging tightly to Ichijo, she followed closely behind, despite his annoyance at her calling him old. Startled by a crow's cry, she flinched and tightened her grip, frustrating Ichijo mid-combat preparation again. Though concerned for her courage, Ichijo grew anxious. Every second lost delayed his own urgent leveling goal. As she explained her desperation, Ichijo spotted strange vines across the floor and instinctively moved to investigate. His eyes widened. He yelled a warning. Those weren't ordinary vines, but traps from something far more dangerous. He shouted again. If touched, the vines would awaken a deadly plant monster hidden somewhere nearby. Paralyzed with fear, the girl trembled uncontrollably. A misstep triggered the vines, causing her to trip forward. Ichijo rushed in, catching her mid-fall. He asked if she was hurt while gently setting her down. After helping her stand, they spotted a small backpack. She recognized it immediately. It belonged to Mai. Without hesitation, the girl sprinted ahead, shouting her sister's name. Ichijo chased, worried she'd rush into danger. At the alley's end, a crying child faced a monstrous carnivorous plant, her life seconds from ending. Ichijo shielded her instinctively, warning her not to get close to the monster's flailing lethal tentacle range. Mai dangled helplessly above. Ichijo prepared to act fast. Any hesitation would mean she wouldn't survive. He launched forward under swiping vines, evading strikes with sheer instinct, charging in despite overwhelming speed and force. Ichijo's dagger clashed with the monster, but his weapon was too weak, unable to pierce its hide. Panicking, the girl realized they were losing. The plant grew fiercer. At this rate, they'd all die. Screaming with resolve, the girl bolted toward her sister, stunning Ichijo and Mai with reckless bravery. Ignoring all danger, she charged straight at the monster's core, determined to shield Mai at any cost. She reached her sister and embraced her tightly, promising rescue. Ichijo watched, overwhelmed by her selfless courage. As the plant's tendrils closed in, Mai cried for her sister. Ichijo sprinted forward with everything left. With vines whipping all around him, Ichijo leapt, blade in hand, aiming straight for the plant's throat. Ichijo's blade slashed cleanly through the plant's body. It collapsed as he felt power surge. He leveled up. Breathing heavily, Ichijo fell to his knees. The fight was close. He'd survived thanks to sheer luck. The sisters cried in each other's arms, relieved and overwhelmed. Ichijo watched silently, smiling for the first time. Looking at their grateful faces, Ichijo realized saving others wasn't so bad, even if it slowed him down. He humbly brushed off their thanks, until he sensed something sudden. His expression changed. Something new had arrived. Without warning, a deadly strike beheaded the girl. Ichijo froze as her lifeless body crumpled before him. Blood soaked the street. Their final act, shielding each other, left both girls broken and Ichijo stunned silent. Ichijo trembled at the grotesque creature's growl. He stared in horror, asking why, unable to understand her death. A new nightmare loomed above. Man-eater, towering, mutated, and monstrous, far beyond anything Ichijo was prepared to face. The girls hugged tightly, safe for a moment, until a monstrous swipe vaporized one, leaving only horror. Ichijo witnessed the death, heart pounding. A towering beast emerged. No warning, no mercy, only destruction. The creature, a high-level man-eater, overpowered him completely. Ichijo realized escape was his only chance now. Paralyzed by fear, Ichijo watched the monster approach. Behind him, two children sobbed, pleading without words. Trembling, Ichijo gripped his blade. Running felt right, but his body refused. He chose to stand. The man-eater loomed, stretching its limbs wide. Ichijo braced, staring into a mouth full of death. Concrete shattered around him as attacks rained down. Dodging furiously, Ichijo knew one hit meant instant death. His blade slashed clean. Despite its level, the monster's defense was weak. He saw an opportunity. Mid-swing, the goblin dagger snapped. Ichijo froze, shocked. His one weapon failed when victory seemed possible. Leaping forward, he clenched his fist. With nothing left to lose, Ichijo aimed to strike barehanded. With no weapon left, Ichijo launched upward, driving his fist into the creature's core with force. His blow pierced through, sending limbs flying. But the monster endured, its eyes still locked on him. It regenerated instantly. Ichijo's eyes widened in disbelief. The impact struck before he could react or dodge. A devastating blow launched Ichijo across the city. The air cracked behind him as buildings blurred past. Crashing down, bruised and breathless, Ichijo rose alone. The city was scarred, but he was still alive. Bodies lay broken. Survivors wept in silence. Ichijo's thoughts echoed. This cruel, senseless world still devoured everything. But amid despair, memories of smiling girls reminded him. If the world was cruel, he mustn't be. Another monster appeared. Larger, stronger, faster. Ichijo stood again, his fist clenched. There was no time left. Lifting a fuel tanker above his head, Ichijo roared. His goal was clear: destroy the threat completely. The explosion shook the city. Flames rose like judgment. For now the world was quiet again. The flames engulfed the creature. Its final roar shrank into ember. No more regenerating. No more threat. A masked fighter appeared, calm and confident. He knew, plant monsters always fall to fire. Ichijo stood amid smoke and silence. A message appeared. He'd leveled up. The battle had changed him. He visited the girl's grave alone. He wasn't strong enough. Nao's tears haunted him more than monsters. Determined, he unlocked his skill tree. Wolves approached. He clenched his fist. This time, he'd protect everything. With new strength awakened, Ichijo unlocked strength in Livy too. His body surged, faster, tougher, beyond human limit. Now fully resolved, Ichijo swore to change this broken world, with power, pain, and unwavering determination. Ichijo stood on the rooftop scanning the burning city, calmly waiting for the inevitable monster's arrival. A massive creature erupted from below, shaking the streets, its monstrous body smashing through concrete and scattering debris. Without hesitation, Ichijo lunged forward, striking fiercely, his attack tearing into the beast's body, spilling blood everywhere. Breathing hard, Ichijo realized his strength increased. Killing mid-sized monsters had gradually brought him closer to leveling. He examined his stats carefully, noting his improvements, calculating strategies, and preparing to challenge the terrifying Minotaur. Surrounded by attacking insects, Ichijo calculated calmly, realizing quests might be faster for gaining valuable points. He struck with decisive force, crushing another monster, still questioning why quests demanded defeating only the Minotaur. Scanning the ruined city, Ichijo realized no other monsters remained stronger than him, except the Minotaur. Walking among corpses, Ichijo pondered carefully, considering if undiscovered skills could aid his preparation against overwhelming strength. Unlocking Magic Circuit, Ichijo felt hopeful, believing this new skill might grant him unexpected survival advantages. Ichijo unlocked magic, confirming new potential. He believed reaching level 30 would defeat the Minotaur. Determined, he clenched his fist and ran, convinced just 5 more levels stood between him and victory. Fighting fiercely, he endured countless battles, deaths mounting, each revival strengthening resolve. Still, he pressed forward without hesitation. Through endless deaths, Ichijo gained strength, trophies, and purpose, determination to defeat the Minotaur and protect Na. Finally, reaching level 30 after 24 deaths, Ichijo returned, prepared to confront destiny and face inevitable battle. Back in the office, Ichijo endured playful scolding, his determination unshaken despite Nao's teasing grip. Nao questioned his sudden strength, and Ichijo admitted her words inspired him, fueling his relentless willpower forward. He expressed gratitude sincerely, holding her hand, promising a revelation after the chaos finally reached its conclusion. Nao pleaded for safety, asking him to stay inside. Ichijo refused, determined to face destiny outside. Stepping into the empty streets, Ichijo prepared silently, calculating his next move against the looming Minotaur. Ichijo checked his stats, confident his magic was sufficient, preparing fists as his primary chosen weapon. Determined, he loosened his tie, declaring all efforts complete. Only confronting the boss remained unfinished business. Walking familiar streets, Ichijo recognized unchanged surroundings, memories returning, everything repeating exactly as during his first encounter. He reached the starting point, where destiny shifted before, and once again the quest activated. The system declared his challenge: defeat the Minotaur. Ichijo stood firm, ready to settle everything decisively. The Minotaur emerged towering and ferocious, casting a shadow as Ichijo clenched his fists, unshaken. Though trembling, Ichijo confronted fear directly, vowing to repay the Minotaur for past humiliating defeats. The Minotaur's swing tore through concrete, shaking the ground, its strength overwhelming yet predictably brutish in motion. Dust erupted, debris scattered, but Ichijo's trained eyes locked firmly onto the monster's reckless attacking rhythm. Dodging swiftly, Ichijo struck back, declaring confidently he had already learned the Minotaur's attack patterns completely. Ichijo's fist connected powerfully with the Minotaur's jaw, blood spraying as the beast staggered backward violently. With burning determination, Ichijo roared defiantly, challenging the beast, unleashing his fury against the Minotaur. Both combatants clashed ferociously, rubble flying as Ichijo leapt forward, fists blazing, meeting the Minotaur's devastating strike. Nao stared outside as thunderous booms shook the city, buildings trembling, signaling something unnatural was coming. Her thoughts returned to Ichijo's warning, dread tightening her chest, fearing he was already facing danger alone. Meanwhile, Ichijo confronted the monstrous Minotaur, its massive strength hurling cars and debris, threatening destruction across the city. He analyzed the beast's movements, dodging strikes, yet fatigue slowed him, realizing his knowledge alone wasn't enough. The Minotaur's swing connected partially, sending Ichijo crashing into concrete walls, pain surging as battle's true danger unfolded. Ichijo compared stats. The Minotaur's strength far outmatched his endurance. One direct strike meant death. Cornered and exhausted, Ichijo faced the descending monster, realizing survival depended on risking everything immediately. Activating Dash, lightning surged through him, body reinforced for 60 seconds, granting unmatched speed against death. His enhanced strike connected, launching the Minotaur backward, shattering walls, forcing blood to spill from its body. Despite recoil straining muscles, Ishijo recognized progress. The beast staggered, injured, proving his desperate gamble was working. Ishijo steadied himself, conserving energy, planning each efficient movement carefully before launching with explosive precision. His charge strike pierced the Minotaur's chest, shattering concrete walls, driving the beast backward with thunderous impact. Now faster than the Minotaur, Ishijo realized Dash's overwhelming power, his magic circuit enhancing speed greatly, limited to 60 seconds. Urgency pressed him. He must finish this monster before his advantage vanished. The Minotaur was violently slammed into steel beams, trapped within the wreckage as Ishijo pressed harder. Ishijo struck relentlessly, but frustration grew. Despite his speed, the Minotaur refused to collapse. Time dwindled. In desperation, he recalled another option, realizing a different tactic could shift the battle's entire momentum. Their clash broke through concrete walls, Ishijo's blows forcing the beast back, though its resilience shocked him. The Minotaur roared defiantly, but Ishijo pressed harder, determined to end this before exhaustion consumed him. Gathering everything into one strike, Ishijo charged, lightning surging, declaring the final decisive blow would finish it. Ishijo unleashed his ultimate strike, lightning erupting downward, shattering rubble everywhere, believing the battle was finally won. But the Minotaur stirred, body twitching amid wreckage, rising again, forcing Ishijo to prepare another desperate clash. Ishijo staggered forward, body trembling, as the colossal Minotaur collapsed. Silence swallowed the ruined battlefield whole. Breathing ragged, he collapsed backward, exhaustion overwhelming every limb, yet relief filled his face. The nightmare was over. Stars shimmered above while Ishijo whispered plans to return, his body sinking into uneasy rest, something strange stirring. Confusion grew, no quest notification appeared. The Minotaur's corpse twitched violently, its body rupturing with horrifying, unnatural movements. Cracking echoed across rubble. Ishijo's wide eyes froze, dread rising as the beast's monstrous form began resurrecting. The Minotaur's wounds sealed with terrifying force. Ishijo's eyes widened, realizing victory had slipped away instantly. Lightning and rubble exploded outward as the Minotaur roared, its power surging uncontrollably, shaking the collapsing battlefield. Citizens across the city trembled, hearing the monstrous scream echo above buildings, confusion spreading through crowded streets. A violent shockwave shattered the plaza, scattering debris everywhere, sending civilians fleeing in panic from the devastation. Through the rubble, Ishijo emerged battered but alive, onlookers stunned as they realized a person had fallen. Crowds panicked around the crater. A girl rushed forward, calling for help, misunderstanding the terrifying situation. Ishijo lay crushed beneath rubble, vision fading, questioning survival as blood streamed, unable to move his body. Struggling, Ishijo warned her to run, realizing his paralysis was caused by the Minotaur's overwhelming destructive roar. Spectators gathered above, confused and ignorant, recording the chaos with phones, mistaking danger for entertainment or spectacle. The monstrous Minotaur erupted into the streets, horrifying citizens who finally realized the nightmare was undeniably real. The Minotaur seized the girl, raising her helplessly. Fear and despair filled her trembling, desperate eyes. Crowds screamed as the beast rampaged further, its power unmatched, civilians scattering, overwhelmed by unstoppable destruction everywhere. Authorities arrived, shouting commands and opening fire, but Ishijo realized human weapons meant nothing against the monster. The Minotaur crushed soldiers and civilians alike, roaring triumphantly. Ishijo admitted his strength was utterly insufficient now. Memories surged, failures in love, work and life. Ishijo cursed himself, powerless to protect or save anyone. The Minotaur advanced relentlessly. Ishijo lay pinned, powerless, staring at certain death, drawing closer. Its fangs gnashed as Ishijo braced for the end, until a sudden voice cut through. Naz stood defiant, clutching a weapon, shouting boldly at the towering beast, drawing its attention completely. Ishijo's heart pounded. Na's presence shocked him, fear mixed with desperation as he called her name. Na brandished her weapon, trembling but determined. Ishijo shouted in anguish, begging her to escape. Na stood firm, weapon raised, shouting defiantly while Ishijo begged her to escape and survive. Tears burned Na's eyes as she declared her duty to protect subordinates, even if it cost everything. Facing the Minotaur directly, Na risked everything. Ishijo, trembling, realized she would surely die alone. Summoning every ounce of strength, Ishijo's fury ignited. He refused to let Na perish before him. With final seconds energy, Ishijo launched forward, body blazing with power, ready for their ultimate battle. Ichijo's body trembled violently, lightning crackling around him, yet his determination remained unbroken. He refused surrender. The monster lunged toward now, but Ichijo's skill timer dwindled, leaving him precious moments to act. With fading strength, Ichijo launched himself forward, every ounce of power concentrated into one desperate strike. Now watched in shock, helpless, as Ichijo closed the distance, sprinting within seconds of imminent collapse. The crowd witnessed his reckless charge. Their breaths held, while Ichijo's deadly gamble targeted the monster. The Minotaur's massive hand reached toward now, while Ichijo's terrified eyes widened, realizing immediate danger. Wounded and desperate, Ichijo swore to protect Nao someday, vowing never to let her suffer again. Nao smiled softly, her words carrying hope, entrusting her safety to Ichijo's unwavering determination and promise. An enormous battle axe appeared before him, and with fierce resolve, Ichijo reached out, seizing strength. With unstoppable force, Ichijo leapt forward wielding the axe, charging at the Minotaur in fearless defiance. Ichijo's body accelerated unnaturally, sprint skill active, every fraction of a second critical for survival. The Minotaur roared violently, yet Ichijo closed in, axe raised, sprint's final moments slipping away. Steel cleaved flesh, lightning surged, the Minotaur's chest split open, its monstrous scream echoing through shattered streets. Ichijo's strike followed through, the ground exploding beneath him, force driving deeper, ensuring the beast's defeat. Breathing heavily, Ichijo steadied his grip, watching the Minotaur's body dissolve into shadows across the rubble. The crowd gasped as the Minotaur's body collapsed, black energy dispersing violently into the broken streets. Now ran toward the battlefield, heart racing, staring at the destruction. Desperate to confirm Ichijo's safety, survivors watched in disbelief, whispering nervously, finally realizing Ichijo alone had defeated the monstrous creature before them. A system message appeared above him, announcing quest completion, rewards granted, and new strength flowing through veins. The world cheered as Ichijo leveled up, his body battered, yet his spirit burning stronger than ever. Exhausted and bloodied, Ichijo whispered relief, convinced the terrifying battle had truly ended this time. Nao called his name with trembling voice, rushing forward, her worried eyes fixed on Ichijo's weakened figure. Ichijo smiled faintly, relieved beyond words, expressing gratitude that Nao had survived the chaos unharmed beside him. Nao embraced him tightly, tears falling, scolding his recklessness, yet thankful he still stood alive today. Under the moonlight, Ichijo invited Nao for drinks, vowing to finally explain everything about his journey. The system granted new powers, inventory and scenario, marking the end of one battle and another beginning. Monsters overwhelmed cities, governments crumbled. Two survivors hid, breathing hard. Their low levels couldn't ensure survival anymore. In desperation, they discussed rumors. A lone warrior appeared during chaos, stronger than anyone they had seen. The mysterious fighter, armed with a massive axe, had slain the Minotaur and vanished into the city. Later, in a quiet hospital, Ichijo lay recovering, while Nao beside him offering an apple. The apples are rare now. Ichijo declined, valuing her comfort over food in a broken world. Ichijo quietly thanked Nao. His body ached. He had been unconscious for 2 days after fighting. Protected by the JSDF, the hospital became a shelter. Outside, the world had nearly lost structure. Curious, Ichijo asked about Nao's level, but turned out, Nao fell asleep. Nao tried to stay awake, but exhaustion overcame her. Ichijo watched silently as she finally rested. As she slept beside him, Ichijo thought carefully. His next challenge was already beginning to take shape. Ichijo examined the system screen. The world's inversion rate was slowing, proof his victory had real impact. He realized monsters grew stronger nightly. Without someone to stop them, humanity would face certain extinction. Ichijo didn't seek heroism. He only wished to protect Nao. That simple purpose gave him strength. Nao stirred awake, confused, then leaned against him unconsciously. Ichijo froze, unsure what emotion came first. Caught off guard, Ichijo panicked. Was this affection or sleep-talking? He could only silently endure it. Nao murmured in her sleep. Ichijo blushed, realizing she wasn't fully awake. Her warmth surprised him. Though embarrassed, Ichijo stayed still. Her scent calmed him. For now, rest was more important than panic. He opened his status screen. His level and stats had jumped significantly after defeating the Minotaur. New options appeared, inventory and scenario functions were unlocked. Bonuses clearly tied to killing the boss monster. He tested inventory. It behaved like a game, capable of storing items. The rules of reality were shifting. Ichijo added his smartphone into inventory. It stayed in hand. Confused, he attempted to delete it. The scenario function showed no available options. Frustrated, he decided to ignore it, at least for now. With 58 points saved, Ichijo finally chose to spend them and expand his skills for survival. He noticed his mana stat seemed lower than expected. Sprint skill revealed why. Mana was consumed per use. Realizing the limitation, Ichijo prioritized mana recovery skills. Without regen, he'd be vulnerable during crucial moments later. Ichijo unlocked 4 skills: mana recovery, auto heal, physical boost, and 6 each served critical functions. With auto recovery activated, his pain faded. For the first time, he genuinely felt his body healing. Physical enhancement level 3 gave massive boosts. Strength, endurance, and speed surged, enough to face stronger enemies confidently. The most costly skill sharpened instinct beyond logic. In danger, it might decide life or death instantly. With 2 points left, Ichijo chose mana. It would increase Sprint's power. Every drop mattered in battle. Though he invested 2 points in mana, Ichijo received. His build shifted toward physical combat. Just as he settled to rest, Nao awoke. Their close proximity startled them both immediately. Embarrassed, Nao realized their position. Ichijo tried to explain, but confusion only deepened between the two. Ichijo fumbled for words, blaming her half-asleep state. Nao questioned why she hadn't moved sooner. Blushing, Nao hesitated, then challenged him. "What if I don't want to move?" Ichijo froze, speech. Nao leaned closer, her worried eyes locked onto Ichijo, who remained weak, uncertain of her sudden approach. Before the silence deepened, the door burst open and Lieutenant Karube entered, announcing urgent military concerns. His stern gaze fell upon them, misunderstanding the situation, while Nao froze awkwardly, unable to explain immediately. Ichijo panicked, shouting desperately for clarification, while Nao blushed, trying to correct Karube's mistaken assumption immediately. Karube, regaining composure, introduced himself again, explaining the JSDF's cooperation with civilians to protect against monsters. Ichijo listened carefully as Nao revealed her role, surprised she had been fighting alongside soldiers. The lieutenant praised Ichijo's victory over the Minotaur, stressing the countless lives his courage had already saved. Karube leaned forward, stating their urgent request, but before Ichijo could answer, another soldier suddenly entered. A tall, confident soldier appeared, bluntly questioning Ichijo's identity, unimpressed by rumors surrounding his earlier actions. Skepticism grew among soldiers. Whispers spread about Ichijo's low level, doubting his strength despite previous accomplishments. Minakono mocked Ichijo's weakened state, dismissing him as useless, while Nao's expression hardened in silent anger. Minakono's attention shifted suddenly, shocked by Nao's beauty, loudly declaring his attraction without hesitation, startling everyone nearby. Ignoring the tension, Minakono pressed further, asking invasive questions, while Nao avoided him, visibly uncomfortable and cold. His arrogance escalated, boldly claiming he would make Nao his, leaving her stunned and furious at once. Minakono belittled Ichijo again, mocking his victory as luck, insisting monsters had grown too strong now. Minakono boasted loudly about his level, arrogantly proposing a future with Nao, ignoring her resistance completely. Ichijo intervened quickly, grabbing Minakono's arm tightly, calmly requesting he leave since Nao clearly felt uncomfortable. Ichijo smiled politely, suggesting Minakono return another time, though tension rose as the soldier's pride wavered. Minakono erupted with fury, trying to overpower Ichijo, but his wrist was effortlessly restrained with unyielding strength. Shock filled the room as Minakono screamed in pain, realizing Ichijo's frightening strength far exceeded his level. Minakono panicked, terrified by Ichijo's abnormal stats, realizing the impossible strength hidden within his level 9. Ichijo restrained himself, apologizing as Minakono collapsed, insisting he only meant to issue a simple warning. Karube apologized for the incident, while Ichijo calmly redirected the conversation, asking about their original request. Karube revealed urgent news. A powerful boss monster threatened the hospital, endangering everyone if left unchecked. Nao quietly objected, thinking the demand unfair, while Ichijo remained composed, silently expecting such a difficult request. Nao reminded them of Ichijo's countless desperate battles, questioning if forcing him again was truly fair. Karube bowed deeply, pleading earnestly for Ichijo's aid, acknowledging his unusual power despite his low level. Despite Nao's protests, Ichijo accepted calmly, asking Karube to rise, determined to shoulder the dangerous responsibility. Left alone, Ichigo reflected quietly, acknowledging only he could eliminate boss monsters threatening humanity's fragile survival. Now sympathized, recalling Ichigo's repeated deaths in despairing loops, each sacrifice leading to his final victory. Now cried out, furious that Ichigo was forced to fight again before even recovering from exhaustion. Ichigo admitted he once gave up, but Nao's unwavering presence pushed him back into battle. He recalled how Nao reminded him he wasn't alone, granting him courage to continue fighting monsters. Determined, Ichigo vowed to fight for those he cherished, reassuring Nao not to worry anymore. Inspired, Nao declared she would stand by his side, vowing to fight the boss together. Nao admitted she might slow Ichigo down, but insisted she still wished to fight beside him. She declared passionately it was wrong for him to face the boss alone, demanding shared burden. Smiling with determination, Nao begged Ichigo to bring her, insisting she would fight alongside him. Suddenly, a new scenario activated, binding Nao to Ichigo, unlocking a shared path against boss. The system offered Ichigo a choice: accept Nao's scenario, risking her fate intertwined with his. Ichigo froze in shock as a strange system window appeared, asking him to commence Nao's scenario. Nao looked worried, demanding answers, while Ichigo explained the sudden scenario activation that strangely targeted her. They sat in tense silence, analyzing the possibility that her desire to help had triggered everything. Nao insisted on acceptance, explaining revival powers, though Ichigo warned her of the torment within immortality. Determined, Nao declared her decision unshakable, while Ichigo sighed, realizing her resolve would not break anymore. Ichigo resolved silently, determined to protect Nao from experiencing the endless torture of repeated painful deaths. The system merm acceptance, Nao's scenario activated, binding them together, tasking them to defeat a terrifying boss. Planning carefully, Ichigo suggested sharing status and abilities, ensuring complete teamwork. Nao nodded seriously, agreeing without hesitation. Nao praised Ichigo's impressive skills, then prepared to reveal her own stats, though he hesitated awkwardly. Using analysis skill, Ichigo read Nao's stats directly, startling her, causing an angry protest over privacy invasion. Nao scolded him, embarrassed that status screens exposed her breast size, insisting such information was highly personal. She warned him about gaining attention, mentioning his growing reputation, while Ichigo reacted confused by unfamiliar nickname. Nao revealed footage of Ichigo defeating the Minotaur, showing social media branded him the bull guy. Flustered, Ichigo disliked the embarrassing name, while Nao teased warmly, assuring him it sounded admirable instead. When asked about skills, Nao explained calmly, revealing physical enhancement, mana circuit, and elementary magic abilities. Nao nervously admitted her interest in magic, surprising Ichigo, who teased lightly about her chosen path. She explained the strain: magic overheated her body, exhausting her like sprinting, leaving her dangerously fatigued. Together they clarified differences between mana and stamina usage, agreeing on tactics. Ichigo leads, Nao support. Ichigo reassured her, grateful for auto-recovery's healing, promising readiness tomorrow, while Nao urged him to rest. With a gentle smile, Nao bid him good night, leaving Ichigo quietly reflecting on their new bond. Ichigo wished her good night, unaware the darkened world outside continued twisting toward dangerous destruction. The system revealed the inversion rate climbing steadily, signaling reality's collapse, while barricades guarded the hospital entrance. Nao, restless, wandered outside for air, her thoughts heavy, yet exhaustion slowly weighed down her spirit. Karube noticed her alone, warning firmly about dangers outside, stressing she should never wander without protection. Walking together, Karube asked about Ichigo's recovery, while Nao admitted his habit of neglecting personal safety. Karube teased Nao about loving Ichigo, leaving her flustered, denying while admitting their long friendship. Embarrassed, she whispered sadly that Ichigo didn't see her romantically, convinced his thoughts were elsewhere. Suddenly a violent disturbance erupted outside, scattering barricades and filling the night with unsettling crashing sounds. Alarmed, Nao rushed to investigate, her eyes widening as tension built under the moonlit sky. Meanwhile, Ichigo reflected silently, vowing to defeat the boss, strengthened by Nao's unwavering presence beside him. Ichigo felt relief knowing Nao would fight beside him, no longer burdened by complete isolation. Suddenly the system announced Nao's death, activating return from Tartarus, shocking Ichigo with terrifying implication. Darkness overwhelmed him as confusion struck, Nao's death confirmed, yet no explanation of what truly occurred. Struggling to breathe, Ichigo collapsed, his consciousness fading, haunted by desperate questions about Nao's fate. Iko woke in a hospital bed, confused and shaken, memories of death flashing behind his eyes. He remembered Nao's confirmed death, and the sudden activation of his return from death skill, return from Tartarus. Confused by the altered checkpoint, Iko wondered if defeating the Minotaur had shifted time's reset point. Grief overwhelmed him. He'd sworn to protect Nao, yet she had still died regardless. Nao entered. Alive. Shocked, Iko embraced her, unable to grasp how she lived despite confirmed death. Nao explained she stepped out for fresh air, chatted with Karube, then monsters suddenly attacked her. Iko asked for details, hoping to identify the threat. Nao couldn't recall exactly what it was. Nao described the creature vaguely, a towering black beast, but everything happened too fast to remember clearly. Nao admitted her death triggered the return. Iko realized another monster attack might happen again tonight. Iko comforted her gently, saying the reset point would shift. Her actions didn't change his respect. Iko wondered why the checkpoint changed. Bound by fate, both lives triggered the return mechanism automatically. Doubt weighed on him, resetting weakened his progress. Could he protect Nao if it happened again? He stopped making excuses. His vow to protect her must stand, no matter how difficult recovery was. With the night approaching, Iko dressed to move. He planned to walk and test his strength. Iko wandered through unfamiliar halls. Lost in thought, he realized even the elevator was now unusable. Iko wandered deeper, aware time was short. He decided to memorize escape routes before nightfall. Suddenly, alarms blared across the hallway. People peeked out, startled. Iko's heart dropped. Something was wrong. A panicked man appeared, breathless, shouting the horrifying truth. Monsters had already breached the hospital walls. He demanded details. The man explained. Black wolves ambushed them near the front lobby without warning. Iko realized the early attack was linked to his earlier warning. His actions may have altered fate. Soldiers held the barricade with everything they had. Iko rushed, knowing time was nearly gone. Black wolves slammed into the defenses. Karube shouted for strength, but panic already spread among the line. The barricade collapsed violently. Chaos erupted as monstrous wolves leapt past the wreckage, attacking without hesitation. Karube was overwhelmed, pinned and silenced as the beast crushed his weapon and throat alike. He fought back fiercely, smashing one beast aside. Alone, bloodied, he stood ready to face more. Karube rallied his men, shouting commands through blood and fear. He believed they could still fight. Despite his efforts, the wolves overwhelmed them. Screams echoed as soldiers were torn apart mercilessly inside. Karube watched comrades fall. Helpless, paralyzed, he realized nearly everyone was already dead or dying. Even knowing survival was impossible, Karube stood his ground. He'd rather die than abandon his post. Bloodied but unbroken, Karube charged forward, determined to buy enough time for others to escape safely. As the black wolf lunged, Iko arrived in time, kicking with overwhelming force to intercept. His kick crushed through the monstrous wolf's body. The beast twisted violently, torn apart mid. Facing Karube, Iko apologized calmly for the delay and took charge of the battlefield immediately. Karube stared in disbelief. Iko had taken down a black wolf with one effortless strike. Suddenly, the boss of the wolves appeared. Ikocho stepped forward, unfazed, ready to challenge its power. Ikocho faced the monstrous threat without fear, calling it a warm-up as shadows coiled around him. The boss, a towering three-headed Cerberus, approached. Ikocho, fully powered, prepared to unleash everything next. Nao ran through the quiet hallway, heart racing, until she found soldiers gathered around Karube, badly wounded. Ignoring warnings, Nao rushed forward. Ichijo was still fighting. No one else could stop the monster now. Ichijo faced Cerberus alone. Its three heads lunged wildly. He dodged midair, barely avoiding the razor-sharp fangs. The beast slammed down again. Ichijo countered, striking fast. Sparks flew as claws and fists collided fiercely. The soldiers watched, terrified. Ichijo's attacks weren't working. Cerberus surged forward. He had seconds before being overwhelmed. Cerberus charged, smashing through walls. The soldiers screamed and scattered, powerless to stop the advancing monster. Everyone panicked. They believed Ichijo was finished. Nao stared in shock as fear spread across faces. But Ichijo stood, calmly lifting one hand. He caught Cerberus's massive jaw, stopping the attack completely. Ichijo analyzed calmly. His endurance was perfect. Now he prepared to unleash his full strength stat. Cerberus prepared another strike. Ichijo faced it directly, still composed. Something new was forming in his mind. Ichijo glared coldly. He recognized the beast. In a previous timeline, it had killed now mercilessly. Fueled by rage and memory, Ichijo lunged from above. This time, the monster would not escape justice. His punch connected with devastating force. Cerberus's head snapped back. Blood and shock exploded from the impact. Cerberus lay crushed. Silence filled the air. Soldiers stared in disbelief. Ichijo had ended the impossible threat. Hope returned. Now, and the troops pleaded. Ichijo stood silent, ready to fight the monsters remaining. Now noticed his bleeding hand. Ichijo stood silent, staring into the mist. Something wasn't over yet. Facing another pack, Ichijo smirked weakly. His injuries were worse than expected, but he wouldn't stop. The wolves growled louder. Debris cracked under their feet. Now and the others watched with rising fear. Ichijo realized something chilling. The monster he killed wasn't the boss. That pressure came from another. High above the buildings, a new shadow loomed. It was watching. The true threat had arrived. Above the city, under the full moon, the boss monster revealed itself. Larger, darker, terrifyingly still. Ichijo's breath faltered. He was too wounded to win. One wrong move and it'd all end. Suddenly the monsters stopped howling and retreated. Soldiers were confused. Ichijo realized they weren't fleeing in fear. He clenched his teeth. The monsters weren't scared. The howl had been a tactical signal to regroup. 7 soldiers had died. The survivors were weak. Ichijo knew if he stalled, everyone else would perish. Ichijo analyzed calmly. The monsters weren't scaling in power too drastically. Suddenly now apologized, feeling useless. They examined a fallen beast. It wasn't the boss. The enemy pattern still followed predictable cycles. Now worried about Ichijo's body, he assured her of auto-recovery, but fists wouldn't be enough anymore. Ichijo noticed a hooded man carving up a corpse. Puzzled, he wondered what the stranger was doing. Now explained the man had a dismembering skill, harvesting materials. Ichijo realized weapons could be crafted here. Now warned him, but Ichijo approached. He confirmed the figure's name. She flinched, startled by his presence. The hooded figure removed her hood. A young girl, surprised, she admitted he scared her badly. Ichijo froze. She looked like a child. She recognized him as Bull Guy and grew flustered. Ichijo asked if she could forge weapons. She couldn't. Despite effort, she'd gained no crafting skills. As they walked away, she pointed to a weapon. Ichijo hesitated. It didn't feel like his. Ichijo remembered the Minotaur's axe. Its power could rival the boss, if it was retrieved. Kakashiwaba confirmed weapons had stats. She offered to share the axe's info, and possibly its location. Ichijo asked Kashiwaba if the Minotaur's axe had stats. She confirmed appraisal reveals weapon data. He compared it to the JSDF handgun's pawns to attack, eager to learn the axe's strength. Kakashiwaba used appraisal. Despite its low level, it revealed attack 0.75 strength required. Over Ichijo realized his strength was in 65. He could wield the axe. Its power impressed him deeply. He thanked her, then asked for future help, only to learn Kashiwaba didn't have appraisal herself. Kashiwaba admitted she overheard the axe stats from someone in JSDF who had already died. She promised to learn support skills. Ichijo encouraged her, knowing crafting skills were rare among survivors. Ichijo realized her support could boost his combat strength significantly if she learned to forge and enhance. Just then, Ichijo noticed Nao standing nearby, watching jealously. He sensed something off in her mood. Nao accused him of flirting. Flustered, he changed topic. He needed to retrieve the axe immediately. Nao misunderstood his intentions. Wanting to grow stronger too, she insisted on joining the mission, reminding him of their promise. Nao refused to be left behind again. He finally understood. Frustrated, she walked off. Ichijo gave in. He agreed to let her accompany him after all. Walking through ruined streets, Ichijo recalled how fast society collapsed. 3 days after monsters appeared, everything ended. Sensing danger, Ichijo recognized damage patterns. A wild boar-type monster had passed. He told Nao to hide. Ichijo stopped Nao from entering the store. She didn't realize this street held stronger monsters than her level. Nao explained her pistol helped focus magic. Proud but reckless, she pointed it playfully at Ichijo. She doubted the axe's location, but Ichijo explained no one else could lift it, so it remained. Reaching the site, the massive axe still lay embedded in rubble, untouched and radiating raw power. However, high above, giant birds circled. Ichijo noticed too late they were nesting directly above the weapon. Ichijo identified them as rock birds, flying enemies with tough skin and immobilizing spit. He preferred avoiding combat. He asked Nao to hide while he retrieved the axe, believing she couldn't survive a fight. Ichijo sprinted forward with determination, aiming to grab the axe quickly before the monsters could react. He approached the axe just in time, but the rock birds had already noticed his presence above. Suddenly his body froze. The ground was coated in sticky fluid from the bird. He couldn't move. Ichijo panicked. The sticky substance fully trapped his legs. He was immobilized and exposed to incoming threats. Realizing the ground was pre-coated, Ichijo understood too late. He'd walked directly into the rock bird's trap. As birds dove toward him, Nao shouted from behind, warning him just in time to dodge. Charging forward, Nao aimed her pistol. She cast elementary magic, defying expectations, determined not to be underestimated. From her pistol, a brilliant shock arrow burst forth, striking toward the rock birds with explosive force. Nao's shock arrow struck true, burning through one rock bird. Ichijo watched, stunned by her strength, proudly holding her gun. Nao grinned. She demanded Ichijo's opinion after proving she could fight. Laughing, Ichijo admitted defeat. He left aerial threats to her while he focused on the ground. With Nao holding off attackers, Ichijo finally approached the axe. Its power pulsed, waiting to awake. Gripping the massive weapon, he dashed forward. The bird's endurance was high, but so was his resolve. With a mighty swing, Ichijo crushed the enemy. The axe's weight and power thrilled him completely. He stood with confidence, towering over the axe. The Minotaur's weapon now felt like an extension. They formed a strategy. Ichijo weakened the birds, Nao landed the finishing blows to gain experience. Just as victory felt certain, ominous tremors shook the city. Something enormous was approaching, abnormal and dangerous. The monster leaped through the wreckage, forcing Ichijo to defend with only a steel pipe. After the fight, Nao confirmed her level increase, and they questioned if the threat was over. They realized rapid leveling came from fighting stronger monsters, though attacks kept happening without clear reason. Ichijo recalled earning the Wolf Slayer title, unintentionally drawing more wolves while gaining experience even faster. Nao collapsed from exhaustion, and Ichijo gently supported her, suggesting they rest before the next battle. During a short break, Nao praised the axe's strength while Ichijo reflected on its terrifying power. Ichijo spun the axe confidently, but worried it'd be lost if he died and returned again. Excited, Ichijo tried registering the axe to his inventory, hoping it would stay through future deaths. Nao insisted she was fine, hiding her exhaustion, eager to keep moving despite heavy breathing and strain. Hearing distant screams, they spotted someone under attack and decided to help despite the mounting danger. Ichijo warned against rushing in recklessly, and together they advanced cautiously toward the source of screams. Under the quiet night sky, they searched nearby alleys where Ichijo thought he had heard shouting. Unexpectedly, a man attacked them, but Ichijo easily disarmed him before realizing he wasn't a monster. Panicked, the man shoved past them, screaming about escape, leaving Ichijo and Nao confused and alert. They questioned if the screams came from him, but Nao spotted something ahead and pointed in shock. Ichijo and Nao stopped as loud stomping echoed from the shadows, something massive approaching fast. From the dark alley emerged countless monsters, goblins, beasts, wasps, and 2 giant centipedes crawling overhead. The horde swelled in size, their monstrous forms piling over each other in a wild frenzy. Ichijo shouted to Nao to escape, but she froze, overwhelmed by the sheer number of enemies. Nao collapsed, legs trembling from exhaustion and fear, unable to move as Ichijo shouted her name. The monstrous swarm stormed through the alley as Ichijo rushed toward Nao, panic tightening his chest. Without hesitation, Ichijo lifted Nao into his arms and ran, adrenaline driving his full desperate sprint. Behind them, the monsters clashed and roared, their overwhelming numbers crashing through everything in blind pursuit. A sudden burst scattered them. Nao slipped from Ichijo's grasp, dragged backward as he reached toward her. Nao screamed as a beast mauled her side, blood splattering while Ichijo's eyes widened in horror. Activating his skill, Ichijo sprinted with lightning speed, tearing through the horde to reach Nao. He lunged toward her with everything he had, fingers just inches away as chaos erupted around. But before he could reach her, a giant insect skewered Nao midair, blood spilling violently. Ichijo fell to his knees, stunned, helpless as her lifeless body collapsed beneath snarling monsters. System confirmed her death. The scenario triggered. His unique skill returned from Tartarus began to activate. Ichijo's eyes snapped open, his breath caught, as the world reset and memory surged back. He rushed from his bed, heart racing, calling out Nao's name, haunted by the last moment. Arriving at Ward 703, he hesitated, dread growing with every step toward her hospital room. Hearing her voice, he reached for the door, but her sudden scream stopped him cold. Nao begged to be left alone, her mind broken, soul shattered by everything she remembered. Nao freezes as monstrous screams echo. She witnesses innocent victims crushed, unable to stop the overwhelming slaughter. While soldiers form a defensive line, Nao collapses mentally, trapped in terror, unable to process the chaos. She realizes the moment is repeating. Time rewinds just before Icho awakens, memories flooding back with clarity. Nao confirms her death triggered a reset. Swarmed again, she prepares fight before tragedy repeats itself, but trauma overwhelms her resolve. Screams pierce the battlefield as soldiers rush to evacuate her from danger. Nao curls up in the hospital bed, trembling as soldiers and survivors pass. Her mind remains completely paralyzed. Her body shakes uncontrollably, blood-soaked visions replay in her head, crushing any will to resist fear. Monsters close in again within her mind, echoing screams as she drowns deeper into traumatic hallucinations alone. In another room, Icho wakes up in panic, horrified that Nao has died once again under attack. Gripping his blanket tightly, Icho questions himself, wondering if he lacks the strength to protect her again. Icho receives a visit from Karube, a JSDF officer, who warns of the incoming night attack. Karube questions Icho about strange phenomena linked to his powers. Something unexplainable just appeared beside his bed. Icho confirms the axe is linked to his ability. Registered items return before each resurrection begins. Determined, Icho prepares to act. He knows his mission and refuses to abandon hope for now. Karube issues a final warning. Black wolves will strike tonight. Avoid the entrance lobby at all costs. Icho gently knocks before entering Nao's room, unsure of her state after everything she has endured. Inside, Nao sits silently against the wall, trembling beneath a blanket, startled by Icho's unexpected presence. Icho expresses deep regret for failing her. Nao, still shaken, quietly asks him not to apologize. Nao blames herself for acting tough. She admits her arrogance nearly cost both their lives during battle. Though she praises Icho's courage, Nao confesses she's too traumatized. Monsters trigger vivid flashbacks of painful death. Icho watches her silently, realizing how broken she's become. He knows exactly what must be done now. Gently embracing Nao, Icho promises to take her burden. He will face the monsters alone now. Nao hears Icho's vow to protect her life. This time, he won't let her die again. A shared skill activates, together with you, requiring both hearts united to defeat the boss and escape the loop. As Icho quietly exits, Nao curls deeper into the corner, her body still trembling beneath the blanket. Icho walks forward with resolve. This has always been his path, to fight so Nao doesn't suffer. A terrifying black wolf boss appears, causing panic. Its presence forced the others into a wild stampede. Spotting civilians in danger, Icho shouts a warning, urging everyone to evacuate before monsters flood the hospital. Instead of listening, Makapoto mock him, accusing him of lies, even as Icho calmly warns of their approaching death. Makapoto confronts Icho aggressively, unaware the black wolves are already inside, hidden behind steel, ready to strike. Makapoto grabs Icho in anger, unaware that a black wolf boss has already appeared behind him. Before Icho responds, the beast lunges past him and strikes. Makapoto is left screaming in terror. Icho walks away calmly as Makapoto collapses behind him, his warning now proven far too late. With deadly resolve, Icho stares down the chaos, commanding survivors to flee if they value life. From afar, Karube and soldiers watch in awe. Icho's strength defies logic, the only one slaying bosses. Icho tears through the wolves like a storm, his fury unmatched, his presence monstrous. He becomes the devil. One wolf survives. Icho lets it live intentionally, demanding it flee and lead him to the source. Staring into the darkness, Icho commands the trembling beast to guide him, deep into the boss's lair. Blood-soaked concrete marks the trail. Icho follows the monster underground, where the true enemy lies in wait. Ichijo tracked the trail of blood to the subway, realizing this was the monster's secret lair. Though wounded and exhausted, he prepared to descend, knowing he might not return from this darkness. Step by step, Ichijo advanced through silence and filth, ignoring bodies and signs of recent slaughter. The deeper he went, the more corpses appeared, evidence of a presence rivaling the deadly Minotaur. Suddenly, a monstrous beast passed below. Ichijo froze, instinct screaming that death was just ahead. The lone beast descended further into the blood-soaked station, trailing prints through the ruined underground platform. It rejoined its pack. Dozens of growling monsters filled the terminal, restless and ready to strike. Ichijo realized the threat, far too many enemies, and he lacked his weapon to face them. Suddenly, a suffocating aura spread across the tunnel. Something far stronger than the pack had arrived. Peeking from cover, Ichijo saw it. His eyes widened. This presence wasn't just powerful, it was lethal. Massive claws crushed the floor as the true threat emerged, a beast unlike anything Ichijo had faced. The system identified it. Boss Werewolf, level 93. Its stats dwarfed even the Minotaurs by far. Ichijo accepted the truth. Even fully armed, he wouldn't survive. His only option was retreat. Escaping the station, Ichijo ran through the city, lungs burning, until he finally collapsed from exhaustion. To stand a chance, he had to level up. But first, even small fights must begin. Reflecting on past quests, Ichijo recognized a pattern. Only goblins and the Minotaur had triggered quests. He deduced the condition: being killed by enemies equal or stronger might activate future quest chains. Believing orcs might meet the condition, Ichijo decided to test his theory in the neighboring town. After a long search through the ruined streets, he heard movement inside a collapsed building nearby. Inside, he found an orc feasting on a corpse. Calmly, he prepared for what came next. The orc's level closely matched Ichijo's. It was the perfect target to test his theory. Taunting the orc, Ichijo provoked it intentionally. He needed to die to unlock the hidden quest. The orc lunged with brute force. Ichijo stood still, allowing the attack to strike direct. Instead of dying, Ichijo countered on instinct. The brutal sword clashed and blood splashed across them. The orc survived. Ichijo, annoyed, demanded a real fight. He needed a true death to progress. As the orc attacked again, Ichijo cursed himself. His enhanced body made dying too difficult now. Each blow hurt like hell. Even with his powers, this wasn't a game, it was torment. Though terrified of dying again, Ichijo stood his ground, trembling but unwilling to let fear win. He remembered Nao's safety depended on him. If he had to suffer endlessly, he would. With resolve blazing in his eyes, Ichijo chose death again, willing to fall until victory came. Ichijo's death was confirmed. His unique skill returned from Tartarus activated once more without hesitation. Revived by his curse, Ichijo unlocked a quest: eliminate 50 orcs to complete the cycle. A new group of orcs appeared, larger, stronger, and more organized. They would be his trial. With axe in hand and vengeance in mind, Ichijo advanced. The grind to level began. After brutal battles, the quest was cleared. His reward, 30 points, one step closer to survival. Ichijo stood amidst fallen monsters, victorious. With restored mana and stats, he reviewed his earned experience. Facing the glowing interface, Ichijo selected a skill carefully, aware each point shaped his survival chances. Auto recovery level 2 unlocked. His body ached, but he knew preparation was key for victory. Though sprint offered speed, it lacked lethality. He needed something brutal, something strong enough to break through. Herculean strength appeared. With it, Ichijo could finally surpass the werewolf's defense and strike a fatal blow. Ichijo realized mana-based skills became costlier with each type acquired, forcing more strategic point allocation. Under the full moon, he marched forward, intending to die again just to learn the werewolf's attack. Preparations nearly complete, Ichijo's final concern was now. The system then confirmed his death, once again. Revived in the hospital, Ichijo tested his limbs. Everything functioned. Auto recovery had done its job. Muscles firm and pain gone, he confirmed total recovery. Confident once more, Ichijo prepared for battle. Ichijo met Karube in the hallway, offering no details, only a silent promise before walking away. He vowed to defeat the boss. Under the starlit sky, Ichijo left without hesitation. At her door, Ichijo called gently. Now remained silent, her expression hidden behind hesitation and grief. She met his gaze and declared readiness. Ichijo saw her resolve was cracked, but still present. Though unable to fight, Nao's role was clear. Ichijo reassured her, support mattered just as much. Ichijo explained the strategy. Nao must cast magic once, triggering the scenario's success condition. He promised her safety. With wolves away, she'd only need one attack before hiding again. Though hesitant, Nao agreed to fight. Her strength was fading, but her trust in Ichijo remained. Side by side, they stepped into ruined streets, determined to face the boss without hesitation. But before the werewolf, a swarm of monsters, ants and spiders, emerged to block their path. Ichijo noticed monster presence nearby. Nao was clearly trembling, but she still followed behind him. To protect Nao, Ichijo chose a longer path, determined to avoid even minor threats. As they walked ahead, Nao suddenly froze, her instinct screaming that something was terribly wrong. Behind her, an enormous spider with a single eye loomed, silently descending through the webbed alley. Nao panicked. She needed to warn Ichijo, but fear stole her voice before words escaped. As the spider lunged, Nao shut her eyes, then everything went silent in a flash. Ichijo struck just in time, his words calming her. He would always protect her, anywhere. Amid blood and danger, they stood together, hands clasped, hearts steady, ready to face everything as one. Tears welled in Nao's eyes. For him, she found the courage to try again. Ichijo smiled quietly. Failure wasn't an option now, not when her spirit depended on his victory. Ichijo walked ahead, heart calm but sharp. He must not let her fall, not this time. At the darkened stairwell, he paused. Below awaited destiny. Failure meant losing everything all over again. Ichijo and Nao entered the blood-stained tunnel, prepared to face the werewolf that awaited them. Nao acknowledged the mission requirement. She must strike the boss before Ichijo delivers the final blow. They walked through the ruined station. Knowing the monster would soon lead an assault on the hospital, sensing a presence, Ichijo told Nao to prepare as the enemy's pressure filled the filthy corridor. The quest activated suddenly. Confront the same monster they once failed to defeat. Now stronger than before, the C-rank quest activated, forcing them to defeat the werewolf that once left them helpless. With glowing eyes and blood-soaked claws, the beast re-emerged, larger, faster, and far more terrifying than before. Nao trembled in disbelief as Ichijo calmly prepared to face the monster without hesitation or backup plan. The werewolf crouched, ready to pounce. Nao doubted Ichijo's strength could possibly match the beast's fury. The creature lunged with killing intent, jaws wide, while Ichijo shielded Nao from the impending fatal blow. The werewolf's jaw snapped forward, but Ichijo blocked the attack with raw force and iron will. Ichijo shielded Nao from the debris, slamming the monster into the wall with a powerful counter. Nao trembled as the werewolf regained stance. Its speed made her gun useless, her aim meaningless. Cornered by collapsing steel frames, they barely avoided the crush, but danger still stalked every shadowed corridor. With sprint activated, Ichijo's body surged with energy, preparing to strike faster than the beast could react. The werewolf launched another feral strike, breaking through the wall as Ichijo barely avoided a deadly swipe. Ichijo countered with full strength, slamming the massive blade into the beast's snarling face without hesitation. With a roar, Ichijo locked blades with the creature and shouted for Nao to act quickly. Nao raised her weapon to shoot, but the werewolf's sudden movement disrupted her aim completely. Startled by the pressure and roar, Nao froze in fear. Her gun slipped from her trembling hand. The werewolf's brutal claw strike sent Ichijo flying through debris, shaking the entire battlefield with explosive force. Nao collapsed to her knees, overwhelmed by fear and helplessness, her voice trembling with defeated sobs. Seeing Nao unable to fight, Ichijo realized they couldn't finish the quest together as originally planned. Bloodied but unwavering, Ichijo clenched his fist. His only choice now was to fight completely alone. Activating Herculean strength, Ichijo stood tall against the monster, prepared to solo the werewolf with everything. Ichijo roared forward, driving his blade straight into the werewolf's chest with overwhelming Herculean force. The impact launched both combatants through the station wall, debris scattering as power clashed violently across space. Mid-air above the tracks, Ichijo raised his weapon for one last decisive and deadly downward strike. He screamed with resolve, unleashing a final crushing blow aimed at the beast's exposed and vulnerable neck. With fangs shattered and body broken, the werewolf collapsed beneath Ichijo's finishing strike, victory earned through pure will. The werewolf's eyes burned with lightning, its agility suddenly surged, signaling a terrifying second wind approaching fast. Ichijo activated a skill mid-air, his agility surging. Sparks cracked as the weapon clashed with force. A beast materialized suddenly. Ichijo's leap continued past impact, eyes wide. His attack had barely scratched it. The monster countered instantly. Black lightning surged. With relentless speed, it launched a chain of brutal strikes. Ichijo was caught in a vortex of claws and pressure. Wooden debris exploded in every direction. The final blow hurled Ishijo through the station wall. Dust clouded the air. Blood marked the rails. Ishijo struggled to breathe through blood and dust. The force of that hit had overwhelmed him completely. The werewolf's stats appeared, level 93. Its speed had suddenly spiked, confusing Ishijo mid-recovery and evaluation. Wounded and confused, Ishijo realized the werewolf had spoken. This version could now activate monster skills. Locking eyes with the beast, Ishijo noticed its body language change. It wasn't targeting him anymore. The werewolf turned, ignoring Ishijo. It bolted down the platform, headed straight for Now without hesitation. Wounded but determined, Ishijo blocked the werewolf's path, forcing the beast to face him again. The werewolf lunged. Ishijo raised his weapon, enduring the impact as shockwaves tore through the hallway. In a brief flash of resolve, Ishijo remembered Nao's smile. That memory reignited his will to fight. The beast surged with another skill. Ishijo calculated instantly. Dodging was the only option against this barrage. He funneled every last point into mana, hoping it would unlock a skill powerful enough. Ishijo activated both sprint and strength skills, body igniting with lightning. His only thought, outpace, and strike first. He blurred past debris and arcs of lightning. The werewolf reacted too late. Ishijo had the opening. With explosive force, Ishijo launched from above. The impact shattered the ground and crushed the werewolf's stance. The beast howled in agony. Blood erupted from its mouth. Ishijo saw its body begin to falter. Charging his weapon, Ishijo narrowed his focus. One more clean hit. He could finally end this nightmare. Just before impact, the werewolf roared. Ishijo's instincts screamed. This wasn't fear. It was a summoning call. Ishijo landed. The enemy remained crouched. Silence fell. Too long. Something unnatural was about to erupt nearby. A thunderous stampede echoed. Shadows swarmed the tunnel. Dozens of clawed figures charged from the darkness. The werewolf stood at the front, now flanked by minions. Their glowing eyes locked onto Ishijo. Ishijo's breath staggered. Now was unguarded. He cursed. The enemy had changed targets and summoned backup. Now curled against the wall, shielding her ears. The sound had shifted. Sharper, darker, more alive. The roaring stopped. Now's panic turned to confusion, until a shadow stepped close with clawed feet. A massive three-headed Cerberus emerged. Blood-stained floor, glowing eyes. Now froze. There was nowhere left to run. Ichijo ran alone through wreckage, pursued by Cerberus and its pack. He tried to protect Now. Realizing his mistake, Ichijo turned back. Now was now alone, trapped where he left her behind. Now trembled against the wall. Cerberus approached slowly, its three heads focused, jaws dripping with hunger. The beast lunged. Now screamed, shielding herself. Teeth closed in fast. She had no time left. Bloodied but defiant, Ichijo shielded her with his body. Now gasped. He had returned, just in time. Ichijo swung his weapon with precision. Blood sprayed. Cerberus howled. Now called his name from behind. Wounded and exhausted, Ichijo stood firm. Now noticed his bleeding side. He told her not to worry. With a faint smile, Ichijo reassured her. Despite pain and blood, he kept his promise quietly. Ichijo asked Now to hide. He turned alone toward danger. She reached out, tears in her eyes. Surrounded again, Ichijo stood tall. Now wondered how he smiled, fighting monsters with pain carved into him. Now's eyes filled with tears as memories surfaced. Ichijo's voices from her past echoed, called her name. In school days, Ichijo had once stood up for Now, protecting her from persistent and mocking seniors. Beaten and bruised, he still smiled. Now questioned his strength. He fought even when broken. Ichijo had only cared about Nao's safety. His smile, even in pain, left her speechless. Back in the present, a lightning-charged beast charged. Ichijo faced it, shocked by its sudden appearance. Now screamed as debris exploded around Ichijo. The enemy's attack had struck hard, shaking the entire hall. Injured again, Ichijo slumped against the wall. Now wept. He always protected her, no matter the cost. With trembling hands, she grabbed the gun. Her tears turned to resolve. She wouldn't stay helpless anymore. Remembering her vow, Now stood up. In this hellish world, she'd fight. No more hesitation, no fear. Light burst forward as she fired. Her voice echoed down the corridor. She'd fight together with him. A monstrous enemy emerged, its twisted face grimacing through the smoke As Nao's blast collided head-on, the beast retaliated with a blinding energy beam. Ichijo stood still, bracing for the impact ahead. The explosion cleared. Ichijo saw Nao unharmed and armed. She'd stood up, ready to fight again. With strength in her voice and fire in her eyes, Nao joined Ichijo to end it. Together. Surrounded by snarling monsters, Ichijo sprinted while grabbed a Neiso. Ichijo releases a powerful shock arrow, targeting the tunnel wall. He aims to block the path completely. The tunnel explodes violently. Debris flies everywhere, sealing the path and buying time for their escape. The beasts howl in fury, trapped by rubble. One larger monster emerges, stronger and more furious than before. Ichijo and Neiso rest briefly. They realize the monster adapted, learning his movement pattern and growing faster. Cornered by doubt, Ichijo admits defeat feels inevitable. But Nao revealed that she has a plan. Nao proposes a risky strategy: use her remaining skill points to amplify Shakaro with pure mana. Charging the spell takes 3 minutes. During that time she must remain motionless and completely vulnerable. Ichijo agrees to distract the monster. He accepts the danger, knowing survival depends on her single shot. Despite his injuries, Ichijo trusts Nao completely. He chooses to fight alone, driven by unwavering belief. Ichijo expresses his wish for trust. He hopes Nao believes in his strength, just as he does. A violent explosion breaks through the rubble. The barrier collapses, and the monsters begin advancing once again. The werewolf leader emerges from the smoke, towering and enraged. Ichijo stands firm, weapon gripped tightly in hand. Nao takes position above, preparing the shot. Ichijo steps forward, ready to face the horde head-on. With unshaken eyes, Ichijo confronts the werewolf. Both sides know this battle will end everything between them. The werewolf leads the pack into a violent charge. Ichijo braces for impact, launched by their force. Despite injuries, Ichijo counters with explosive strikes. Time ticks away. Nao needs 90 more seconds to fire. Gripping his weapon tighter, Ichijo pushes forward. His mind screams, he must endure, no matter what. The werewolf leaps above its minions, aiming straight at Ichijo. Nao watches, still charging mana in silence. A massive shockwave interrupts the battlefield. Ichijo is flung mid-air, caught off guard by an unexpected blast. Ichijo becomes overwhelmed by countless wolves. Claws and fangs surround him, but he refuses to collapse just yet. The werewolf leader leaps into the air, initiating a powerful attack that devastates enemies and allies alike. Ichijo is struck down violently. He realizes the werewolf sacrificed its own minions just to kill him. With a brutal slash, Ichijo is launched away. Blood splatters as Nao watches the horrifying scene unfold. Nao screams his name in panic. Her spell is almost ready, but Ichijo's survival now hangs by seconds. Nao struggles to decide. Ichijo is dying, but her spell isn't fully charged for a kill. Memories flash in her eyes. Ichijo's plea echoes softly, asking her to trust and believe in him. The werewolf surges forward, electrified with power. The final strike approaches. There's no time to hesitate. Ichijo charges headfirst, yelling for her trust. His punch lands with everything he has left inside him. Screaming with raw fury, Ichijo drives his fist through the werewolf, ready to die on impact. Ichijo's body crashes into rubble. The sheer impact of his charge tears the ground beneath them apart. Despite being injured and bloodied, the werewolf still rises. It roars back in blind, furious desperation. Bruised but determined, Ichijo grins. His strength nearly gone, he delivers the final setup line to Nao. Facing death, Ichijo leaves the last move to Nao. The werewolf lunges. It's now or never. Surrounded by swirling mana, Nao steadies her aim. With resolve in her eyes, she prepares the shot. Nao pulls the trigger. A charged shock arrow fires, blinding the night sky with searing electric light. The beam tears through the air, engulfing its target. Its force leaves nothing untouched in its path. The werewolf howls in agony, caught within the blast. Its final scream echoes through the night sky. As silence returns, Nao lowers her weapon. The arrow's trail hums softly between buildings, under broken lights. Ichijo lies smiling on cracked stone. Exhausted, relieved, he laughs, knowing they survived. Together, the system confirms the werewolf's defeat. Rewards granted, one step forward in slowing the world's destruction. After eliminating the werewolf boss, Ichijo completed the quest. The world's inversion rate dropped slightly. Exhausted and wounded, Ichijo smiled. He could finally release Nao from the torment of Tartarus. The system confirmed Nao's scenario completion. She gained a rare skill and 100 bonus points. Ichijo realized scenario completions brought greater rewards. He considered using this system to empower others strategically. Inspired, he envisioned a resistance group, humans with scenario powers, standing strong together against rising monster threats. After surviving the battle, Ichijo praised Nao's power. She felt undeserving, thinking she'd only burdened him. Despite his broken arm, Ichijo insisted on moving. Nao agreed, worried but trusting his regeneration skill. Ichijo thanked Nao for her courage. Tired yet smiling, he raised his hand in farewell respect. Tearing up, Nao praised him quietly. She finally saw herself as part of something meaningful, his equal. As he stepped forward, Ichijo tripped, accidentally grabbing Nao's breast, landing into an awkward moment neither expected. Shocked by the accident, both froze. Nao blushed uncontrollably. Ichijo realized what he'd accidentally grabbed. Ichijo panicked, apologizing sincerely. Nao, flustered, pulled out a gun in embarrassment, eyes spinning in disbelief. Ichijo's scream echoed through the city night, startling a dark figure observing quietly from a rooftop. They took shelter inside an abandoned hotel. Makeshift bandages and silence filled the blood-stained, broken lobby. While receiving treatment, Ichijo winced from a slap. Nao made sure he'd never forget that moment. While treating his wounds, Nao snapped at Ichijo. He wondered if she was still secretly upset. Embarrassed, Nao admitted she preferred a gentler setting for touching moments. Ichijo was completely confused inside. Trying to shift topics, Ichijo brought up the system message he received after completing their scenario. Nao finally realized she'd gained a powerful skill and 100 points. Ichijo confirmed the rewards. The everlasting sacred flames granted immortality during stress, a passive skill linked directly to Nao's mindset. Ichijo analyzed the new skill. If active, Nao might survive any fatal blow without consequences. With so many points at stake, they debated skill choices carefully, weighing long-term survival over power. Reviewing his stats, Ichijo realized he'd gained 62 points, enough to seriously change his build strategy. A rare skill called the Awakening of Life appeared. Costly, powerful, and tempting, it intrigued him. After deep thought and weighing options with Nao, Ichijo clenched his fist and made his decision. Ichijo upgraded 3 key skills: mana recovery, appraisal, and analysis, choosing efficiency over flashy or offensive abilities. Testing appraisal, he examined his weapons thoroughly. Knowing hidden traits helped him prepare for upcoming battle. His Minotaur's axe had flaws, low durability, no effects, yet the appraisal revealed valuable hidden stat information. With analysis maxed, Ichijo unlocked analysis intervention, a skill to block others from reading his data. He turned to Nao, activating his analysis. Carefully, he read her stats, preparing for what's to come. Nao's status shocked Ichijo. Her mana exceeded 100, and her skills were impressively well developed. Ichijo began doubting his own strength. Could Nao have surpassed him without him even noticing? Nao misunderstood the analysis use. Flustered by the idea, he checked her measurements, not stats. Hurt by his reaction, Nao turned away. Ichijo scrambled to reassure her, his words finally sincere. Blushing, Ichijo admitted she mattered deeply to him. Nao, shaken, wondered if that was all. Nao's words struck deeper than expected. Ichijo froze, heart racing, unsure how to respond clearly. Their tense moment was broken by a stranger's voice, an older man observing with amused curiosity. The stranger smirked confidently, catching them off guard. His interruption turned the emotional silence into confusion. He revealed his name, Alan, apologizing for the timing, yet clearly enjoying their embarrassment from the sidelines. Alan made his offer directly. He wanted Ichijo and Nao to become his official teammates. Alan appeared uninvited, calmly stating his name and claiming to have an important proposal for them. He offered a sudden partnership, asking Ichijo and Nao to become his teammates without much context. Alan's stats were revealed: physically strong but lacking magical potential. Ichijo remained suspicious of his intentions. Alan hinted at giving a gift if they accepted, but Nao questioned his true motivation directly. Alan dodged with humor, offering drinks and messy autographs, inviting them to his base with charm. Ichijo rejected the offer, openly stating Alan was suspicious and untrustworthy despite his polite demeanor. Alan bowed deeply, revealing his true reason: a friend needed help finding someone important and missing. Shocked, Ichijo and now questioned his choice. Alan revealed he witnessed them defeat the werewolf together. Admitting his weakness, Alan begged for help to repay a woman who once saved his life. Ichijo hesitated due to his injuries, but Alan calmly promised he had a solution to restore them. Alan revealed the benefactor had a powerful healing skill that could instantly restore Ichijo's broken arm. Still wary, Ichijo considered the benefits of faster recovery, even if Alan remained suspicious to them. Despite doubts, Ichijo agreed to help. The reward outweighed the risk. Now questioned the decision carefully. Alan accepted immediately, promising to lead them to his hideout. Ichijo politely asked for Nao's help. They arrived at Alan's base, a ruined, blood-stained building that hinted at danger hidden within. Alan guided them into a quiet bar, now serving as their base of operations and shelter. Inside, Ichijo and Nao met Ayaka, the girl Alan called honest, loyal, and deeply important. Alan excitedly woke Ayaka, introducing the newcomers as trusted allies brought to assist in her mission. Ayaka, a skilled fighter with sacred powers, questioned the strangers Alan brought into their broken sanctuary. Ichijo admired her strength and charm, but Nao quickly warned him not to get carried away. Alan exaggerated Nao's role in defeating the werewolf, shocking Ayaka. Nao quickly clarified it was Ichijo. Ayaka's blunt honesty created tension. Nao reacted angrily after being mistakenly called an auntie during introductions. Over drinks, Ichijo reminded Ayaka of their healing agreement. He questioned her true intentions and expectations. Ayaka confirmed her power but scolded Alan for revealing it. Alan defended his reasoning without much concern. Though Ayaka agreed to heal him, Ichijo noted her moodiness and growing friction with Nao quietly. Ayaka activated her healing ability with precision, drawing a glowing magic circle over Ichijo's injured arm. She explained the limits of her skill, effective but not instant, and based on wound severity. Though restricted in use and unable to cure fatigue, Ichijo appreciated the healing and thanked her. Ichijo accidentally saw a personal photo. Ayaka became defensive, revealing hidden emotions tied to the image. After some drinks, Ayaka admitted bitterly that she was searching for her missing and negligent father. Before the world collapsed, Ayaka fought bitterly with her father over trivial things like hair color. During the monster outbreak, they were separated. Ayaka never saw him again, though part of her hoped. She ranted about his flaws, his stink, laziness, and annoying habits, but her tone masked lingering concern. Despite everything, Ayaka remembered her childhood. He was flawed but still her one and only family. Tears welled up as she whispered alone, wondering desperately where her foolish but beloved father was. Seeing Ayaka's pain, Ichijo realized she carried burdens too. He quietly vowed to support her somehow. Nao burst into tears, overwhelmed by Ayaka's story, instantly pledging to help find her missing father. United in empathy, the group promised to help Ayaka, who smiled for the first time in relief. Ayaka thanked Nao, calling her auntie again, prompting Nao's barely restrained fury to explode in flustered protest. Nao's furious shout echoed across the destroyed cityscape, correcting everyone that she's still 27. The group gathered inside the ruined building to plan their search for Ayaka's missing father near the city. Ellen showed sketches of 3 known monsters, but the true boss enemy had yet to reveal itself. While Ayaka and Nao discussed weaknesses, Ayaka warned that Skyfish was the real threat they'd face. Skyfish monsters could summon reinforcements before death, making them extremely dangerous in enclosed areas like ruins. After surviving the ambush, Ellen admitted his weakness, leaving Ichijo's team silently preparing for harder battles ahead. Ichijo upgraded his analysis skill and discovered strange readings from the monsters that made him uneasy. The killer mantis originated from a forgotten dungeon, revealing monsters had specific origins and measurable data traits. Ellen noticed mono article on everyone's status, though Nao's reading was strangely at absolute 0%. Suddenly an urgent voice called them to hide. Something unknown and dangerous was getting closer fast. Ayaka recognized the threat approaching from the shadows, creatures they absolutely must not encounter at all. Ichijo identified the creature as a skyfish, weak alone, but equipped with summoning abilities and luck. The group watched as a larger bird monster devoured the skyfish, confirming monsters preyed on each other. While hiding, they discovered overgrown weeds indoors and realized skyfish could multiply despite being individually weak. The summoned swarm darkened the sky. Alan reassured them of safety as long as they remained unseen, but one skyfish spotted Alan up close, breaking their cover as chaos erupted in an instant. Reacting fast, Ichijo struck down the skyfish with one powerful blow, shocking both Nao and Ayaka. Alan's shouting drew more monsters. Despite the warning, Ichijo also raised his voice in frustration and panic. The skyfish swarm charged through broken walls. Ichijo realized they couldn't outrun that overwhelming number anymore. Faced with the same nightmare, Ichijo feared losing someone again, questioning his strength to protect everyone. Ayaka appeared in a van and shouted for them to board, offering escape before it was too late. Ayaka found an abandoned van with fuel, yelling at the others to board before the monsters swarmed. They escaped just in time, but Alan questioned Ayaka's driving as she nervously admitted being newly licensed. The skyfish chased relentlessly, now warned they'd catch up, and Ayaka suggested tossing Ichijo's heavy weapon. As vines covered buildings and roads twisted unnaturally, Ichijo sensed the city itself was corrupted or altered. Cornered at a collapsed overpass, the van skidded. Ichijo realized they had no clear route to escape. With no other choice, Ayaka launched the van across the broken road, leaving everyone shocked and yelling. Miraculously, the van landed on the other side, battered but intact, skidding away from the collapsing road. Bruised and dizzy, the group confirmed they were alive, though barely conscious after the reckless, bone-rattling leap. The skyfish swarm halted at the cliff's edge, strangely refusing to follow despite their earlier aggression. As silence fell, Ichijo realized something chilling. This wasn't just a city anymore, but something far more unnatural. As the van approached a strange district, both modern skyscrapers and medieval houses distortedly overlapped in reality. Cracks split the road as ancient architecture fused into modern city blocks. Space itself seemed to glitch unnaturally. Ichijo stared in disbelief as he realized the city was literally transforming into something ancient and dangerous. Ayaka questioned the hybrid structures and Alan mentioned inversion rate, a term tied to world distortion and monster. Na realized the dungeon, the desolated village that was forgotten, was overwriting their entire modern world. Ayaka pointed forward with alarm. Something unknown had appeared ahead, catching the whole group's immediate attention mid-drive. A silhouette of a mounted knight stood ominously atop the corrupted buildings, shrouded in growing black mist. Ichijo panicked as the shadow suddenly vanished. Its disappearance felt more threatening than its terrifying initial presence. With an explosion of shadow, the Black Knight materialized, towering, armed and blocking their escape completely. A monstrous rider launched a sudden attack, its black mass crashing violently through metal without any warning. Ichijo barely reacted in time. Dust exploded as the monster charged forward, destroying everything in its path. He climbed the vehicle, holding a pole tightly. As Ayaka froze, he yelled for acceleration immediately. The van sped off, but the monstrous horseman gave chase, thundering after them without hesitation or fatigue. They veered onto a broken highway. Ayaka panicked as Ichijo saw it. The monster was gaining. Panic filled the van. Ayaka drove blindly while Alan prayed. Nao urged retreat beyond enemy territory. Ichijo prepared for battle. Nao acknowledged his plan. Alan quietly muttered blessings, knowing danger was inevitable now. The creature revealed itself, Dullahan Knight. Its stats overwhelmed even werewolves. One mistake meant certain death. On a shattered rooftop, Ichijo stood firm. He raised his weapon and challenged the Dark Knight. The Dullahan charged again. Ichijo's blade flew forward. Sparks burst. The battle for survival had truly begun. Ichijo swung the massive axe, repelling the knight's chained weapon with strength he never knew he had. The van sped forward, while Ichijo fought from the roof, countering the knight's relentless chained assault mid-motion. Steel clashed violently. Magic and energy erupted around them. The knight flinched for the first time ever. From the van's window, Nao aimed her gun. She fired her charged bullet. Shock arrow. The knight staggered back. Alan praised the shot. Nao confirmed, not dead, but distance was gained. Ichijo praised Nao's strength. Her mana output soared past expectations. She had become a true powerhouse. With a cheerful nod, Nao fired again. Shockwaves ripped across the road, shoving the knight back. The Dullahan roared in pain, staggering from the blast. Sparks and mana tore through the air. Nao collapsed, drained. Ayaka worried, but Ichijo understood. High firepower came with a serious energy cost. Ichijo stood atop the van, calm, confident in his chance, until something unexpected caught his eye. The van and Ichijo were thrown into the sky. The entire rooftop gave way beneath. Silence followed the crash. Buildings stood shattered. Ichijo's motionless body lay alone in the ruined street. He stirred slowly, bloodied and dazed. The fall had scattered them. Panic gripped him. Something felt wrong. He turned to find the van engulfed in flames. Smoke covered everything. No one answered his cry. Horrified, Ichijo ran through burning wreckage, calling names. Ayaka, Nao and Alan were nowhere to be seen. He found Nao's body, still, silent. His voice cracked as he called to her. Terrified, cradling her limp body, Ichijo screamed. Blood soaked his hand. Denial and grief tore through his chest. He broke down, confused, furious, desperate. He begged for answers, for Ayaka, Alan, for any sign. But behind him, the night returned, towering above Ichijo and Nao. Its eyes glowed with death. Ichijo held her tightly, eyes wide, frozen between heartbreak and fear. As the nightmare loomed again, black tendrils crawled across the ground. A new, silent presence emerged. Ichijo stood silently in the wreckage, confused by fragmented memories, while Alan noticed his distant gaze. Realizing he'd just died again, Ichijo confirmed his return from Tartarus skill had activated after Dillahan's strike. Each death reset reality slightly. New checkpoints appeared after bosses fell, shifting time and space unpredictably around him. Sensing an immediate threat, Ichijo warned the others to move before the airborne monsters closed in fast. As Skyfish emerged, everyone fled through the street, trusting Ichijo's sharpened instincts and the cries he sensed. Ayaka found a van nearby and excitedly suggested using it to reach their destination faster. Ichijo panicked, remembering a fatal event tied to that vehicle, and urgently warned Ayaka to stop immediately. His sudden outburst startled her, and though he apologized, tension spread as the group silently observed their exchange. They agreed to walk instead, realizing traveling by car risked delayed reactions during sudden monster attacks. Knowing danger lay ahead, Ichijo promised to avoid conflict, hoping to protect everyone from another deadly boss encounter. While fending off monsters, Ichijo sensed something strange. His memories of death didn't quite match reality. Exhausted from walking and battle, the group considered a short break as hours of travel still remained. Spotting a nearby onsen, Ayaka proposed a bath, and even now admitted the idea sounded tempting. Despite Ichijo's concern about monster attacks, the girls insisted the guys stand guard while they bathed. Finally relaxing in the warm onsen, Ayaka and Nao enjoyed rare peace amid their ongoing survival ordeal. Nao was surprised the onsen still had hot water, while Ayaka accused Ichijo of sneaking peeks. Meanwhile, Alan chatted with Ichijo about his homeland, revealing nostalgic thoughts amid the cold night air. Alan proudly shouted, "America," as Nao discussed her shock arrow, and admitted her other magic wasn't for combat. Curious, Ayaka asked to see more, and Nao demonstrated a lesser-known skill, magically generating clean water. Everyone admired the spell's utility, and Alan wondered aloud if he should try learning magic himself too. Reflecting on Nao's past death, Ichijo questioned their next step and feared repeating the same tragic outcome. As Alan observed from the side, Ayaka and Nao's bond deepened during quiet moments of conversation. Alan asked Ichijo if he felt fatherly toward Ayaka, sparking curiosity about Alan's motivation to help her. Alan quietly revealed his past. He once had a daughter, and her memory shaped his decisions now. He described their strained yet loving bond, admitting she was all he needed, before tragedy tore them apart. Alan confessed his daughter was killed before his eyes, a moment that haunted him every waking day. After losing her, he wandered without purpose, until meeting Ayaka gave his broken life new meaning. Believing it was his duty as a former father, Alan vowed to protect Ayaka unconditionally. Ichijo, moved by Alan's story, promised to stay and help find Ayaka's father, no matter what. But before emotions settled, a sudden shock hit. Ichijo sprang into action, fearing another monster attack. Ayaka, full of mischief, startled Nao in the bath, while Ichijo accidentally witnessed the moment. Before he could explain, the girls turned serious, and Ichijo realized things had escalated too far. A furious outburst echoed through the night as Ichijo was punished for peeking, unintentionally breaking trust again. The group resumed their journey through quiet residential streets, Ayaka guiding them toward where her father might be. Ichijo led with determination as the group pushed forward, uncertain of what awaited them just ahead. The group advanced cautiously through dark streets, uncertain of monster threats. Ayaka suddenly dashed ahead without warning. Driven by fear, Ayaka sprinted alone. Her home, and hopefully her father, waited just beyond. She turned the corner and froze. Her house lay in ruins, collapsed, broken, and completely unrecognizable. Ayaka stood in shock. Her eyes trembled. She climbed rubble, screaming for her father with desperation. Falling to her knees, Ayaka clawed at debris. "Father, please answer." Her voice cracked with dread. Ayaka screamed into the debris. She spotted a disturbance, her heart racing at the faint possible movement. Among the ruins, a man's lifeless body emerged. Ayaka stared in disbelief, her hope fading fast. Recognizing his face, Ayaka remembered his warmth, but bloodstains confirmed the truth. Her father hadn't survived. Ishijo arrived, watching silently. Ayaka tried to stay strong, but sorrow slowly overwhelmed her already prepared heart. Tears spilled as Ayaka accepted reality. Her father was gone. Her strength cracked under the final truth. Ayaka remembered joyful days, games, laughter, and warmth. Her tears flowed, unable to hold them back. Everyone remained silent, unable to console her. Memories and grief surrounded the girl, kneeling by her father. Dark energy burst from beneath the ruin. Ayaka froze as monstrous black tendrils crept toward her position. The beast emerged, enormous and terrifying. Its body radiated darkness as it towered above the kneeling girl. The creature's massive arms swung downward. Ayaka, stunned and teary-eyed, stared up, paralyzed by fear and disbelief. Activating his sprint skill, Ishijo rushed forward. His body blurred through debris as an explosion erupted behind. Chaos consumed the battlefield. Now and Alan cried out, unsure if Ayaka or Ishijo had survived. As dust cleared, Ishijo emerged, carrying Ayaka to safety. Her body shook, but she was alive. He ordered Alan and Now to protect Ayaka. She glanced back, eyes still locked on her father's body. Ishijo stood face to face with the boss monster. Something was different. Its arrival broke all patterns he'd seen before. The towering black knight radiated malice. Ishijo suspected it wasn't random. This monster was deliberately targeting them. Ishijo kept calm under pressure. Though questions swirled, now wasn't the time to hesitate or analyze. A system alert activated. Ayaka's anger surged. Her quest began, with vengeance burning stronger than any fear. Ishijo leapt into battle, lightning crackling. He swung his blade wide, intercepting the monster's next deadly strike. The Dullahan recoiled from the impact, shadows twisting. The battle had truly begun. This was no ordinary enemy. Ayaka watched in horror as Ishijo's attack clashed with the monster, splintering buildings and shaking everything nearby. Recognizing the hoofprint, Ayaka connected it to her father's death. Her grief turned sharply into fierce suspicion. Tears streamed as Ayaka confirmed her fear. This monster killed her father. Rage exploded within her trembling voice. From cover, Now identified the enemy as Dullahan. She found a vantage point and prepared her weapon. Now steadied herself behind debris. Ishijo distracted the monster while she charged, aiming for a decisive strike. Ishijo was thrown by the enemy's force. His weapon flew from his hand, and panic surged. The Dullahan suddenly halted its attack. Ishijo, shocked and bruised, realized something had interrupted its aggression. The monster redirected its attention. Ishijo and Now both reacted, surprised and confused by the sudden shift. With a thunderous crash, the Dullahan slammed the ground, unleashing a shockwave that shook the battlefield. Ishijo called out to Now, horrified. Dust clouded his vision as the Dullahan disappeared from sight. Now was flung violently through the air. Ishijo caught her mid-fall, his body straining from impact. Bruised but conscious, Now insisted she was fine. Ishijo held her close, relief briefly replacing his panic. They realized the monster tracked him without sight. Its ability wasn't visual. Dullahan sensed their presence directly. As the Dullahan advanced, Ishijo stared it down, shaken. The mystery deepened, and this fight wasn't over. A dark armored monster appeared suddenly, tearing space apart while Ichijo watched in disbelief with Now. The monster raised its hand and began gathering energy, summoning a destructive orb of crackling dark magic. Recognizing the spell from its status, Ichijo panicked and rushed to get Now away immediately. The magic sphere expanded rapidly, there was no time to flee, and dodging was completely impossible now. Ayaka cast Holy Shield just in time, remembering the hoofprint left beside her father's mangled corpse. Ayaka stepped forward bravely, declaring her resolve, while Alan and Nao offered their full support beside Ichijo. With shared determination, the four prepared themselves to face the enemy head-on and end this nightmare together. The Dark Knight on horseback galloped toward them, his armor crackling with power, ready to crush their stand. Ichijo activated his sprint skill and dashed forward alone, knowing time was limited and precision was everything. The enemy conjured another energy spell, warping space itself, flinging Ichijo into a twisting vortex of magical force. Now unleashed her skill, Double Shock Arrow, blasting through enemy forces with a powerful lightning-charged precision shot. Ichijo activated Herculean strength, leapt forward with his massive weapon, determined to crush the enemy's defenses directly. With overwhelming force, Ichijo smashed into the demonic horse, severing its body in one clean brutal blow. The knight abandoned his beast. Now Ichijo focused everything he had into one goal, bring him down. The battlefield shook violently as both warriors clashed at full strength, exchanging lethal blows without hesitation or mercy. Amid shattered ruins, Nao stood alone, clutching her weapon tightly as her heart raced with fear. Ayaka activated another holy shield while Nao held the line, readying their synchronized counterattack with perfect timing. Ayaka called the signal, and Nao responded instantly, channeling her focus into one devastating point-blank charge shot. With a powerful blast, Nao fired her shock arrow, unleashing focused energy that staggered the enemy backward. The dust settled slowly, revealing the enemy kneeling, wounded, silent, and the group stood still, unsure if it ended. Breathing heavily, Ichijo asked if they truly won, as Ayaka smiled and confirmed the enemy's defeat. Alan praised their efforts while Ichijo stared suspiciously, wondering how often Alan conveniently missed every actual fight. Though exhausted and confused, Ichijo acknowledged their victory, yet mysteries remained, leaving him uneasy about what came next. Alan gently checked on Nao's condition, offering a rare moment of softness as she leaned into his support. With tears and a smile, Nao thanked Alan sincerely for protecting Ayaka, finally recognizing his quiet strength beneath doubt. With a calm expression, Alan stabbed Nao in the throat, his words gentle, but his action monstrous. Ayaka's face froze in horror as Nao bled out, unable to comprehend what just happened. Alan stood coldly above Nao's fallen body, bloodied knife in hand, ignoring the other's furious screaming. Alan explained calmly that he killed her, without regret, only confirming what everyone had just witnessed unfold. Smiling with twisted joy, Alan declared killing humans thrilling, while Nao's lifeless body collapsed into darkness. Nao lay fatally wounded amidst ruins. Ayaka ran to her, unaware of the betrayal that occurred. Desperately, Ayaka used her healing magic, but the damage was too severe to reverse death's grip. Alan coldly explained Nao's death was irreversible, as Ichijo shocked, confused, and trembling with rage. Alan admitted long-standing envy, revealing he planned their deaths since they defeated the powerful werewolf together. Claiming weakness, Alan sought a stronger ally, someone capable of finishing what he alone could not. Alan activated a hidden power. Ayaka and Ichijo watched in horror as black energy burst forth. A dark armored knight, the Dullahan, emerged, towering, monstrous and radiating malice beside Alan's calm figure. Ayaka and Ichijo panicked, remembering they had slain that very creature in a past deadly battle. Ichijo realized Alan wasn't resurrecting the Dullahan, he was controlling it, bending death to his command. Ichijo suspected Alan possessed an unknown skill, one capable of blocking status analysis and masking true abilities. Alan used analysis intervention to deceive them. His status was fake, hiding his true power completely. Ichijo realized Alan had revealed their location, deliberately exhausting them before launching the fatal Dullahan attack. Alan admitted orchestrating the entire setup, including the car trip, as part of a calculated murder plan. In a brutal flashback, Alan stabbed Nao inside the vehicle, initiating the betrayal from the start. Furious and overwhelmed, Ichijo demanded answers. Who was Alan, and why had he targeted them all? Ayaka demanded answers, but Alan refused, certain they would all die before truth ever reached light. Ayaka confronted Alan, suspecting he killed her father using the same monster, demanding to know everything. Alan admitted guilt, claiming ignorance of their connection, yet mocking her trust and past loyalty, without regret. With twisted pride, Alan confessed he destroyed her father's body so no one could identify him. Crushed by grief, Ayaka wept as the truth shattered her, standing alone in a ruined battlefield. Ichijo reflected on Alan's lies, remembering every moment the man pretended to be weak and kind, Even Alan's tragic tale of losing a daughter was false, manipulation designed to earn their trust. Ichijo screamed in rage, learning everything was fake, including Alan's bond with Nao and his sympathy. Alan mocked Nao's death, calling it tasteless, while Ichijo's fury grew into a breaking point. Declaring the end of their conversation, Alan ordered the Dullahan forward, ready to eliminate remaining witnesses. Driven by fury and loss, Ichijo stood tall, weapon in hand, prepared to face Alan's monster. Nao's body lies broken among the ruins, motionless. Suddenly an unknown flame ignites fiercely from within. Ayaka sees the flame. Shocked, she rushes forward, realizing Nao might still be alive despite everything. Nao gasps violently back to life. Ayaka calls for help, as Ichijo confirms her breath returned miraculously. Ichijo recalls Nao's passive skill. Undying sacred fire had prevented her death, triggered by her unyielding will. Alan, realizing Nao survived, changes tactic. The enemy shifts form, forcing Ichijo into immediate defensive action again. Ichijo swings a massive steel sheet, blocking the black tendrils as they surge aggressively toward him. The black mass pulls at his legs. Ichijo struggles to move, realizing the ground is devouring him. Ayaka rushes to help, but Ichijo warns her to stay back. His body can no longer resist. Sinking fast, Ichijo shouts his final request. Ayaka must protect Nao, no matter what happens. Ayaka runs to reach him, but the darkness retreats, swallowing Ichijo as something monstrous begins to rise. Ichijo's body sinks into darkness, suspended in a void. His grip tightens on the massive weapon. He awakens alone in emptiness. Confused but conscious, Ichijo questions if he's dead or still alive. Alan walks forward calmly. With Ichijo gone, he declares their enemy eliminated, brushing off Ayaka's resistance. Ayaka freezes. Her trembling voice confirms the truth. This man is the one who killed her father. Alan smiles coldly, unfazed by her anger. He offers mercy if she agrees to support him. Alan gives Ayaka one last chance to surrender. She refuses, silently choosing defiance over submission again. Alan strikes without hesitation. His blow crashes through debris, sending Ayaka flying violently through the air. Injured, but conscious, Ayaka tries to rise. Alan mocks her, claiming even now she stands no chance. Pain surges through her body. Fear grips her heart. Ayaka lies helpless, as Alan towers above. Ayaka sees Nao, unconscious again. Guilt overwhelms her. Once more, she's failed to protect someone she cares about. Ayaka sees a vision. Her late father's voice and presence stir her heart from deep within. Memories of encouragement flood back. She recalls falling, fearing pain, but always being told to keep going. Gripping her resolve, Ayaka rises. Her past self on a bike mirrors her present sprint toward danger. Alan watches silently as Ayaka charges with purpose. He underestimates her, amused by her sudden burst of courage. Without hesitation, Ayaka strikes with everything she has, powered by memory, resolve, and the will to protect. Ayaka's attack lands. Blood spills. Alan staggers, but stands unfazed, his scarred eye fixed on her. Her weapon slips from her fingers. The blade tumbles across the rubble, too far to reclaim quickly. Alan grabs her by the collar, disappointed. He expected more usefulness. Now she's just another failed asset. Ayaka strikes again, this time point blank. Her hidden blade tears through Alan's side, drawing real blood at last. Realizing the knife belongs to him, Alan's confidence cracks. Ayaka charges once more, now armed with resolve. Alan realizes Ayaka's earlier attack was bait, a feint meant to provoke and open his defense completely. With burning eyes, Ayaka seizes her father's blade. This time, she fights not from fear, but purpose. Ichijo stood silently, gripping his oversized blade, staring into the abyss where monstrous shadows slowly emerged. His body ached, but Ichijo's focus sharpened as twisted creatures formed from smoke, surrounded him ominously. The Dullahan appeared ahead, blocking his path, each radiating the same oppressive aura as death itself. Their numbers grew rapidly. Ichijo realized these were not illusions, they were summoned warriors with killing intent. Breathing heavily, Ichijo questioned if his exhausted body could endure against this many enemies alone. Seeing Ayaka shield him and now fire bravely reignites Ichijo's resolve to keep fighting forward. He wipes the blood from his mouth, reminding himself they all suffer too. He cannot fall first. With fresh determination, Ichijo raises his blade, shouting into the void, challenging the legion of armored shadows. As the Delahans launch from every direction, Ichijo charges head-on, fearless despite the odds, and his exhaustion. Activating his sprint skill, Ichijo's body surges with speed, slicing through darkness like lightning tearing through sky. Ichijo strikes first, blade crashing through the Delahan, yet pain surges suddenly, catching him off guard. He checks his side, he was surely cut, but finds no wound, no blood, not even scratches. Despite no physical injury, Ichijo feels intense pain. Something unnatural is at play with each strike. The Delahan charges again, multiple shadows leap forward, but Ichijo holds steady, blade raised, eyes filled with resolve. Realization hits. This world only delivers pain, not death. Damage fades, but agony always remains. Pierced by countless blades, Ichijo's body falls limp, trapped in a cycle of pain without end. Elsewhere, devastation spreads across the city, now collapses unconscious as buildings crumble into splintered ruins. Ayaka clashes with a mysterious man, Ellen, whose presence shakes her, yet she charges in without hesitation. Blades meet midair. Ellen smiles with regret, calling her by name, claiming he once protected her. With rage and sorrow, Ayaka delivers a crushing kick, knowing the traitor Ellen must be stopped. Ayaka launches another attack. Ellen smirks, catching her leg midair before leaping away through crashing rubble. He counters with brutal force. Ayaka gasps in pain, eyes wide with fear as the blow lands. Ellen charges again, but Ayaka deploys a sacred barrier, shielding herself just before impact shatters the ground. Panting but unshaken, Ayaka surges forward, launching a fierce strike that makes Ellen finally acknowledge her strength. With one final airborne blow, Ayaka strikes Ellen down, her expression fierce, determined, and unwavering until the end. Ayaka holds her blade to Ellen's throat, shaken, uncertain if she's truly ready to end him. She yells, defiant, daring him to mock her resolve. She's done being the one who hesitates. Sitting in the rubble, Ayaka explains she delayed for backup, buying time while preparing for the unknown. But Ellen, wounded and smiling, whispers that her time is up, and something deeper has already begun. A system alert triggers, world corruption exceeds 3%, monsters regain lost strength, and the apocalypse accelerates again. Ayaka gasps as Ellen smirks. He knew the reversal rate had risen, and it pleased him. Despite panic, Ayaka rushes forward, determined to finish him. No corruption rate would excuse his betrayal. Ellen counters her strike with a devastating punch, cracking her holy shield with overwhelming, unnatural force. Ayaka's eyes widen in shock as the explosion tears through buildings, the impact far greater than before. Thrown into rubble, Ayaka stares up, horrified, the sacred barrier shattered, Ellen's power now something else entirely. Ayaka trembles as Ellen's corrupted power grows, his body surges with darkness feeding off the world. Grinning with one glowing eye, Ellen steps forward and declares he will begin the round 2. Ellen calmly activates ancient runes, selecting 2 mysterious skills while shadows of power swirl beneath his coat. Ayaka stares wide-eyed in disbelief. Ellen's new abilities shouldn't exist according to any known skill records. Ellen vanishes and reappears mid-strike, launching a devastating blow toward Ayaka before she can react defensively. Ayaka is thrown into the air violently, her body spiraling as Ellen grins at her resistance. Mid-flight, Ayaka realizes her body feels heavier than before. An unknown effect is rapidly weakening her movements. Ellen blurred through Ayaka's vision, each movement faster than the last, until he struck her mid-air. Ayaka crashed into the glowing barrier, her blood scattering violently as Ellen advanced without losing momentum. Nal's curse weakened Ayaka's senses and speed, making her vulnerable to Ellen's overwhelming assault and illusion effects. Ayaka stood over Nal's body, refusing to fall, as Ellen mocked her rising in such condition. Ellen declared he would break Ayaka first, unleashing another devastating attack that shattered the ground beneath them. Ellen taunted Ayaka midair, mocking her strength and her father's death as if it meant nothing. He drove her into the wall again, questioning whether revenge had ever truly burned inside her. Ayaka floated limply, her bloodied face showing pain and exhaustion, yet her eyes refused to close. Ellen gripped Ayaka by the throat, declaring her moral judgment flawed and her resistance already broken. He mocked her sacrifice, calling it foolish to fight for others, a worthless act ending in death. Ellen mocked Ayaka's sacrifice, asking if anyone ever came running to protect her broken ideals. Ayaka's half-closed eyes recalled peaceful memories of her late father, a rare warmth amidst brutal chaos. Tears streaming, Ayaka cried out desperately for help, calling Ichijo's name while Ellen strangled her tightly. Alan laughed coldly, amused she still begged for rescue, certain no one could reach her in time. He reminded her that Ichijo, trapped in Yuan's death loop, had suffered endlessly and couldn't save her. A monstrous darkness loomed above them, as Alan prepared to end Ayaka with his final words. With a twisted smile, Alan raised his fist and mocked her, bidding farewell to her father. Ayaka's blurred vision caught the swirling blackness shifting, her teardrop reflected the incoming rupture like distant thunder. Out of the black void, Ichijo appeared midair, lightning-charged, delivering a shocking strike toward Alan's head. Alan barely turned in time as Ichijo's furious punch, surrounded by shadows, exploded through the battlefield. Ichijo's punch landed cleanly, a shockwave erupting as Alan was hurled through debris and broken ground. Alan staggered, stunned by the hit, watching Ichijo emerge from smoke while carrying Ayaka to safety. Ayaka gently thanked him through tears, grateful for protecting now even after arriving moments too late. Ichijo smiled with confidence, telling Ayaka to leave the rest to him. She tearfully whispered his name. Alan trembled in disbelief, realizing Ichijo had survived mental collapse, escaping Yuan's torture realm through sheer willpower. Ichijo gripped the massive axe calmly, stating he was used to pain deeper than any wound. Alan staggered back, sweat forming, realizing Ichijo had already powered up beyond his comprehension or expectation. Both men stood bloodied but unshaken, declaring neither could allow the other to live another second. Ayaka wandered through the ruined city, breathing heavily. The streets were empty. Something terrifying had already happened. Above the wreckage, Ichijo and Alan clashed violently. Each strike shattered rooftops, lightning and force erupting around them. Ichijo's massive axe tore through debris. Alan barely blocked it, grounding himself with force, eyes burning with focus. Ichijo charged again, relentless. Alan evaded sideways, refusing to fight head-on. Ichijo grew more frustrated with every miss. Ichijo staggered back, his vision blurred. Alan's pressure was crushing. Illusions swirled. Ayaka was still somewhere behind them. Ichijo propelled through the destruction, aiming directly for Alan. His fist reached out, driven by raw determination. Just as Ichijo grabbed Alan's face, the old man vanished. Only wind and shimmer remained in his place. Sudden counterattack struck Ichijo from behind. The blow landed explosively, launching him backward through shattered ground and dust. As rain fell, Ichijo regained his stance. But Alan remained unseen, circling him with invisible deadly intent. Wounded yet composed, Ichijo readied himself again. He recognized Alan's tactics now, not strength, but misdirection. Alan's trap pierced Ichijo from all sides. Blood sprayed out as iron rods locked him in place. Far away, Ayaka saw the blast. She realized her shield couldn't stop it, but another skill might. Paralyzed by fear, Ayaka collapsed. Her voice trembled, recalling her father. She couldn't watch someone die again. Tears mixed with rain as Ayaka summoned power. Magic surged outward. Her will to fight finally awakened. Alan laughed through the storm. Ichijo still stood, wounded but breathing. The battle wasn't over yet. Despite trembling, Ichijo stood upright. He prepared to retaliate as his energies surged toward one final attack. Alan rushed forward through the rain, swords drawn. His expression twisted, fully intent on finishing the fight. Ayaka disrupted Alan's skill with a sudden spell. Her magic stripped away his cloaking field instantly. With vision restored, Ichijo realigned his stance. Now he could see Alan clearly, thanks to Ayaka's interference. Ichijo glared at Alan, energized. For the first time, he saw his enemy completely vulnerable. Within range, Ichijo unleashed a rapid, furious barrage. His fists landed clean, each strike crushing Alan with unstoppable force. Alan's body shattered through walls and rubble. With final impact, Ichijo stood tall. The execution was complete. Alan's defeat left the battlefield in ruins. Ayaka approached cautiously, amazed by the power Ichijo unleashed. Breathing heavily, Ichijo stood amid the rain. His body trembled from exhaustion, barely holding himself upright. His legs gave out. Pain surged through his body. Every joint screamed, no strength left to move. He glanced sideways and saw Ayaka kneeling beside Now. Relief hit him. Both of them had survived. Through the haze, Ichijo reassured himself, Ayaka and Now were alive. That alone made everything worth it. The smoke cleared. Ayaka gasped, realizing Alan had survived the blast and was still standing strong. Alan emerged calmly from the debris. His coat swayed in the wind. He had endured everything. Ichijo demanded an explanation. Alan revealed he'd used a backup skill, one that kept him moving. Alan had drained Ichijo's stats over time. Each touch weakened him, stacking until Ichijo could barely move. Ayaka panicked, watching Ichijo collapse. Helpless and breathless, she searched desperately for a way to help. Now slowly regained consciousness. Confused and sore, she found Ayaka beside her, eyes filled with urgency. Ayaka pleaded for help. Alan had betrayed them, and Ichijo was seconds from being struck down. Alan lunged toward Ichijo like a shadow. Ichijo's weakened body froze, unable to react fast enough. Ichijo spotted Alan's charge too late. His eyes widened in shock as the attack closed in. The two girls readied together. Ayaka helped now to raise her gun, ready to fight. Now fired her magic-enhanced bullet. The spell erupted violently, catching Alan off guard with blinding electric force. Alan dodged the blast mid-air. Though powerful, the attack was loud, direct, and easy to read. He taunted them, convinced they were cornered. Ayaka looked down, her voice calm but confident. Ayaka met his eyes. Her words landed sharp. They weren't aiming for him. Alan froze instantly. The true target was the building behind him. Explosives hidden within it ignited, collapsing the entire structure. A massive explosion engulfs the building, sending shockwaves through the city, and burying everything beneath debris. Ichijo stares in horror as the structure collapses, realizing the blast wasn't caused by human hands. Ayaka and Nao watch from afar, stunned as the monster's fortress crumbles, leaving only shattered ruins behind. The system announces victory. The boss was defeated. Balance. Ichijo confirms Dullahan died under the wreckage. Under calm skies, Ayaka knelt before her father's grave. Ichijo, Ayaka and Nao begin life without fear. Ayaka prays quietly at her father's grave, offering thanks through tears for everything he gave her. Memories return, her father's warm smile, the hair tie he gave her, and their last shopping trip. Ayaka ties the hairband one final time, then walks away slowly, leaving her grief behind peacefully. Suddenly, the rubble shifts violently. A hand burst from beneath the stone. Someone survived the collapse, bruised but breathing. Alan crawls free. He is dead, but his body saved another's life. As light pierces the clouds, Alan mutters a warning: never trust death without confirming it. 2 hours after Alan's defeat, Ichijo and Nao return to the hospital among the ruins. Ichijo reflected in silence, realizing Alan grew stronger alongside the monsters as the reversal rate increased. A dark thought rose: was Alan from another world too? Karube greeted them at the hospital. They reunited with Karube inside. No more monster attacks occurred since Ichijo drove the last group off. Karube noticed 2 boss notifications. He asked if Ichijo defeated them both. Ichijo replied, "A lot's happened." Ichijo introduced Ayaka to Karube, jokingly. They also brought something important for everyone's survival. Now unveiled their supply bags, packed with food, drinks, and alcohol, enough to feed everyone inside. As helpers carried the supplies, Karube expressed gratitude. The survivors planned an unexpected celebration that same night. The soldiers, overjoyed by the safe return and supplies, began chanting for drinks and a proper toast. That evening, the shelter transformed into a party hall. Survivors laughed, drank, and honored their bravery. While others laughed and relaxed, Kashiwaba sat alone, eating quietly, still processing everything they'd survived together. Inside the lively dining hall, Nao looked around. Amid the noise, she noticed Ichijo had disappeared. Elsewhere, Ichijo stood alone in a quiet room, staring silently at the massive, damaged battle axe. The weapon was nearly ruined. Ichijo realized he'd either need a new one or a repair skill. Meanwhile, Ayaka and Nao's stats had risen sharply, proof of their growth after defeating the Dullahan. Ichijo remembered their brutal near-death experience. Powerless and terrified, he swore to grow even stronger. Later, Ichijo heard a knock and someone called his name. As he turned, Ayaka quietly entered the dim hospital room, brushing off any idea of fun or celebration. Sitting beside him, she admitted everything felt heavier now. The silence between them was strangely comforting. They shared thanks and quiet understanding. Despite the hardship, Ayaka insisted, real friends protect each other. Ayaka teased Ichijo about Nao. Flustered, he denied it, claiming they just happened to stay close. Meanwhile, now clarified her relationship with Ichijo, unsure herself. Ayaka quietly observed, silently questioning what she felt. Ichijo brushed off Ayaka's teasing with sarcasm, but her smile showed she saw through his deflection. Ayaka insisted she was grown. Ichijo chuckled, saying adulthood meant losing freedom, not just graduating high school. Before they could continue, a new presence was about to interrupt their private conversation. Now approached Ichijo's room, hoping to speak privately. Her heart raced with unspoken thoughts and feelings. Ayaka panicked. She didn't want to be seen, worried Now would misunderstand the situation entirely. Outside, Now knocked hesitantly. Hearing no answer, she feared someone else might be inside with Ichijo. Ichijo nervously greeted Now, hiding his panic. Now suspected something was off. Beneath the blanket, Ayaka stayed still, their hearts pounded. Neither dared move as tension silently filled the room. Ichijo panicked as Now entered. Ayaka clung to him, making things look far too suspicious. Determined to avoid a misunderstanding, Ichijo blocked Nao's view, desperately trying to hide Ayaka beneath the blanket. Nao noticed something odd. Ichijo improvised, blaming his long legs and past athletic experience to cover up. Trying to change the topic, Ichijo complimented Nao's legs. Ayaka, still hiding, overheard everything with rising concern. A sudden movement beneath the blanket startled everyone. Ayaka had shifted, and now their cover was blown. Nao was caught off guard but tried to speak, uncertain how to process what she saw. Ichijo apologized softly. Nao dismissed it, focusing instead on the weight of everything they'd recently endured. Ichijo admitted his resurrection power was gone. Nao worried he'd start hiding things again from everyone. Despite her fears, Nao smiled. She promised to stay by his side, no matter what came. Ichijo turned to Ayaka. Her expression was quiet, unreadable, hiding feelings she hadn't yet put to words. Ichijo flinched as Ayaka pinched him. Nao, concerned, misread it as lingering pain from battle. Nao left the room with a calm farewell. Ichijo watched her go, unease growing inside him. Ayaka emerged, amused by the chaos. Ichijo scolded her, but she laughed it off with ease. As Ayaka departed, Ichijo felt guilty. She, however, acted indifferent, though her heart said otherwise. Alone in the corridor, Ayaka sulked. She didn't understand why, but Nao's smile had irritated her. Ayaka stormed off, frustrated, unaware Ichijo had collapsed from battle fatigue just moments before she arrived. Ichijo awoke alone in the hospital, confused, realizing he'd slept through an entire day without warning. Assessing the city's transformation rate, Ichijo prepared to scout for dungeon bosses and gather vital subweapons quickly. A mutated beast charged without warning, but Ichijo struck first, piercing its chest with a perfectly timed blow. Examining the fallen orc's weapon, Ichijo confirmed its stats, strong enough to aid his next encounter. Ichijo tested the orc's iron sword, satisfied with its balance. He stored it for future battles. While exploring destroyed streets, Ichijo realized it was noon. He decided to return before anyone worried. From a distance, Ichijo noticed a lone girl standing near the bridge. Her presence felt strangely familiar. Recognizing her as Kashiwaba, he saw her cornered by two armed goblins. She looked completely outmatched. As the goblins attacked, Kashiwaba lost footing and fell from the bridge. Ichijo jumped right after her. Ichijo caught Kashiwaba mid-fall, asking if she was hurt. She recognized him with shock and confusion. Bloodied and breathless, Ichijo locked eyes with her. Her scream echoed, startled by his wounded appearance. As he tried calming her, she panicked, kicked wildly, and they both splashed straight into the river. They emerged gasping for air, unaware enormous footprints nearby hinted at a massive creature approaching the bridge. Kashiwaba introduced herself and thanked Ichijo. She had wandered far from town, seeking goblins to fight. Ichijo warned her about the danger. Despite her calm response, the goblins were already closing in. Seeing her injured leg, Ichijo offered to carry her. She hesitated but agreed it was efficient. Instead of a piggyback ride, Kashiwaba sat on his shoulders, confusing Ichijo with her unexpected decision. While returning, she asked to go back for something forgotten. Ichijo sighed. Clearly thrown off again, Ichijo dropped a massive pile of monster remains. He had skinned and carried them back alone. Appraisal identified black wolf parts. They held low magic value but interesting background descriptions and behavior traits. The system rewarded Ichijo with a bronze trophy and points for successfully appraising all collected monster materials. Ichijo realized he was just a beginner appraiser. He asked Kashiwaba if she had more samples. Excited by potential loot, Ichijo eagerly asked to see Kashiwaba's room, catching her completely off guard. Ichijo teased Kashiwaba, joking about being alone together. Ichijo realized, insisting his intentions were purely practical. Later, on a rooftop, she admitted her weakness in battle. Ichijo remembered her crafting skill goals. He offered to help her level up. Though unsure, Kashiwaba believed crafting could support the whole group. Ichijo reassured her. Past rejections echoed in her mind, but his support made her smile sincerely. Suddenly, a strange noise filled the air. Kashiwaba pointed toward the sky. Something unusual was approaching. Ichijo froze. The massive silhouette in the distance was something he recognized. A powerful enemy returned. It was Gigant, a monstrous level 11-12 boss, with overwhelming stats and lethal physical and magical power. Ichijo panicked. The Gigant had grown much stronger since their last encounter. Its presence inside town terrified him. As the towering boss moved forward, Ichijo realized its path was leading directly toward the city hospital. Ordering Kashiwaba to stay, Ichijo rushed ahead. Ayaka and Nao were still trapped inside that hospital. Ichijo activated Dash, vowing to stop Gigant. He launched forward at maximum speed with 60 seconds left. He struck first, landing a blow across Gigant's face. The force was explosive, but not nearly enough. Despite the level gap, Ichijo pushed forward. If he could stall long enough, others might escape safely. Charging again through the streets, Ichijo focused on movement. Against all odds, he still believed in survival. Gigant turned and roared in rage. Its monstrous speed and power now locked fully onto Ichijo alone. Gigant unleashed an earth-shaking shockwave, flattening buildings in every direction. The destruction radius was massive and immediate. Ichijo watched in horror, realizing Gigant's power dwarfed every boss before. He stood no chance alone. A system alert appeared. Death registered. Ichijo's unique skill, Resurrection, activated once more to rewind his fate. Ichijo opened his eyes in the hospital bed, realizing death had returned him to life again. His memory sharpened. The monster called Gigant had killed him instantly with a single brutal blast. Checking the date, Ichijo confirmed Gigant would attack again tomorrow night, giving him only 1 day. Too weak to fight, Ichijo feared Gigant could destroy the hospital and everyone still inside it. Determined, Ichijo decided to warn Nao first, hoping together they could prevent the coming destruction. Ichijo decided to reveal everything, including his resurrection ability, to the hospital leadership and Nyaka. He and Nao agreed to meet the hospital heads in 1 hour for a briefing. In a quiet room, key representatives gathered, prepared to hear a true stranger than any illness. Defense, medical and civil leaders arrived, each representing a sector that would soon face Gigant's wrath. Ichijo hesitated at the door, but Nao urged him forward. It was time to speak. Ichijo stood before the gathered leaders and staff, nervously thanking them for attending the emergency meeting. He announced his intent to share classified knowledge with everyone, beginning with his ability Resurrection through Death. As Ichijo spoke, silence filled the room, everyone listening, shocked, unsure whether to believe him. He admitted he hadn't been strong at first, but gained power through repeated deaths and experience. Then he delivered the warning. Gigant, a powerful monster, would strike the hospital tomorrow at 9 p.m. The room panicked. Some begged Ichijo to fight, while others were shocked by Gigant's stats. Ichijo confessed he couldn't survive even a few minutes in combat with Gigant at his current strength. Still, he proposed a plan. Evacuate the hospital, abandon the city, and escape to another location. Ayaka confirmed the nearby city was safe, no boss monsters remained, and could be reached quickly. Dr. Nakanishi raised concerns. Most patients couldn't move well, and a convoy would attract other roaming monsters. As Gigant approached, weaker monsters began fleeing the area, terrified of the dominant force about to arrive. Ichijo laid out the plan: prepare vehicles, gather supplies, and escape hours before Gigant's arrival. He warned them, fleeing buys time, but doesn't stop the reversal fueling stronger, deadlier monster spawns. Only Ichijo and Nao could defeat bosses, unless others gained the same power to reset. Ichijo revealed his ability to bring someone back through time, if they truly believed in him. Ichijo believed that, like Nao, others could become allies strong enough to defeat boss. He told everyone that power required resolve, risking everything to gain the strength to protect others. With a firm voice, Icho asked them all to join him and fight for the world. He reminded them there was no rush, only a request to inform others and decide honestly. He ended the meeting, asking those truly willing to fight to return at 5 p.m. tonight. As they walked the hallway together, Nao asked if the others had truly been convinced to join. Icho admitted the turnout would be small, but hoped at least a few people understood the truth. Arriving early, he stared at the empty meeting room, heart heavy with silent disappointment and hope. Nao and Ayaka reassured him gently, reminding him that fear still controls even the brave. Though Icho expected this outcome, he still longed for one person to rise and stand with them. Just as hope faded, Kashiwaba arrived breathless, determined to stand alongside them, despite her fear. She asked if Icho's offer still applied to her, if she could also gain power. Though trembling, she declared her resolve to help, even without strength, wanting to be useful somehow. Her conviction triggered the system, a new scenario activated, linking her heart to the fight ahead. Overwhelmed, Icho thanked her. She had become their first true ally in the cursed world. With new resolve, Icho rallied the group, now 4 strong, ready to face the monster. Kashiwaba's scenario begins: defeat 1,000 monsters before the giant arrives, or everyone will die permanently. Ichijo warns the others this challenge may be harder than expected and suggests they test their strength. Outside, a goblin appears. Ichijo tells Kashiwaba to attack while Nao and Ayaka observe cautiously. Kashiwaba hesitates, but masks her fear with false confidence, stepping forward to confront the terrifying creature. As the goblin lunges, she stabs blindly in panic. Her blade lands true, killing it in desperation. Kashiwaba collapses after the kill, her breathing ragged, unsure if victory or fear caused her trembling. She boasts clumsily, but Ichijo's cold response reveals her effort meant nothing without proper kill credit. Ichijo realizes Kashiwaba's kills won't count if she dies, and resurrection doesn't apply to her scenario. Ayaka confidently heads off alone to train, while Ichijo wonders why she hasn't triggered a scenario yet. To help Kashiwaba level up, the group decides to lure monsters and let her land finishing blows. Exhausted but victorious, Kashiwaba stands over the slain beasts, finally earning her long-awaited level up. Resting beside Ichijo, she decides to invest her 5 points into the weaponsmith skill, as planned. As soon as she selects it, weapon crafting knowledge overwhelms her brain, leaving her visibly shaken. Once recovered, Kashiwaba scans the monster corpses, wondering what weapons she can forge from their remains. Spotting poison parts, she chooses to create a needle of deadly poison using 3 insect materials. Kashiwaba activates her weaponsmith ability, summoning dark energy as the raw materials begin reacting violently. The swirling forge completes, astonishing Ichijo, as Kashiwaba proudly declares the new weapon is finished. They examine the needle of deadly poison, a fragile but venomous weapon with suspiciously weak stats. Curious about its effects, they agree to test the poison's power on a real enemy soon. Just then, Nao appears with a restrained goblin, and Ichijo prepares to stab it for testing. Ichijo thrusts the poison needle into the goblin's chest, causing an immediate violent reaction in its body. The goblin thrashes, foams, and collapses grotesquely, its body fully consumed by the lethal venom coursing inside. Everyone watches in shock. The weapon's effectiveness surprises them, and Kashiwaba finally gains a reliable method. Nao gathers beast fangs for new crafting. They're eager to see what else Kashiwaba can create. As swirling energy forms again, Ayaka remarks how closely it resembles alchemy, and Kashiwaba silently agrees. Kashiwaba completes another craft, and Ichijo imagines them as a full RPG party. Each with roles, she creates a wolf fang dagger, a durable weapon with real power, finally something built for battle. Ichijo asks for gear of his own, and Kashiwaba agrees while preparing for armorsmith next. With confidence growing, Kashiwaba slashes through enemies, while Ichijo keeps watch and urges her to continue. Nao cheers and Ayaka heals her wounds, supporting Kashiwaba as she fully embraces her combat role. After defeating many enemies, Kashiwaba reaches level 21 and unlocks strengthen and armorsmith skills simultaneously. Later they rest at a hospital rooftop, praising her progress and how agile she's become recently. Kashiwaba humbly credits her team, while Ichijo notes her crafting skills will benefit everyone moving forward. As the group begins discussing their next steps, Ichijo unexpectedly asks about Kashiwaba's plans for tomorrow. Caught completely off guard by the question, Kashiwaba stares in shock and blurts out a flustered response. Kashiwaba stands before a skeptical crowd, frustrated that no one is taking her strength seriously yet. Ichijo approves a demonstration match, giving full permission for the next fighter to go all out. To her dismay, Karube, shirtless, challenges her seriously, leaving Kashiwaba confused and mortified. Ichijo assigns Karube to spar with Kashiwaba, despite objections. Karube trusts his military strength and training. Ichijo assures Karube the match has purpose. He hints that the outcome may surprise everyone involved. Kashiwaba trembles before the match begins. Karube, confident in his superior stats, prepares for domination. Observers doubt Kashiwaba's chances. Ichijo remains firm, insisting that raw numbers alone don't decide the victor. The crowd warns Karube not to overdo it. He still believes experience guarantees victory. Despite her growth, Karube charges forward with full strength, aiming to overwhelm her quickly using sheer power and military instincts. In a blink, Kashiwaba strikes first. Karube is stunned, unable to react to her sudden movement. Breathing heavily, Karube backs off in disbelief. For the first time, he realizes he's been cleanly hit. Karube grabs a practice knife, blaming luck. He prepares to escalate, refusing to be humiliated any further. Kashiwaba unleashes rapid counterattacks. Her movements blur as she strikes Karube repeatedly, forcing him off his balance. Karube crashes to the ground. Shock spreads through the crowd as Kashiwaba stands tall and victorious. Everyone stares in disbelief. Karube admits defeat, stunned by how much she's grown in so little time. Ichijo reveals her training wasn't ordinary. Kashiwaba forged weapons from monster remains, advancing faster than anyone expected. Her mantle, self-crafted using the weaponsmith's skill, gives massive endurance. Karube realizes her strength is earned. Ichijo explains, with teamwork and role division, even low-level survivors can gain value and contribute meaningfully. Ichijo reminds everyone that surviving means fighting. Every person has value so long as they keep trying. Karube admits defeat with humility. He urges others to learn skills and contribute to humanity's survival strategy. Moved by Ichijo and Karube's words, the crowd raises their hands, choosing to stay and grow. Nao and Ayaka celebrate the shift in morale. The once divided group now unites to rebuild together. With unity secured, Ichijo plans evacuation before another gigant attack. First, he'll ask Kashiwaba to fix his axe. Ichijo arrives in Kashiwaba's room, stunned by the many grotesque monster trophies she casually keeps displayed. Ichijo questions how she sleeps near monster corpses. She answers casually, this bizarre environment doesn't bother her. She explains her love for bugs and specimens from childhood, hinting at how crafting became natural. Inspecting his cracked axe, Kashiwaba confirms it's fixable. She activates Weaponsmith and uses poisonous crafting material. The weapon's power is lowered, but now includes poison. Ichijo notices mysterious unintended changes in its effects. Ichijo notices the weapon feels different. Instead of restoring it, Kashiwaba accidentally created a new version. Kashiwaba panics, thinking she messed up. Ichijo calms her, it's still a good weapon in battle. They realize poison effects came from ingredients. Kashiwaba now considers applying those effects to other gear. A gigant draws near. They begin evacuation, assigning cars and routes to escort civilians to safety. The convoy rolls out. Everyone has a role now, and together, they head toward the next battle. Nao confirms the last injured evacuee is loaded. Karube steps up to drive as gigant nears. As engines roar and people flee, Ichijo stays focused. Their plan worked, but danger hasn't passed yet. A system warning flashes. World reversal surpassed 4%. Something unknown, something alien is about to breach reality. Ichijo turns back in shock. The sky and ground tremble. The hospital won't survive what's coming. Massive tendrils erupt violently through concrete. The building is crushed as the other world begins to merge. A sudden tremor shattered the ground as a dimensional rift opened, hurling debris through the sky. Ichijo awoke beneath a colossal tree. Disoriented, around him, others stirred in the unfamiliar wilderness. Ayaka noted strange vegetation. Ichijo confirmed it. This was another reversal. The world had shifted again. Monsters from the dungeon spilled into reality. Their forms matched the horrors Ichijo once fought alone. Under the glowing moon, Ichijo recognized the terrain. This was Lyra Forest, home of the dungeon's core. With roads vanished, panic rose. Kashiwaba trembled while Karube insisted they head toward the nearest city. Guided by instincts and a rough map, they marched forward, hoping the forest's edge was near. Their group pushed deeper through dense terrain, unaware something massive stalked silently between the shifting trees. A thunderous tremor shook the ground. Gigant was nearby. The group's pace quickened, tension rising with each step. Ayaka shouted for Kashiwaba. Ichijo cursed. The forest concealed Gigant's position, making escape nearly impossible now. Kashiwaba tripped on uneven ground, trying to stay strong. Ayaka noticed her limp and quickly approached. Ayaka cast a healing spell. Smiling, she reassured Kashiwaba, lifting the tension with her playful energy. Karube spotted light through the trees. Finally, a path out. Ichijo nodded. Their exit was near. Relief filled the group. Reaching open ground, Ichijo vowed they'd fight back once survivors were reunited. But hope was short-lived. Gigant descended behind them, monstrous and massive. Its eyes locked straight on Ichijo. Gigant crashed down like a meteor, splintering trees and earth as it landed with terrifying force. A shockwave tore through the land, forests shredded, mountains shifted, and the group vanished within the blast. Ichijo awoke alone in a wasteland of shattered trunks, his breath shallow, body bruised and trembling. Wounded and barely standing, Ichijo pushed forward, lungs crushed, arm broken, refusing to fall until he found survivors. Then he saw Karube's body, lifeless and torn. The reality hit hard. Gigant had already claimed lives. Ichijo froze. His breath caught as he spotted Kashiwaba's lifeless body, impaled and motionless in silence. Bleeding and broken, Ayaka whispered her final plea, telling Ichijo to run, not to fight. Collapsing in rage and despair, Ichijo screamed into the ruins. He had failed them all again. But then, coughing, staggering, now stood, bruised and bloodied. She was still alive against all odds. Ichijo rushed to her. She asked for the others. He trembled, unable to answer her question. Now tearfully apologized with her dying breath, blaming herself, wishing only to stay by Ichijo's side. Faced with her death, Ichijo broke. He remembered their faces. Now Karube, Ayaka, Kashiwaba, all now lost. He struck the ground with fury. Through blood and grief, he swore to defy fate itself. Under the crimson moon, Ichijo stood tall. He vowed to save everyone, no matter the cost. A system alert rang. Soul's Oath activated. Ichijo's scenario began. He chose to rewrite the world's end. With Mao's body in his arms, Ichijo accepted the challenge. No matter how cruel reality became, defeat Gigant, the scenario began. Ichijo stood tall, eyes burning. He swore to survive everything. Ichijo quietly confirms the rules. If they clear the scenario, he too gains a unique ability. Facing Nao, Ayaka, and Kashiwaba, Ichijo decides it's time to finally reveal the coming truth. He calmly explains his plan, training hard, repeating loops, until he becomes strong enough to defeat it. With monsters still outside, the group debates fleeing. Nao interrupts, offering her help, without hesitation. Though Ayaka insists they're a team, Ichijo chooses solitude. He believes only he must grow stronger. Though hesitant, Nao and Ayaka finally accept his decision. Ichijo leaves, determined to act alone now. As Ichijo departs, Nao's calm breaks. She admits she's scared, unsure if he'll survive by himself. Despite her fear, Nao chooses support over interference. They agree to help only if he asks. Ichijo races through silent streets, thinking of Gigant's healing. His attacks alone can't finish it yet. To overcome Gigant's regeneration, he must strengthen without relying on his strongest skills, Hercules and Dash included. Ichijo studies the enemy's stats. 3 monstrous bosses, each one excels in different areas: endurance, speed, strength. He accepts 3 C-class quests. Strategically, he'll fight them individually, starting with the weakest, Harpia. The battle begins. Harpia's wind magic is overwhelming, and her movements push Ichijo into immediate danger. Attacks slash through the air. Harpia strikes relentlessly, and Ichijo struggles to dodge with raw speed. Wounded and thrown, Ichijo grits his teeth. If he can't beat them, Gigant will be impossible. Ichijo remembers past failure. Thinking of Alan, he reignites his resolve. He must become stronger alone. Exhausted and staggering, Ichijo starts losing balance. The consequences of constant revival are finally taking their toll. Nao slaps him back to reality. She sees through his silence and calls him out. Her voice cracks. He keeps dying silently, never asking for help. Nao demands honesty, not false bravery. Despite Ichijo's claim he's fine, Nao isn't convinced. She fears he's breaking more than he admits. Ichijo smiles, grateful for everyone's presence. With a new skill unlocked, he rushes out again. Left behind, Ayaka and Kakashiwaba silently watch. The weight of Ichijo's burden still hangs in air. Now tells herself to wait, but deep down, she can't ignore what might be happening. The booming sound shakes the room. Now bolts out, unwilling to let Ichijo suffer alone. Gasping, she runs through empty streets. Something pulses ahead, danger or death, but she doesn't hesitate anymore. Now arrives to find shattered ground soaked in blood. Her heart sinks, fearing the worst outcome. She pauses, overwhelmed. So much blood. Could Ichijo still be alive somewhere in this devastation? Ayaka and Kakashiwaba arrive breathless. They couldn't let Now face danger, or Ichijo's fate, on her own. A violent explosion tears the building apart. Panic sets in as the scale of battle becomes clear. From the rubble, the high orc emerges. Now immediately recognizes it, Ichijo's toughest target yet. The girls stand frozen. The high orc locks eyes on them. Death looming just steps away. With terrifying force, the monster charges. Now's breath catches. She's moments from being struck down. Just before the axe lands, a flash erupts. Ichijo returns, blocking the blow mid-swing. His mana blast shatters the battlefield. Now watches in awe. He always comes when it matters. Standing tall, leveled up and smiling, Ichijo jokes through blood. The others finally smile back. With all 3 quests cleared, Ichijo earns 150 points. His strength is now officially recognized. Akira gained massive strength after defeating 3 boss quests, raising his level and enhancing his battle-related stats. He unlocked 6 new skills to support his combat style, yet still failed against the regenerating gigant. A global scenario began for Kashiwaba. Akira hoped her victory would unlock powerful crafting potential. Realizing her importance, Kashiwaba nervously accepted the task. Her scenario held the key to survival. Akira explained the plan. Kashiwaba would forge powerful weapons from earned points, enough to kill Gigant. Kashiwaba froze. To succeed, she had to kill 1,000 monsters alone before Gigant arrived. Despite her fears, Ayaka, Ichijo and Nao rallied around her, supporting her mission with belief. Ichijo ordered everyone to prepare. Kashiwaba quietly left to change, carrying the burden alone. Alone in her room, she doubted herself. Failure meant death. Time was against her completely. Steeling her heart, she dressed, declared herself ready, and stepped out, determined to fight for everyone. Monsters fell one by one under Kashiwaba's blade. The kill count climbed slowly. Time still raced forward. At 100 kills, Ichijo cheered. Kashiwaba exhaled, exhausted but hopeful they could maintain the pace. 6 hours had passed. Her energy dropped. 900 monsters remained, and only 22 hours left. Kashiwaba broke down. Doubts consumed her. Failure felt inevitable, no matter how hard she tried to believe. She confessed her despair to Ichijo, feeling worthless, defeated. Nothing she tried had ever truly worked before. To distract her from despair, Ichijo joked about drinks and snacks after surviving the coming battle. Flustered, Kashiwaba questioned his timing, but Ichijo remained calm, insisting his words were from genuine intent. Ichijo recalled past loops. He'd given up countless times, until someone inspired him with simple, hopeful words. He didn't promise miracles, just moments of happiness, enough to keep walking forward in a broken world. Ichijo smiled warmly, hoping she'd believe in herself. For the first time, Kashiwaba felt something shift. Nao and Ayaka arrived, leading a swarm of goblins straight toward Kashiwaba. Her next challenge began. Ichijo reminded her of their promise. Flustered but smiling, Kashiwaba regained her focus with determination. She asked softly, after it's over, would he share a glass of barley shochu with her? Her heart ignited. No more hesitation. Inspired by Ichijo, Kashiwaba's blade struck fast. Her kills soared quickly. Fueled by purpose, she tore through enemies. For her promise, her friends, she'd fight this world. Surrounded by a mountain of corpses, Kashiwaba stood victorious. Ayaka and Nao praised her good work. Smiling through exhaustion, she whispered she could finally be useful. Right before her knees began to wobble. Collapsed from overexertion, Kashiwaba lost consciousness. Her mission complete, her friends rushed to her side. The system announced scenario completion. Kashiwaba earned points and a unique skill. Ichijo prepared for what's next. Just then, the earth shook. Gigant appeared, massive, unstoppable. The true battle was only beginning now. Ichijo prepares for battle as Karabe confirms his plan. The mission is risky but necessary now. He leaps into action knowing he must survive until Kashiwaba's team arrives to support him. The colossal monster Gigant towers above buildings. Ichijo closes in, aiming to buy crucial time. Gigant's massive fist strikes down, but Ichijo activates acrobatics, narrowly dodging with sharpened instincts and speed. He dashes across the beast's limbs mid-air, maintaining balance while searching for Gigant's weakest opening. Ichijo's weapon strikes Gigant's face directly, but the impact barely affects the beast's hardened, monstrous skin. As Gigant shifts course toward the hospital, Ichijo hesitates, then chooses to use his magic early. With no other option, Ichijo activates Hercules, lightning crackling as his body prepares for brutal combat. His empowered blade tears through the air, unleashing Axe Artes to force Gigant's attention back. Inside the ruined building, Ayaka checks Kashiwaba's condition. She confirms healing magic can't cure exhaustion. Ayaka fears time is slipping away. If Kashiwaba remains unconscious, their chances may collapse entirely. Determined, Nao dons her cloak and rushes off, entrusting Kashiwaba's care to Ayaka alone. As she sprints through the deserted streets, Nao reminds herself of Ichijo's past impossible victories. Despite the pressure, Ichijo holds firm, clashing with Gigant head-on as lightning tears through the battlefield. The shockwave destroys surrounding buildings. Ichijo is violently thrown, caught in the explosive aftermath of Gigant's strike. Buildings collapse violently as Ichijo crashes through, hurled by Gigant's overwhelming power into the city structures. Bloodied and gasping, Ichijo realizes one wrong move nearly cost his life. Gigant closes in fast. Cornered, Ichijo freezes. His body won't move fast enough, and Gigant's fist is already mid-swing. Suddenly, Gigant halts. Its aggressive posture shifts unexpectedly, confusion flashing in its glowing beast-like eyes. Ichijo watches in disbelief as Gigant hesitates. The monster's muscles twitch, reacting to something unseen nearby. Ichijo's body trembled as the poison began working. Gigant's breath slowed, eyes glowing with faint confusion. Earlier, survivors had gathered outside town, handing Ichijo bottles of herbal extracts for his coming battle. Although they couldn't fight beside him, their united resolve gave Ichijo the strength to accept their aid. He had stabbed Gigant repeatedly, waiting for weakness, refusing to waste the faith others had placed in him. Gathering all remaining mana, Ichijo unleashed a final blast, slicing Gigant apart with overwhelming magical force. As buildings collapsed, a family fled by van, terrified by monsters rapidly approaching from the ruined city. While debris rained from the sky, Ichijo emerged alone, facing destruction without hesitation or visible fear. Gigant, wounded but furious, roared above the skyline. The people below watched the lone warrior stand firm. Ichijo panted atop the wreckage, realizing for the first time he'd caused real harm to the beast. Bloodied but focused, Ichijo confirmed Gigant's regeneration halted. This time, the monster was finally nearing its end. Gigant's face split unnaturally, flesh peeling apart as a terrifying new form began to emerge mid-battle. Despite being heavily wounded, Gigant roared again, rising with thunderous force as Ichijo realized it wasn't finished. Facing the towering beast once more, Ichijo's thoughts raced. Nothing he tried so far could finish it. The creature suddenly powered up, overflowing with lightning, as Ichijo watched in horror at its rapid transformation. With monstrous speed, Gigant lunged forward and struck, demolishing everything in its path, including nearby shattered buildings. Ichijo leapt to evade, eyes wide in disbelief. The monster's speed had increased far beyond his expectations. Gigant's punch landed with earth-shattering force. Ichijo failed to fully dodge and was thrown through shattered debris. Crumpled on the ground, Ichijo twitched weakly while the monster stood tall, looming over his broken form. Gigant grabbed Ichijo's limp body with one hand, lifting him effortlessly like a ragdoll from the rubble. Without hesitation, Gigant slammed Ichijo straight into a building, shattering stone and glass in a single strike. Gigant pummeled Ichijo repeatedly into the ground, each blow shaking rubble loose and splintering the battlefield further. Barely conscious, Ichijo bled heavily as Gigant hoisted him again, refusing to end the fight immediately. Through hazy vision, Ichijo realized the monster wasn't finishing him, only torturing him deliberately for its amusement. Gigant snapped Ichijo's arm without hesitation, his scream echoing through the ruins like a warning of defeat. The beast clenched tighter, holding Ichijo like a broken doll, yet his dimming eyes still burned with defiance. A massive beam of light carved through the sky. Gigant was struck directly by a magic bullet. Ichijo turned, Stunned, neither he nor Gigant expected the sudden, powerful blast from an unknown direction. From the distance, Now unleashed a shock arrow, running forward while maintaining control over her spell. The blast hit hard, launching Gigant backward. Now landed nearby, her lightning tearing through the ruined skyline. Ichijo staggered to his feet, recognizing Nao's voice. Her arrival had stopped Gigant from finishing him off. Ichijo urged Nao to retreat, but confusion grew when he noticed she had arrived completely alone. Nao hesitated, then admitted Kashiwaba hadn't come. Her words struck Ichijo with unexpected concern and rising dread. Kashiwaba collapsed after completing her scenario, and now no one knew when she would regain consciousness. Ichijo realized his resurrection point had reset, his last chance gone, his gamble against Gigant had failed. As Gigant roared through the ruins, Ichijo stared ahead, haunted by one truth: he couldn't save everyone. Ichijo noticed Gigant's eyes had shifted, its focus no longer on him, but toward distant survivors. Trapped under an overturned vehicle, a mother begged her daughter to run and leave her behind. The girl cried out in fear, her voice echoing through the ruins as danger closed in. Ichijo froze, helpless, as Gigant raised its foot. He couldn't move fast enough to stop it. Activating his ability in desperation, Ichijo dashed between them, determined not to let anyone die today. The city was silent. Ayaka lay unconscious among debris. Only Kashiwaba knew the end approached. Ayaka stood, cloaked and determined. Kashiwaba called her softly. Kashiwaba awoke, unsteady but aware. Struggling up as Ayaka, she called out to her. Despite her exhaustion, Kashiwaba felt guilty. Tears fell as she insisted on helping, against Ayaka's advice. Ayaka smiled gently, assuring her, "It's not her fault. They will fix together." Ayaka walked through the ruined exit alone, while Kashiwaba burdened by guilt and memories. Flashbacks revealed constant failure, school ridicule, workplace shame, then chaos as monsters rained terror from above. Kashiwaba was saved from certain death again, dragged into safety as another attack loomed from above. She screamed for her mother, helpless. Soldiers dismissed her as weak, unworthy to survive alongside them. Surrounded by strangers again, Kashiwaba stood isolated, fearing rejection more than monsters tearing the world apart. For the first time, Kashiwaba felt warmth. Ichijo, Nao and Ayaka welcomed her without hesitation. Ichijo's words lingered in her mind, encouraging her to believe, despite all she'd failed to protect. Haunted by loss, Kashiwaba screamed in pain. She vowed never to let anyone die again. Determined, she forced herself upright through injury and exhaustion, committed to saving others no matter the cost. Realization struck: she had gained points, completed a scenario. The system granted her a powerful skill. Ichijo was crushed under the monster's massive His body shattered, but his will remained unbroken. Trapped beneath rubble and fear, Ichijo's thoughts spiraled, torn between retreat and his vow to protect. Nao charged in, unleashing a thunder-infused arrow. Desperate to break through the monster's defense and help, Ichijo screamed to stop her. Nao's reckless strike risked both her life and the entire defense line. Gigant roared back, enraged. Lightning surged, jaws wide, its primal fury aimed straight at Nao's heart. Ichijo crashed through rubble, overwhelmed by guilt. He had dragged Nao into this collapsing nightmare again. Gigant emerged, leveling buildings like paper, its roar drowning out the screams of countless fleeing lives. Gigant charged, sending shockwaves down the street. Ichijo stood frozen, torn between fear and useless resolve. Kashiwaba dashed forward, cloak whipping in wind. Nao followed, terrified, but unwilling to let Ichijo die alone. Facing the monster, Nao whispered apologies. Her eyes hardened. This time she would protect Ichijo, no matter what. Kashiwaba stood firm as energy surged. The wooden giant answered her will to protect everyone. A monstrous figure emerged, shaped from rubble by the puppeteer's skill, its form towering over shattered buildings. Ichijo activated the construct, watching in awe as it moved, his last chance against the incoming beast. Nao spotted the giant and recognized the figure atop it, Kashiwaba, alive and controlling the creature. But the enemy arrived, a wild ape-class beast, roaring with rage, leaping directly toward her position. Kashiwaba turned too late, eyes wide with fear, as the monster's massive jaws closed in fast. She trembled on Gigant's shoulder, her fear of gorillas and heights overwhelming her courage. Panic spiraled in her chest, and the more she focused on danger, the harder breathing became. Then, A child's voice broke through her fear, cheering with tears, believing in her creation. Ishijo and now shouted support. Kashiwaba clenched her fists, steadying her nerves with a quiet nod. With fire in her eyes, she commanded the giant forward. This beast did not belong here. Kashiwaba commanded the punch. Stone met flesh with devastating force, sending shockwaves across the battlefield and beyond. The attack struck true. Gigant's jaw shattered, its head violently twisted as rubble fist buried deep into bone. Ishijo and now stared in disbelief. The giant's head was gone, but Gigant remained standing, unshaken. With one arm, Gigant lunged toward Kashiwaba. His roars returned louder, blood and fury igniting his rage. Before she could react, Gigant charged. Kashiwaba screamed her final command, unleashing all strength left in desperation. The giant shattered on impact, exploding upward into the sky as Gigant roared and tracked its motion. Kashiwaba's fragmented golems swerved midair and slammed downward, slamming Gigant mid-chest with a brutal meteor strike. She activated Strength Up, boosting her control. Her last burst of power surged through the falling remains. The wreckage collapsed. Kashiwaba stood alone among broken limbs, aura dimming, breath heavy in the aftermath. Ishijo and now shouted. Kashiwaba smiled through pain, determined to fight even if she stood alone. Kashiwaba gathered scattered rubble midair, forming a second golem, one that could fight and repair itself. The regenerated construct slammed into Gigant, overwhelming him with speed, each strike shaking buildings to their foundation. Ishijo realized her plan wouldn't last unless they stopped Gigant's healing. Kashiwaba's strength would run dry. Iyaka arrived, breathless and sweating, carrying a massive bundle meant to tip the balance of battle. She revealed it was a gift from Kashiwaba, crafted skills and items for their final strategy. Iyaka forged 2 weapons from boss remains, one specifically crafted for now, the other for Ishijo. She fused the bellows sword with crystallized ores, unleashing its potential with maxed weaponsmith level 3. The first weapon, Sorcerer's Gun White Fang, balanced, deadly and powered with ranged magical amplification feature. The second, Neck Render Axe Blade Renewed, a brutal anti-boss weapon built to sever regenerating heads. As Ishijo gripped the weapon, realization sparked. This charge skill was the missing link to victory. Armed with enchanted blades and resolve, Ishijo roared. The time had come to end Gigant's reign. The gigant's strike shattered the battlefield. Kashiwaba leapt forward, shielding herself beneath collapsing ruins without hesitation. As dust settled, Kashiwaba stood bloodied. She vowed to survive 3 minutes. Ichijo needed that time. From a rooftop, Ichijo spotted the beast. With the height advantage, his attack could now succeed. Remembering Iyaka's healing skill, Ichijo steadied his grip. Mana surged through him as he prepared to fire. Channeling charge power, Ichijo focused everything into one final blow, a skill stacked beyond lethal limit. Mana surged violently as Ichijo yelled the command. He chained a second charge, amplifying the weapon's energy. Breathing hard, Ichijo repeated the sequence. Each cancelled skill doubled the blast's force. He was gambling everything now. Below, the beast still raged. Debris flew. Every second counted. Kashiwaba's shield barely held under the pressure. Now sprinted toward the ruins. She saw the structure shift and feared Kashiwaba wouldn't last another moment. Kashiwaba's vision blurred. Legs trembling, she reached out blindly, but refusing to collapse before Ichijo fired. Sweat streamed down Kashiwaba's face. Gigant growled deep, sensing weakness beneath the rubble pile's trembling surface. The monster grinned. Kashiwaba barely stood. Her footing gave way as Gigant's shadow loomed larger around her. With one arm extended, Gigant lunged to crush. Kashiwaba turned, frozen by the giant claw approaching. Summoning strength, Iyaka deflected the strike midair. Gritting her teeth, she refused to let everyone's sacrifice fail. Iyaka soared in from above, casting shields. Her voice cut through the chaos, promising to protect Kashiwaba. Now stabilized her aim. Her shock arrow surged with power, releasing a crackling blast toward the battlefield. Gigant staggered, scorched, but he retaliated, roaring. Kashiwaba screamed as the beast closed in behind now. Kashiwaba clenched her. No longer afraid, she shouted a vow to become strong like the others. Gigant's monstrous punch shattered stone, but the strike missed. Iyaka and Ichijo's timing had thrown off his path. Lightning danced around Ichijo as he descended. Mana blade charged. Eyes focused. This was his final, killing blow. Iyaka and now gave the signal. Their voices rose together, It was time to strike. Kashiwaba screamed Ichijo's name. Lightning coiled through the sky. Gigant roared, but he couldn't escape anymore. Ichijo released it. The fully charged mana blast surged forward, cutting through time, space, and Gigant's final defenses. A colossal beam split the sky. The city trembled as the concentrated light consumed everything in its path. Winds howled through the silence. Ayaka and Mao stood breathless, watching the aftermath fade into the horizon. Ichijo knelt, breath shallow. Ash rained down, the battlefield finally quiet. The storm had ended for now. System text appeared midair. Quest completed. Gigant defeated. Rewards unlocked. Ichijo's scenario progressed with stats permanently enhanced. Kashiwaba collapsed in relief, her energy gone, her body trembling, but her eyes searched for Ichijo. Ichijo raised a thumb with a tired grin. Kashiwaba's lips curled slightly, emotions overwhelming her silence. She smiled, tears mixed with laughter. Their group reunited at last, walking together beyond the shattered ruins. The system updated, though Gigant fell, the threat wasn't over. A new enemy had emerged. The team gathered around ruins, celebrating their victory. They cheered with beer, grateful for Gigant's defeat. Kakashiro watched quietly from afar, relieved the mood had lightened, but unsure of her place tonight. Ichijo approached her with a warm smile, offering a drink. She accepted, gently easing her expression. They sat together beneath broken lights. She praised him shyly, but hesitated when words began to form. Suddenly, Ayako, clearly drunk, wrapped herself around Ichijo, interrupting the moment and silencing Kashiwaba's unspoken feelings completely. Ayako clung closer. Ichijo caught the scent, realizing she had secretly begun drinking earlier. Now observed. Now lunged, pulling Ayako away from Ichijo, scolding her for underage drinking despite society's collapse. The struggle turned chaotic. Neither backed down. Ichijo, overwhelmed, could only shout while being pulled between them. 3 days later, calm returned. The group helped evacuate survivors and rebuild parts of their shattered city. While aiding recovery, Ichijo reviewed his system rewards. One particular notification caught his eye and felt ominous. A new scenario activated. Ichijo's next mission was clear: stop Lyris mysterious, undiscovered plans immediately. He racked his brain, uncertain. The name felt familiar, yet distant, something buried deep within memory. Ichijo asked Karube, but the soldier had never heard Lyris. Suspicion grew heavier inside him. Karube recalled a man and woman inviting survivors into a strange community, possibly connected to the name. As night fell, Ichijo stood alone among rubble, resolved to investigate the unknown threat now looming. Under the moonlight, Ichijo told Nao he planned to leave, driven by the scenario's command. Nao insisted she'd join him later. Kashiwaba overheard, rushing in, unwilling to be left behind. Watching from a distance, Kashiwaba finally admitted her feelings. She desperately wanted to go with them too. She felt excluded, unsure how to interrupt, but if she proved herself useful, she might be invited. Determined, Kashiwaba clenched her fists beneath the night sky, ready to work hard and be chosen. Kashiwaba tried proving her strength with rubble control, but overexerted herself, causing a dangerous collapse instead. Despite her mistakes, Ichijo's team prepared to leave. Karube gave final words before their departure began. Ashamed, Kashiwaba watched them go. She felt unworthy, her efforts had failed to earn their trust. Nao turned back, calling to Kashiwaba warmly. The invitation to join was still open after all. Awaka and Ichijo also called her name. Shocked, Kashiwaba realized she had been accepted. Ichijo smiled, calling the group forward. Kashiwaba's eyes welled up. This time, she was truly included. She ran to catch up with them, cloak fluttering under starlight, heart lightened by belonging. Elsewhere, inside a blood-soaked building, 2 lifeless bodies marked the trail of something sinister and brutal. Alan with quiet steps walked away from the carnage, unbothered by the destruction he caused. He turned slowly, revealing cold eyes and a cross-shaped earring. Perhaps someone had finally shown up. In the shadows of a ruined hall, a figure appeared, grinning as he addressed Alan directly. Alan inspected the bodies coldly. He delivered them as promised, fresh, lifeless, and still warm. The dark man sneered, unimpressed. He yanked a girl by the hair, his preferences unspoken, violent. Gigant was slain. The man Alan failed to kill now threatened everything they'd built in silence. Rather than anger, curiosity bloomed. A man strong enough to corner this monster? That demanded personal investigation. Akira Ichijo, a name worth chasing. Alan turned, disinterested in games, already planning his next move. Alan paused briefly, warning the seated man. Underestimating Akira Ichijo would bring irreversible consequences soon, but the man cared little. All his efforts, every corpse, every plan, were for Lyris Lara. Far away by firelight, Ichijo's group rested. Patience wore thin. Food was low, tensions rising under stars. Ayaka devoured skewers. Kashiwaba complained. Nao mediated calmly. Despite hunger, their bond kept the group steady. Ichijo reflected quietly. 5 days had passed. Their mission, find answers about the mysterious Lara. Around the campfire, Ichijo watched them. Nana, Kashiwaba and Ayaka. All had grown significantly stronger. Nao refined her magic. Kashiwaba focused on stealth. Ayaka healed with fire in her eyes. Ichijo's stats remained impressive, but magic stayed locked. The fight with Gigant left unseen internal scars. Karube's analysis confirmed it. Ichijo's mana circuit was damaged. His power leaked uncontrollably from within. Powerless and disarmed, Ichijo sat alone, his blade shattered. Magic unusable, time was running out quickly. Based on Karube's notes, Nao confirmed their route. The group would reach the next town soon. They called it Paradise, but Ichijo sensed danger. Fewer monsters, no bosses, something didn't feel right. Rustling nearby caught everyone's attention. It wasn't a monster. Could it be Alan? Or another survivor? Weapons drawn, nerves high, the group faced the shadows. Whoever hid there had better reveal themselves. 3 women emerged, calm and unarmed. One of them apologized. They didn't mean to scare. Ichijo observed the newcomers carefully. 3 women, all around level 22, wary but not hostile. Ayaka, proudly unhelpful, revealed they'd already eaten everything around the campfire. They denied being thieves. One of the women stepped forward, inviting Ichijo's group to join their hidden refugee settlement. They needed more help. Their camp lacked manpower. She asked if Ichijo's group could assist them. Ichijo hesitated as Nao confronted him. They had limited time, a mission to complete. The woman reveals their camp is already relocating. She offers to personally guide them there. Ichijo debates the danger. Could be a trap, but accepting may shorten their journey drastically. Their destination shines in the night. A massive structure awaits. Welcomed them to Paradise, called as Afterlife. The survivors arrived at Afterlife, a fortress bathed in light, promising safety in a collapsing world. At the entrance, a staff member greeted them warmly, introducing strict rules meant to maintain peace. Weapons were confiscated, and the underground, sealed and restricted, was labeled dangerous due to ongoing reconstruction efforts. Ichijo and Nao agreed to the rules, joining others heading toward assigned shelters and sleeping quarters. Suddenly, Ichijo was pulled aside by the women, separated from Nao with no explanation or warning given. Inside a private room, women in revealing outfits offered Ichijo a massage and cheap first-time service. Before anything escalated, Ayaka interrupted them, declaring the session over due to reached quota limits. Nao scolded Ichijo sarcastically, misunderstanding the situation, while he insisted he never had impure thoughts. As they left, Ichijo and Nao entered a huge marketplace, amazed to see civilization thriving again. Ayaka, excited by the bustling stores, leaving Nao shouting after her in concern. While Kashiwaba pointed a store, Ichijo and Kashiwaba discovered a bizarre stall selling monster body parts as ingredients and materials for trade. When Kashiwaba offered money, the merchant scoffed, explaining old-world currency held no value in Afterlife. The merchant insisted on bartering, demanding 3 days' worth of food or equivalent monster parts instead. Mocking their supplies, the merchant bragged about raiding orcs for rare parts, claiming superiority in monster hunting. Unbothered, Kashiwaba revealed rare monster items. The merchant's smug expression vanished, stunned by their unexpectedly elite inventory. The merchant panicked when he realized their parts were rare boss-level items, begging to make a deal. Elsewhere, vendors tried charming Nao with discounts, using flattery and freebies to lure them in. Ichijo watched the group with a quiet smile, amused by their excitement as they explored the shops. While waiting, Ichijo was offered grilled skewers by a friendly vendor, who reassured him it was safe. To his surprise, the BBQ made from monster meat was delicious, showcasing expert cooking using combat ingredients. Ichijo introduced himself to Kento Shirakawa, a cheerful skewer vendor who enjoyed the vibrant market life. Ichijo questioned the safety of the crowded plaza, but Kento confidently said monsters never dared approach. The peace, Kento revealed, was thanks to Byron, whose mysterious skill kept all monsters far away. Though protected from monsters, the facility remained guarded, hinting at deeper human threats beneath its polished surface. Ichijo asked Kento about the phrase Lyris Lera, curious if anyone in Afterlife recognized its meaning. Kento admitted he'd never heard of Lyris Lera, but suggested Byron might know something useful. Suddenly, Kento's wife emerged, determined to find someone and take revenge alone. Screaming in pain and fury, Akiko declared her intent to personally kill whoever took her loved one. Kento restrained her desperately, pleading for patience and warning she would die if she acted alone. Once calm returned, Kento quietly explained that the woman was his wife, still broken by past trauma. Kento warned Ichijo of a recent tragedy, murders that occurred in Afterlife just 1 week ago. 7 victims were slaughtered without mercy, among them was Kento's daughter, killed during the brutal attack. The killer was still at large in Afterlife. Kento urged Ichijo's group to remain cautious. That night, Ichijo lay awake, haunted by Byron, Afterlife's secrets, and the cryptic words Lyris Lera. Unseen in the darkness, a cloaked figure observed the compound, watching silently with a cold, fixed gaze. After restless nights, Ichijo woke up buried beneath tangled limbs, unable to move under the girl's weight. Exhausted, Ichijo declared he'd sleep alone next time. Now simply smiled, unaware of his overnight suffering. At the mall, Ichijo searched for Lyris Lera. With no leads, he planned to meet Byron. Iyaka lit up hearing about Byron's party. Ichijo reminded them it was business, not for fun. Kakashiwaba's stomach growled mid-conversation. Laughing, Ichijo suggested breakfast before their search, while Iyaka demanded meat with excitement. At the food stall, Kento welcomed them warmly. The group accepted, drawn by the sizzling meat. Everyone devoured the food eagerly. While they ate, Kento turned to Ichijo with something more personal. Kento teased Ichijo about the girls. Flustered, Ichijo deflected while now questioned what gutter even meant. As they chatted, Kento asked about their party attire. Surprised they hadn't considered dressing up properly, Kento offered to sponsor outfits. The girls beamed with joy while Ichijo smiled, amused by their excitement. Ichijo suited up neatly. Kento praised the look, though Ichijo couldn't tell if it was sincere. At the shop, Ichijo arrived quietly. A soft exchange followed, expressing gratitude for his silent support. The girls stepped out together in dresses. Confident and smiling, they proudly revealed their transformed appearance. Ichijo was stunned. Kento laughed proudly. For a moment, war and worry were forgotten in admiration. Though shy in elegant clothes, now admitted it felt nice. A rare, quiet moment of comfort emerged. Now nervously asked Ichijo's opinion. Blushing, he stammered before finally managing a genuine compliment about her dress. Hearing his words, now relaxed, relieved. Nearby, Ayaka glanced curiously, catching the subtle emotional shift between them. Ayaka and Kashiwaba poked Ichijo for feedback. Caught off guard, he called them cute without hesitation. With time before evening, the group wandered aimlessly. Ayaka's sudden jabs left Ichijo annoyed and confused. Elsewhere, Akiko moved quietly through the showroom. A shadow watched as she murmured the name Hina. A scream echoed. Kento reacted first. Panic struck as the group turned toward the source instinctively. Akiko, Kento rushed toward the sound. Curtains fluttered. The room beyond felt eerily quiet, almost too still. Inside, a cloaked figure loomed over injured Akiko. Kento recognized the masked face, and was paralyzed. Kento cradled Akiko. Ichijo called Ayaka for help while the hooded figure escaped through the shadows. Kento trembled. The murderer who killed his daughter had returned, and now Akiko had nearly joined her. Kento broke down, overwhelmed by helplessness and fury. Ichijo stood in silence, angered by his own weakness. Kento confessed his regrets in tears. Ichijo watched speechless, as despair settled heavy over the entire group. Entrusting the group to Nao, Ichijo ran off. His resolve hardened. He wouldn't let it end here. The masked attacker dashed through the open mall. But a voice from behind forced him to stop. Ichijo confronted the murderer directly. Calm but unyielding, he demanded answers that had haunted others for years. Ichijo stood firm against the killer's threat, refusing to back down. No more innocent lives lost. The hooded attacker declared his intent to destroy paradise. Ishijo stood firm, ready to stop him. As Ishijo tried scanning him, the data distorted. The enemy stats were completely hidden by interference. Without warning, the attacker activated Spear Artes. A massive thrust exploded forward, aiming straight at Ishijo's chest. Ishijo narrowly dodged the first strike, reading the attacker's movement, but the spear returned instantly again. With brutal force, the enemy launched a crushing blow. Ishijo braced, activating Hercules to withstand the impact. Ishijo stood unfazed. The enemy's strike had landed, but it failed to leave a single scratch. The attacker was stunned, confused why his spear didn't work. Ishijo hadn't even moved an inch. Calmly, Ishijo explained the reason. He had increased endurance, far beyond what normal stats could handle. Realizing prolonged battle was risky, the attacker used dash to escape. Ishijo hesitated as the floor cracked. Wind split the corridor as the attacker vanished, at blinding speed. He believed Ishijo couldn't catch up. Ishijo closed the distance in a flash. His raw speed alone shattered the attacker's confidence instantly. He caught up effortlessly, no skill needed. The attacker panicked, unable to understand how or why. Ishijo grabbed him mid-run, revealing the truth. He had also upgraded speed, matching power with mobility. The collision shook the entire corridor. Walls burst apart. Ishijo stood among debris, unsure if he overdid it. With dominance established, Ishijo stepped forward. Calm and serious, he ended it. No more running, no escape. While searching the building, Ishijo accidentally barged into the women's bath. Time froze. Everyone stared in shock, stammering in panic. Ishijo apologized. Screams erupted behind him. He realized this wasn't part of the mission. Amid the chaos, the enemy used sneak and vanish. Ishijo was too distracted to stop him. Chasing through shattered windows, Ishijo scanned the area, but his opponent had already slipped into the crowd. Below, the plaza bustled with people. Ishijo gritted his teeth, unsure who among them masked a threat. Hidden in the crowd, the masked enemy felt confident. With sneak, he believed he was untouchable again. Now free from pursuit, he planned his next target, someone vulnerable, unrelated to Ishijo's direct mission. But Ishijo stared directly at him. A chill ran down the attacker's spine. Something felt terribly wrong. He convinced himself it was impossible. With sneak active, no one could perceive him, not even Ishijo. Then, without warning, Ishijo dropped from above, slamming down with force. Sneak wasn't enough to hide anymore. Crashing down with power, Ishijo caught the attacker off guard. The sneak skill was clearly not enough. When asked how he saw him, Ishijo replied plainly, it wasn't strategy or skill. He guessed. Desperate, the attacker drew a hidden blade. He wouldn't give up, not without one last attempt. But before the knife could move, a mysterious hand seized it. Someone else had joined the fight. A tall figure stepped in. His voice was firm. No one kills on paradise grounds. Ever. Lightning split the sky. As tension rose, even the attacker trembled. Someone stronger had entered the scene. The crowd stirred with recognition. Whispers spread fast. Byron had arrived, a figure both feared and respected. Ishijo stood tall. Byron approached calmly, flanked by guards. His tone was warm, but his presence overwhelming. Akira Ichijo arrived in the sanctuary, surprised when Byron warmly welcomed him by name without explanation. The shadowed follower calmly explained Byron sees all within paradise, tracking even the smallest hidden events. Byron thanked Ichijo for stopping a killer, offering VIP access, though Ichijo hesitated with unanswered questions. Business was postponed. Byron invited him to the festival instead, leaving Ichijo to walk away alone. Watching cloaked figures depart, Ichijo wondered silently, had the serial killer truly been dealt with already? Families tearfully thanked Ichijo for saving lives, while Nao, Ayaka, and Kashiwaba quietly watched nearby. Confetti filled the air as Ayaka beamed. The city finally embraced peace after its darkest days. Curious stares followed Ichijo, though he assumed they were directed at the girls dressed for celebration. Despite praise, Ichijo questioned everything, why the murders began, and whether they had truly ended for good. As Ayaka joked about food and prizes, Ichijo smiled, uncertain if peace would truly last. Byron raised his glass under the night sky, praising peace, as the city watched in silence. Cheers erupted across the banquet hall, joy rippling through the guests like waves of restored hope. The table overflowed with dishes, Kashiwaba, Nao, and Ayaka stared in disbelief at the extravagant meal. As more food arrived by Kento, Ichijo turned to Byron, finally ready to ask his lingering unanswered question. Ichijo spoke calmly. He needed information about someone named Laris Leira, a name Byron clearly recognized. Byron claimed he knew nothing about Laris Leira, but offered future help out of gratitude. During the feast, a servant nervously spilled wine on Ayaka, but she smiled and forgave him. Ichijo tried to stay optimistic despite the setback, while the servant's subtle expression hinted at something deeper. Byron clapped to shift attention, urging Ichijo to forget his questions and enjoy the celebration instead. Music filled the room as guests began dancing under chandeliers, the evening veiled in elegance and mystery. Ayaka excitedly pulled Kashiwaba to the dance floor, while Ichijo quietly watched them with a soft smile. As couples danced elegantly, Nao downed her drink with quiet tension, her eyes fixed on Ichijo. Flushed but determined, Nao insisted they dance together, invoking her boss status with nostalgic confidence. On the polished floor, Ichijo and Nao swayed together, their past quietly echoing in every step. Nao reminded him of karaoke nights and old dances, as Ichijo began to remember forgotten moments. She laughed, recalling wild dances from their past, pulling Ichijo forward with her same unstoppable spirit. As Nao spun under the lights, Ichijo saw her in a way he hadn't for years. Amid all that had changed, Ichijo realized some feelings, and some people, had quietly stayed the same. Nao clutched Ichijo and blurted her feelings, then promptly passed out in his arms, blushing deeply. While Nao slept peacefully against him, Ichijo stood silent, confused, warm and unsure what came next. Ichijo sensed something off as whispers of judgment circled Byron. A new criminal had emerged quietly. The cloaked prisoner raised their head slightly, and Ichijo froze. It was the serial killer. Their eyes locked. The killer gasped in shock, and Ichijo instinctively knew something wasn't right here. With strained breath and desperation, the masked killer shouted one chilling command: "You need to get out." Panic erupted as Ichijo held Nao protectively, unable to understand why was the killer warning them. One by one, guests began collapsing around Ichijo. Kashiwaba and Ayaka were already unconscious on the floor. Holding Nao, Ichijo stumbled as a circle of onlookers formed. Everyone else stood frozen in disbelief. Ichijo fell unconscious too as concerned faces hovered above, unaware they were next to follow. A blood-soaked body was dragged across ruined tiles, lifeless and heavy, deeper into the heartless structure. Ichijo stirred faintly, vision blurred. Unknown ceiling. Warning tape nearby. Someone was definitely dragging him somewhere. His head throbbed violently. He couldn't move. Heavy footsteps echoed. A towering figure dragged him through darkness. The figure discarded him outside a car. Coughing blood, Ichijo gasped for air, barely conscious, disoriented. Eyes wide in terror, Ichijo stared into the garage's black void. Something inside was watching him back. A colossal serpent emerged, glowing eyes fixed on Ichijo. His body froze. Death was already near. He gasped awake. The mall returned. Kento stood nearby. Time had rewound again, saving him. Kento joked casually, but Ichijo's mind raced. This moment was before the horror had begun. The monster's form still lingered in memory. He hadn't even identified it, just died instantly upon contact. Why hadn't it attacked anyone else? A boss-class monster shouldn't exist here, especially not during daylight hours. Ichijo recalled the party. The girls collapsed suddenly. Was it poison, a skill, or sabotage? Kento grew concerned, seeing Ichijo pale and sweating. Ichijo remembered barricade tape where the boss appeared. He asked about restricted areas. Kento mentioned an underground zone, under construction, off limits to all. Ichijo's voice was steady. He needed answers. That place held something tied to his death. Silence fell. All eyes turned to him. Kento and the crowd froze, sensing something was wrong. Kento's voice turned stern. Ichijo stood surrounded. The underground was strictly forbidden to everyone. The crowd repeated rules like a script. No exits, no secrets, no breaking Paradise's invisible laws. One by one, voices joined, a chant: "Obey, obey, obey." Ichijo's chest tightened with dread. Suddenly, the mood changed. Now, Ayaka and Kashiwaba appeared, smiling like nothing happened. Kento praised their looks. Now asked Ichijo's opinion, but his mind was buried in suspicion. Now asked if something was wrong. Ichijo lied. He couldn't reveal anything. Not here. As he watched the crowd, it clicked. Everyone here knew about the monster underground. A sudden scream cut through the air. Kento ran toward the noise, calling his wife Akako. Kento burst into the guest room. The beds were empty, but something was clearly off. The hooded attacker stood over his wounded wife. She clutched her side, paralyzed in terror. Kento recognized the masked figure. Ichijo remembered. This killer had been present at the party, recalled the warning them to flee. A chilling realization hit. The assassin might not be the enemy. Ichijo ordered Nao and the others to stay. He had to face this alone now. The masked figure darted away through the building. Ichijo chased, determined to get the truth. Face to face, Ichijo stood his ground. He demanded answer right now, right here. The masked warrior raised a spear, warning Ichijo. Shards floated around them from earlier impact. They revealed the facility's secret. A terrifying creature was sealed underground, hidden by everyone inside. The assassin confirmed seeing the monster directly, a massive snake entity categorized as a boss-level threat. Turning abruptly, the masked figure demanded Ichijo follow. The open corridor offered no safety for discussion. Beneath the hood was a young woman. Her calm eyes promised answers beyond death and memory. As Ichijo followed the cloaked figure, reality distorted, watched silently by an unknown presence beyond space. The city lay in ruins. The woman led Ichijo through rubble to a silent, hidden apartment shelter. Inside, she explained her survival, stealing food, clothes, gear. Everything came from the mall, now abandoned territory. Ichijo accepted her gesture, but respected boundaries. She guarded the bed. Survival demanded order, not comfort. He mentioned the snake. Her expression shifted. That meant he reached the basement. She hadn't expected that. Before the mall became refuge, survivors barely cooperated. Even then, monsters struck, constant, violent, and without mercy. A monstrous threat cornered them all. Then Byron appeared, changing everything without warning. Byron subdued the monster effortlessly. His mysterious power halted attacks, forcing even beasts to obey him. People followed Byron blindly. Believing he'd save them, they moved to the mall under his command. But obedience turned into worship. They kneeled to him, obeyed without question, no matter how bizarre. Byron ordered survivors gather. Useless ones, those weak, alone, or unproductive, were discarded, like trash outside the walls. The rejected survivors weren't spared. One by one, they were sacrificed to the giant, waiting snake. Byron possessed a brainwashing ability. With it, he controlled minds and used everyone like willing tools. Ichijo's passive skill blocked mind effects. Byron's influence didn't reach him. His resistance made him immune. Byron spread lies, branding Ichijo a killer. Now everyone wanted him dead, except this woman watched. With a cigarette in hand, she finally spoke. Her name was Hina Shirakawa. Ichijo realized her connection. Hina was the daughter of Kento and Akiko, but feared, not welcomed. She held a villain's mask. Its origin wasn't sinister, just a relic from childhood anime dreams. Her father once bought it for her. She hoped wearing it might stir some buried memory. Even if forgotten, the mask held meaning. She clung to it, holding back tears of longing. Ichijo stood to leave, grateful for her story. He knew trust was finally beginning between them. Ichijo promised to defeat Byron and restore everyone's minds. Hina quietly watched, hope growing behind her eyes. She recalled Byron muttering about Laris Lara. Though his motive remained unclear, the name struck Ichijo hard. The name confirmed something hidden. Before he could speak, someone banged on the door from outside. Realizing they'd been followed, Hina grabbed her cloak. They had to escape quickly through the back exit. Voices shouted warnings. Byron's followers were outside, convinced Ichijo was in danger from the very ally beside him. Ichijo recognized the voice. It was Nao, but Hina stopped him, urging caution before confirming. Through the peephole he saw her. Nao stood calmly outside, just as he remembered her. Relief washed over him. Her voice was steady, but something still felt oddly out of place. Back inside, Ichijo reassured Hina. They don't have to worry, sensing no immediate threat. Ichijo cracked the door open. As he began to speak, urgency filled the air again. Nao appeared, emotionless, surrounded by a silent crowd. Ichijo called her name, unsure what had changed. Without warning, Nao raised a gun. Ichijo froze. Behind her eyes, something felt unnaturally controlled. A powerful explosion of light surged. Shock arrow tore through the air, collapsing the ground around them. The blast's force destroyed the building. Debris flew. shockwaves ripping through stone and steel without restraint. Ichijo pulled himself from the rubble, gasping. Dust clouded his vision, but he was still alive. Hina lay unconscious amid shattered debris. Ichijo froze in shock, fearing she had taken the full blast. From the smoke, Nao emerged alone. Her slow steps and distant eyes hinted at deeper manipulation. She wasn't alone for long. Ayaka and Kachiwaba, brainwashed women, appeared, ready to enforce Byron's will. Now Ayaka and Kashiwaba blocked the path, forbidding Ichijo from defying Byron's authority over the island. Ichijo realizes too late the crowd is under Byron's full control, their minds no longer their own. Byron calmly confirms Ichijo's suspicion: paradise is a lie, and resistance will only bring unnecessary suffering. Ichijo sends Hina to hide. Brainwashed civilians march forward, ready to crush anyone who disobeys Byron. Hina begs him to stop. Those people aren't just hypnotized, they'll kill him without any hesitation. A boss monster is defeated elsewhere. On-screen notification appears, indicating the world's destruction rate has slightly dropped. Ichijo and Hina react in shock. Someone killed the boss, changing the system's global balance. Ayaka and her unit draw their weapons in silence, preparing to execute Byron's final orders. Kashiwaba and Ayaka leap through the air, launching a deadly synchronized attack with cold precision. Ichijo stands unfazed in the blast aftermath, power crackling around him as the battlefield trembles violently. Ichijo deflects their synchronized attacks, catching blades mid-swing as Ayaka and Kashiwaba strike from both sides. In one motion, he counters Ayaka's charge, her eyes wide as he hurls her off balance. A massive mana blast erupts across the battlefield. Ichijo dodges, the force ripping through concrete and air. Na descends from above with lightning-charged bullets aimed at Ichijo, eyes burning with unnatural resolve. Wounded and desperate, Ichijo hesitates. He can't hurt them. Byron grins, ordering more puppets to join the assault. Byron commands the crowd to kill. Ichijo braces as hundreds charge with mindless, murderous obedience. The civilians overwhelm Ichijo, dragging him down with relentless force, eyes empty, hands desperate and violent. Knives rise and fall. Ichijo disappears under a storm of stabbing arms, blood splashing without hesitation. He launches upward in a sudden escape, throwing off attackers as the frenzy continues beneath him. Horrified, Ichijo sees victims trampled and stabbed. Those behind blindly kill even their own to reach him. Ichijo charges at Byron with a roar, leaping through rubble as the crowd parts in stunned silence. Byron calmly activates his lightning power, fingers crackling with voltage, eyes locked on the approaching threat. Acrobatics triggers. Ichijo darts in with swift precision as Byron braces for close-range impact. A sudden blow lands on Byron's face, too fast to block, sending him staggering in disbelief. Hina watches as Byron crashes, sparking violently. Ichijo's breath catches, unsure if the fight is finally over. The battlefield quiets. Citizens stare in disbelief as Ichijo stands victorious. Byron has truly been defeated. Gasping for breath, Ichijo sees Byron's body decaying, his form crumbling into dust before their eyes. Without warning, a possessed girl aims a gun at Ichijo's back, blank expression hiding deadly intent. A massive explosion erupts. Ichijo is launched into the air as the world shatters beneath him. Bloodied and broken, Ichijo crashes into the crater, barely conscious, wondering if this was truly victory. Hina is restrained by brainwashed citizens, unable to fight back, questioning why they're still controlled. Ichijo stares in horror. Byron's defeat should have ended the curse, but the brainwashing still persists. Realization dawns: the Byron he killed was never alive. The true mastermind is still hiding somewhere. A shadowed figure steps forward from the crowd, applauding Ichijo's deduction with eerie calmness. Smiling with crimson eyes, the real Byron finally reveals himself, alive, powerful, and ready to talk. Byron introduces himself as Akira stands bloodied. The crowd watches in silence, unsure who truly leads now. The real Byron mocks the destroyed fake. Once revered as savior, his corpse now lies disfigured and forgotten. Amused by Ichijo's resilience, Byron calls him a rare find, observing him like a scientist studies prey. Byron reveals he knew everything, but spared Ichijo out of interest. The secrets of paradise remain tightly guarded. In the tense aftermath, Ichijo silently faces Nao. Her presence brings no answers, only deeper unresolved questions. Byron reveals the crowd is brainwashed. Only by destroying his left eye can their minds return. He speaks of corpse selection and reanimation, twisting death into a game of control and preference. With theatrical flair, Byron calls forth Olivia, his favorite, hinting at something Ichijo wasn't prepared for. Ichijo watches in disbelief as Byron speaks to empty space, showcasing madness behind the calm surface. Smiling cruelly, Byron threatens Ichijo with torture, blaming him for ruining the one toy he cherished most. Byron mocks morality while calmly describing how he'd use intestines to bind Ichijo, then casually retracts it. Grinning, Byron grabs Now, speaking gleefully of desecration after death. Ichijo's rage begins to erupt uncontrollably. Furious, Ichijo lunges toward Byron to protect Now, unable to bear another second of this torment. Despite his effort, Ichijo's body locks up. Byron coolly redirects attention, pretending to calm his Olivia. Paralyzed and overwhelmed, Ichijo senses an invisible force wrapping around him. Something unnatural refuses to let him go. Byron stands before the crowd, asking Ichijo what he believes matters most in a collapsing world. With a smile, Byron declares death as the ultimate value, treasured only once it's already gone. Without hesitation, Byron lines up 3 girls and casually suggests choosing one to execute for fun. As the countdown begins, Ichijo watches helplessly. Byron threatens immediate death if no choice is made. Byron demands a decision with playful cruelty, mocking Ichijo's silence as cowardice in a deadly game. Ichijo hesitates to choose. Byron praises his kindness, then calmly selects Olivia as the next target. Byron summons a monstrous hand without mercy. Its command is simple: crush the innocent without hesitation. As blood rains down, Byron taunts Ichijo, asking if the spectacle pleased him in any way. Byron confesses admiration before announcing Ichijo's death, planning to make him his next perfect corpse. Dark hands restrain Ichijo as Byron prepares brainwashing. His red eye gleams, blade drawn without remorse. Byron bids farewell to Ichijo, declaring his end with hypnotic eyes and a chilling invitation to death. Armed and entranced, now Ayaka and Kachewaba block escape. They vow to protect him, even through bloodshed. Ichijo awakens in confusion. His death rewound again, but realizes something terrifying. His respawn point has shifted. Puppets of Paradise began. Ichijo faced girls controlled like dolls, weapons in hand, eyes hollow. Shocked by his surroundings, Ichijo realized something terrifying. His respawn point had moved without explanation. Ayaka and Kashiwaba attacked without hesitation. Now followed. Ichijo recalled, respawn only shifted after boss kills. That rule remained true until now. He hadn't killed a boss, yet his point changed. Then realization struck. A system notice confirmed it. Someone else, somewhere in this world, had killed the boss first. Realizing the truth, Ichijo ran. His resurrection point could change. Anytime, unexpectedly, beyond his control. Hina endured the impact, shielding civilians. Her body trembled, but she forced herself to keep standing. Side by side, Ichijo and Hina fought desperately. They cut through confusion to protect the helpless crowd. With Hina in his arms, Ichijo ordered retreat. Behind them, explosions burst, swallowing everything in fire. While civilians scattered in fear, Ichijo and Hina collapsed behind cover, breathless and bruised, but barely alive. Wounded and breathless, Ichijo and Hina collapsed in silence, their bodies battered but their mission unfinished. Ichijo realized the chilling truth. If someone defeated a boss after the girls died, they'd vanish permanently. Guilt hit hard. He questioned everything. Could he still save them? Time was slipping fast. He dug deeper. From his pocket, he retrieved a black claw, part of a monster, Harpia's claw, charged with raw potential. He spotted a spear lying nearby. His eyes narrowed. A plan was forming, dangerous, but necessary. Ichijo called out to Hina. She looked up, startled, sensing urgency behind his sudden stare. He told her his idea. Outside, the city was alive with movement. Time was quickly running out. Byron appeared, dangerous and calm. Ichijo remembered the warning. Byron could control anyone who met his eyes. Hina warned Ichijo to stay cautious. Gripping his spear, he nodded silently, preparing for the encounter ahead. The enemy mocked Ichijo's absence. Byron's voice cut through the crowd, measured, taunting, waiting for Ichijo to appear. Byron, bored and ruthless, threatened Ichijo. If he didn't show himself, the girls would die. One by one. Ichijo launched his attack from above. The spear, fused with Harpia's claw, shattered glass and flew straight. The fake Byron never stood a chance. The spear pierced clean through him, shocking even Byron. Byron realized the truth too late. Ichijo's weapon was enchanted. The Harpia's claw had targeted him directly. A violent explosion of lightning followed. The force cracked the earth. wiping out everything in its radius. The electric burst paralyzed the enemy briefly, but Ichijo knew Byron wouldn't fall so easily. Not yet. Byron emerged unscathed from lightning, smiling darkly. His immunity to status effects made him nearly unstoppable. Seeing Byron unharmed, Ichijo lunged forward, screaming his name, willing to fight head-on if that's what it took. Byron welcomed him with a grin. He didn't know how Ichijo knew, but he didn't care. With glowing red eyes, Byron promised to rewrite Ichijo's mind. But something felt wrong. Ichijo's plan had started. Hina cancelled her stealth. Blade raised, she confronted the real Byron. Catching him completely off guard, she struck fast. Blood burst from Byron's chest. Ichijo had been the decoy. Hina was always the threat.